Adventures by Morse. Carlton E. Morse presents It's Dismal to Die, featuring Captain Friday.
If you like high adventure, come with me. If you like the stealth of intrigue, come with me. If you like blood and thunder, come with me.
When Captain Friday and Skip Turner arrived in New Orleans on the return home from the Chilean jungles, a telegram was waiting for them. It read, "Implore your help. Impossible to contact police. Can you meet me, Lake Drummond, South Carolina, on the edge of Dismal Swamp immediately?" You decided to go to Lake Drummond, South Carolina, Captain Friday?
No, it was Skip. He made up our minds in about 2 shakes of a lamb's tail.
You're doggone right I did. You forgot the important part of that telegram.
What's that?
It was signed Julie Lane.
The damsel in distress.
Well, you can't leave a poor, helpless little female wringing her hands in the middle of the Dismal Swamp in South Carolina, can you? Anyhow, not a pretty little one like Julie.
How'd you know what she was like? You never heard of her before.
Brother, when it comes to female women, I got second sight. I was as pretty a hunk of gal as ever I set eyes on, too. Black hair and blue eyes and skin like wild honey right out of the comb.
And married, Skip. Don't forget that.
No, I ain't forgetting the look on her face when she told us her husband was lost in the swamp.
Lost?
Yes, that's the word she used. She said her husband had been lost in the Dismal Swamp for more than a month. It's all she told us until we were deep in the swamp.
They reached Lake Drummond just after sunrise on a brilliant October morning, when a dawn wind ruffled the water, stained by juniper and cypress, to the color of old Madeira. There they met Julie Lane. He was waiting for them with a flat-bottomed boat, waiting to pole them into the heart of the swamp, waiting fearfully and begging them to hurry, hurry. In 5 minutes, they'd left the wide reaches of the lake behind them. Giant cedars and cypress, older than the memory of man, blotted out the sun. Her husband was lost, and there was no time to talk. That's all she would say. They pushed their way through networks to tangled grapevine and honeysuckle overhanging the stream. Captain Friday and Skip alternately poling and fending the boat from snags of fallen timber. The girl, Julie, hung over the bow, scanning the water for cypress knees waiting just below the surface to rake the bottom of the boat.
Snag, Skip. Watch it.
Yeah, I got it. Oh, man, the fella sure picked a right name for this place. Dismal.
And dark and damp and crawling.
The bottom of a well would be cozy by comparison.
Yeah.
At least well water looks like water. This stuff looks like all Custer's army got themselves massacred in it. How you coming, Julie?
All right. Stop poling now, Captain Friday.
Oh?
The cypress knees underwater, a whole forest of them. I'll have to pull us through.
Hey, let me up front. I'll do it.
No, you just waste time. I know how to do it. I know the channel.
Okay, but I feel awful foolish squatting here like a blamed Injun while a little old scrap of squaw no bigger than my arm does the hard work.
Just sit quietly.
Skip,
Yeah?
you smell something funny.
Yeah, this whole stinking swamp.
No, I mean about the girl's story.
Oh, a fish factory couldn't reek no higher. Husband lost in the swamp, but she don't call the cops.
Yeah, doesn't call in anybody for more than a month after he's gone. Nobody knows about it except us and the boy's father.
What I want to know is why ain't Julie's father here instead of her? You'd think if one of them had to go traipsing around this swamp, it'd be him.
If he's able-bodied.
Oh, he was able-bodied enough to come camping on Lake Drummond with Julie and his son, back when Julie's husband disappeared.
Yeah, that's right.
Captain Friday, you think the whole story's a phony? You guess ain't no husband?
Oh, I imagine there's a husband, all right. But nobody but a darn fool or a dinosaur would wander off alone and risk losing himself in this primeval wilderness. There's got to be more to it than that.
Yeah. Well, as soon as we get us a chance to talk, little Miss Julie's going to have a raft of questions to answer. Hey!
Yeah.
There. That puts us in clear water again.
Hey, the creek's widening out.
Oh, yes. Use the oars, Captain Friday. We'll make better time.
You're the boss.
Nothing but a few cypress to watch for.
Man, I'm just a fella to do the watching, too. Come on back here, Julie, and give yourself a rest.
I don't want to rest. I'm perfectly all right.
Sugar, you're real smart at dishing out orders. Now, let's see how good you can take them. Give me a hand.
Oh, I'm sorry. I Didn't mean
Oh,
to.
you're just plain tucked it out, that's all. Come on, easy now. There.
Oh.
Now sit yourself.
Oh, but you'll have to keep a sharp lookout. It's so hard to see in this twilight.
Yeah, them moss-hung trees is closed in on us till you think we was rolling around in midnight.
It never gets light in the swamp.
Well, don't you worry. I got eyes like a hootie owl.
Well, get up there in the bow and keep those hoot owl eyes peeled. Those snags won't move out of our way.
Somebody's always taking the joy out of life. Okay, Cap. Hold it to the center of the creek.
Right. Now, Mrs. Lane, let's have it.
What?
The story. The real one this time.
I've told you the real story, Captain Friday. Except for one thing. Oh, don't you see, I couldn't stop to explain. We had to hurry to get here first.
First?
Hold it, Skip. One thing at a time. Hey, you told me that you, your husband, and his father made a camping trip to Lake Drummond. Your husband wandered off one day and never returned. I take it he wasn't lost after all.
No. Captain Friday, he was kidnapped.
Oh, now we got some.
Why didn't you go to the police?
Look around you. What good do you think the police were doing here? I've always lived close to the swamp. I love it. I know it as well as anybody. But there are miles of it I've never seen. Nobody has. Except maybe a descendant of some old Cajun or swamp family.
Cajun?
The Cajuns are a queer mixture of the backcountry people. Live to themselves. They've had these swamps to themselves for ages. Of course, they had to fight snakes and bears and quicksand.
Quicksand. Is that stuff in here, too?
Plenty of it. That's another reason I couldn't ask the police for help. The note from the kidnappers warned me. They said they'd put Johnny in quicksand, alive.
Oh, great.
They promised to return him safe if he paid up.
They said they'd bring him back if we did what they said. But they didn't want money.
What?
Oh, whoever heard tell a kidnapper's not interested in dough.
These aren't.
Well, then what do they want?
I can't tell you.
Now, wait, Mrs. Lane. How do you expect us to help you if you won't say what's behind all this?
But I don't know what's behind it. Honestly, I don't. Oh, Captain Friday, what does it matter what they want, just so we save Johnny?
You don't trust the kidnappers to set him free?
They'll never free him. He's been with them a month. He must know something about them. They wouldn't dare let him go.
Well, maybe you've got something there, sister.
Easy, Cap. The creek's getting narrow again.
Oh, you can still use the oars for a while. We're almost there.
Well, pardon me if I sound curious, but just where is that?
The place where I lost the dummy.
The dummy? What's a dummy got to do with it?
Not a dummy, the dummy. The big, shaggy Cajun who lives in the edge of the swamp and can't talk. I followed him here, as far as that bend up ahead.
And lost him. Losing folks seems to be an awful bad habit of yours.
Well, you just try tracking somebody through this country.
You think this dummy had something to do with your husband's disappearance?
I know he did. Once a week, he goes into the swamp, and each time I lose him. This is his day to go in again. I thought if we could get here first, we could hide and watch him.
Oh, so that's the reason for the hurry. Yeah. Reach me the pole, will you, Skip?
Why, Short? Pretty narrow here for rowing.
We only had a few minutes start as it was. The dummy always leaves right
Hold
after...
it.
What's up?
Listen. Hear that?
Hey, it's the dummy.
Yeah, right behind us. Skip, grab those vines. See if you can haul us into the bank.
You bet your life.
Captain Friday, it's only a few yards to the bend. Can't we get around it so we can walk?
No, not a prayer. Our only chance is to take cover. Let's work her in under the vines, Skip.
Yeah, okay. But it takes some doing. The stuff's been here since the year.
Yeah. Yeah, there. Yeah, that ought to do it. We're out of sight now. Mrs. Lane,
Yes,
answer my questions, but keep your voice down.
all right.
How did you know the dummy was mixed up in this?
After the first kidnap note was delivered, I watched. The dummy brought others.
Did you question him?
No, he can't speak or write, and he pretends to be more feeble-minded than he is. But he's not crazy, Captain.
Does he know you spotted him?
I'm sure he doesn't. If he did...
Whoa there. He's close. Glory, hallelujah. Do you see what I see?
I do.
That ain't a man, it's a gorilla.
I told you he was big.
You didn't exaggerate none. 6'6" if he's an inch. And built like a tar barrel. Lady, if that guy had caught on to you and wrapped a hand around your soft little neck...
I know. I've been terrified, but I had to find Johnny.
Listen at that. Sounds like a gorilla, too.
It's the way it talks to himself.
Now he's around the bend. Shove us out, Skip.
Yeah.
I'll help, Captain. Got the pole ready.
That ain't necessary. Here goes like a rabbit out of a hole.
A couple of good thrusts ought to do it.
Yeah. Okay, now, hard aport. Swell. Hold her. I didn't see it. Hey,
What is it?
well, look for yourself. He ain't here.
But he's gotta be. We were right behind him. He couldn't just vanish.
Well, he has. Are there any cross streams here he might have turned down?
Oh, not as far as the next bend, but he didn't have time to get that far.
Well, then he's taken to a trail.
Mrs. Lane, you stay here. Skip and I are going to search the banks.
Right with you, Cap. Here I go.
Oh, look out. The quicksand.
It's all right. This stuff will hold. It's like balancing on top of wet jelly, though.
We won't go far. If anything frightens you, sing out.
Oh, just hurry, please. You'll lose him.
On my way. Yeah, get going, Skip. I'll keep in your tracks.
You're going right. I can use somebody handy if this ground starts grabbing me. Nothing to do but slam straight through these vines.
Well, stay as close to the bank as you can. There's got to be a trail here somewhere.
Yeah, well, if there is, it'll show up like a lighthouse in a fog. And I can sure use some light, too. It's darker than the inside of a cow.
Yeah. Funny to think it must still be daylight up above this jungle.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe we've made better time searching the stream for the dummy's boat.
Oh, why, sure. He had to hide it somewhere. And at least we could tell our elbow from third base. If you want to go back...
Yeah, I might try this a little further.
Captain Friday!
Hey, that's Julie.
Yeah.
Captain Friday! Oh, no!
Stay with me, Skip.
Yeah. We're coming, honey. Hey, can you see where you're going?
A little light from the creek along the trail we broke. Now, there it is, straight ahead.
Lucky we didn't get far.
Now, we're here. We're here, Mrs. Lane. What?
We're here, but she's gone.
Yeah, boat's gone, too. They both vanished.
Just like that dummy guy. But you couldn't be out of shouting range. Hey, Julie!
Mrs. Lane, can you hear me?
Oh, yes. She can hear you, this charming Mrs. Lane. But I don't think she will answer.
Hey, who's that?
I can't see anybody.
No, senores, you cannot see me. I don't think you ever will. I don't think you will live so long.
Captain Friday and Skip Turner have gone with Julie Lane in search of the girl's kidnapped husband. They are deep in the heart of Dismal Swamp, South Carolina, a fearful region of ancient moss-hung trees, swarming vines, rotten earth, and quicksand, so buried in vegetation that not even a bird can live there. They were trailing the dummy, a huge gorilla-like descendant of a Cajun swamp family. But around a bend in the creek, the dummy vanished. When Captain Friday and Skip left Julie to search for him, she vanished too, and their boat disappeared with her. They shouted for her, but their only answer came in the mocking voice of an unseen man.
No, senores, you cannot see me. I don't think you ever will. I don't think you will live so long.
Oh, you don't, huh? You just step out and show yourself, and we'll see who lives the longest.
Hold it, Skip. You, whoever you are, is Mrs. Lane with you?
Si, senor. She is here. Morales has told you.
Ah, so that's your name, Morales. I won't forget that.
Listen, if Julie's there with you, why don't she answer us? If you've hurt that girl...
But she is not hurt. It is because she does not wish to be hurt that she will remain quiet.
What are you talking about?
Have you forgotten the dummy? Me. I am not so big, but he is much man. I do not think he'll like it that the Senora Lane lead you here. She make one sound, the great hand of the dummy will reach out and like chicken for the pot. Goodbye, senores.
Well, that low down.
Listen, Morales. Maybe we can make a deal.
So? And what have you to offer?
Safety for you and your gang. We'll get out of here and keep our mouths shut. You can go right ahead with your dirty work.
And from me, you want what?
The girl.
Only the girl? Not the young husband, too?
He'll have to take his chances. Just give us Mrs. Lane.
No, Captain Friday. Johnny...
Hey, what are you doing to Julie?
Enough, Tommy, enough. You see, Senora, I do not wish to hurt you. Not yet. Such a beautiful lady.
Come on, Morales. What about my offer?
Your offer? Ha, I spit on your offer. I am safe now, Senor Capitan. You will never escape from these woods.
I wouldn't count on that, brother.
And how will you go? You are many miles from lake. You have no boat. The beds of the creeks, they are full of quicksand. And the woods, have you not seen? To go even a few yards requires many hours. No, senores, you will stay here till you rot. Bring the woman, dummy.
Wait, Morales.
There is nothing to wait for. I go to show the doctor our so pretty prize. She was not invited here, but she will be most welcome. The doctor also appreciates the beauty. Farewell, my friends, and pleasant dining.
Doggone it, Cap. Are we going to let that cheap gangster get away with this?
Did you hear what he said about a doctor? How does a doctor fit into this picture?
Never mind no doctor. What are we waiting for?
For our pal Morales to get out of earshot.
Yeah, but all that truck you was feeding him about trading Julie for safety. You must have known he wouldn't go for it.
Oh, but he did.
Huh?
I wanted to keep him talking. Not hard to do. Boys like Morales like to run off at the mouth.
Talking?
Skip, when Morales first spoke, could you tell where he was?
Oh, I got you. No, I couldn't. Sounded like he was all around.
That's it. All this water pressed down by the jungle makes a cave effect. But I knew where he was before he left.
Why, sure, right across the creek, behind that wall of fallen timber. Well, come on. What are we waiting for?
Yeah, better test the creek bottom first. Here, I'll get a branch off this tree.
Yeah, lots easier deaths than smothering in dirt. How's you feel?
Okay, no suction. No mud to your knees, though. Come on, let's go.
Oh, boy, you ain't kidding. I'd sooner wade through a tub of glue.
Yeah, good the creek's narrow here.
Yeah. But what are we going to do now? There ain't no bank over here to climb out on. Water goes clean up to a mess of fallen stuff. You reckon we can clamber over it?
Hell, the boats didn't. Got to be a way through it somehow.
Yeah, I'd give up pretty to find it. This stuff they call water feels like snakes tugging at my legs.
Uh-huh. Nasty. Tugging. Skip, you've got it.
Who, me?
Yeah, the water. Take a look. It's sluggish, but it's flowing.
Hey, it seems to be going under the barrier.
Exactly. And that's no pile of lumber we're looking at. It's just what you said, a gate, a barrier across the mouth of the Branch Creek. Now we know what we're looking for.
You're doggone tootin'. A rope or hinge to heist that wall up, or swing a rope.
Right. Or how about a vine? Here's one. Good stout grapevine. There. You hear that?
Oh, music to these ears. Give her another yank.
Here she comes.
And another creek behind her. Wow.
Now keep it quiet. You see anybody?
Well, nary a soul.
And I guess Morales was the only guard. Let's get a move on before he comes back.
Trail along the creek edge. I can just see it in the twilight.
Swell. Probably leads to the hideout.
Oh, boy, it feels good to get my toes out of this mush.
Yeah, we can make time on a dry trail, too.
Poor little old Julie. You know, the way I feel, a real thorough killing wouldn't do Morales a speck of harm.
Yeah, we haven't played it too smart, Skip. When the dummy let out that yell, we ought to have known we were close to home.
Yeah, but Julie said he was just talking to himself.
Not that time he wasn't. He was signaling Morales.
Hey, look. There's our boat.
Yeah. And the dummies. Skip, see what I see? The tarpaulin up on the bow has been jerked back.
Well, what do you know? Canned goods. Enough for an army.
Enough to keep the gang living in high for a few days anyway.
So that's what the gorilla man was up to, running in supplies.
Yeah, they had to have a pipeline. Make it snappy, Skip. We've got to get off this trail. The dummy's due back to unload.
It sure wouldn't be no healthy place to get trapped, would it? Hey, look ahead. The path's just a black tunnel chopped through the wood. Oh, I wish we had a flashlight.
Yeah, we might take to the woods, but we'd make a noise like a herd of elephants. Now, come on, and keep it quiet.
Yeah. Cappy, I sure wish I knowed what this is all about. Personally, I'm up to my armpits in pure ignorance.
I could ask a few questions myself. For instance, why Julie's father-in-law sent her into danger instead of coming himself.
Right on the nose. And why she clammed up on us back in the boat.
Oh, that's easy. She's scared.
You mean her husband's old man? He might be out on a limb?
Yeah, or the husband himself. For all we know, the kidnappings are blind. He could be up to his neck in this dirty work.
Could be, for a fact. Hey.
Huh?
Something's wrong with my ears.
What's that?
Well, I keep thinking I hear birds. There ain't no birds.
Oh, sure, it's birds.
But there ain't no birds. Birds don't come in here.
Well, not in the jungle itself. It's too dark and tangled. Yeah, there must be a clearing ahead.
Hey, then we're there.
Yeah, just about. There seems to be a sharp turn in our tunnel just ahead. Yeah, here we go. Skip. Sunlight.
Well, for crying out loud. Man, that's the prettiest sight Oh, doggone it. Now I can't see a thing. My eyes are crying like babies.
Yeah, I'm blind, too. Coming out of the swamp dark into bright light. Yeah, they'll clear in a second.
Hey, I thought you was in front of me.
I am.
Well, who's behind you? Hey, look out! Quit grabbing me! Quit!
The dummy. Let go, Skip. Let go, I tell you, or I... What the blue blazes?
No, Captain. Do not move.
Another one, eh? Who are you?
Your friend is in no immediate danger. A little uncomfortable, perhaps, with his head bent so across the dummy's arm. An interesting physical specimen, the dummy. Magnificent development. A little more pressure upon your friend's head.
Tell him to release, Skip.
Ah, you are prepared to be amenable? Very excellent,
What do you want?
but impatient. A regrettable characteristic of Americans. To the scientific mind, patience is essential. I want only a little cooperation. The revolver in your hand. If you will drop it on the ground,
All right.
no false move. You will recall that I placed 2 rifle shots at your feet. Your eyes are clearing, yes? You can see now?
Yeah?
Then you will observe how the bullets kicked loose dirt over your boots. For a physician like me, it would be a simple matter to choose for a target that exact portion of the anatomy.
You
which
can save the lecture. There's the gun. Now tell your ape to lay off Skip.
An ape? You are observing. I myself have compared him to the anthropoids. Dummy, release the man. Remove his weapon.
Are you all right, fella?
I reckon so.
Do not be alarmed. The sensation will pass now that the breathing passages are no longer obstructed.
It's real kind of you, mister.
Doctor, my friend. Dr. Eckhart.
Why not make it hair doctor?
Exactly so. That would be more correct.
An uninvited guest in our country.
That is due to the stupidity of your people. But I'm here, and I have been of service. Perhaps later, I shall be still of greater service. But enough of this. You will step forward out of the trail.
Now, that dummy. He never could have took me in a fair fight.
An interesting speculation. Perhaps we may arrange a little contest between you and him. We have so few amusements here. Gentlemen, how do you like our little home?
It ain't so little.
As you say, you observe the large living cabin. The one over there, the small cabin, is for, shall we say, storage? The wide protecting strip of marsh?
Protecting?
I should not advise you to cross it without a guard.
Hey, you got Julie across there.
You are concerned for her? But you need not be. She's safe with Morales.
Safe. With that guy?
Oh, perhaps he is a little nervous at the moment. We have been long in the woods, but I command here. He has his orders. I shall save Mrs. Lane for a higher destiny.
You talking about yourself?
Exactly.
Listen, I'll tear you limb from
You
limb if
will
you
do nothing. Dummy,
Hey! Why, you ugly... knocking Skip out from behind?
and you, Captain.
Very good. Excellent teamwork, dummy. As I say, I'm a cautious man. Our guests will not now observe our passage across the march. Search them, dummy. Take them to the storage cabin and tie them tight. They will make excellent specimens for my table.
Tied hand and foot in a cabin in the inaccessible heart of Dismal Swamp, Captain Friday and Skip are powerless to save the girl Julie. The second episode of It's Dismal to Die comes to you next week at the same time. You are listening to Adventures by Morse. Adventures by Morse. Adventures by Morse. Adventures by Morse. Carlton E. Morse presents It's Dismal to Die, featuring Captain Friday.
If you like high adventure, come with me. If you like the stealth of intrigue, come with me. If you like blood and thunder, come with me.
All through the day, Captain Friday and Skip Turner poled their flat-bottomed boat along the crisscross waterways of Dismal Swamp, South Carolina. The girl, Julie Lane, crouched at the bow, directing them through the strangling vines that overhung the creeks and underwater forests of cypress knees, lurking to rake the bottom out of the boat. The jungle blacked out the sun and smothered the swamp in a weird twilight at all times, but they knew it must be close to evening. Captain Friday, you didn't fight your way into the heart of the Dismal Swamp just for the experience.
Hardly. We're here in reply to an urgent telegram from Julie Lane. Her young husband had been kidnapped, although the kidnappers hadn't asked for ransom, and she swore she didn't know why he was being held. But she'd found out that messages from the kidnappers were being delivered by a giant dumb Cajun, a descendant of a race of swamp folks as old as white civilization in America. She'd followed him several times to a certain creek bend deep in the swamp, but always lost him.
Yeah, for a pretty little southern babe, though, that Julie had her head screwed on right. She figured if we could get to the bend first, we could spot where the dummy went to.
Yeah, but we didn't quite make it. The dummy caught up with us, and we had to take cover. By the time we'd rounded the bend, he'd disappeared.
Yeah, and right there's where we made our big mistake.
Okay, Skip, take over.
Well, we left Julie sitting in our boat while we tried to sniff out the dummy's trail. Only we'd no sooner turned our backs than the kidnappers grabbed her, too. And then when we located their hideout, what'd we do but walk ourselves right smack into the arms of a couple of them tough hombres.
Captain Friday and Skip woke up hogtied in a little dark hole of a cabin, and somebody lying on the floor by the wall was moaning faintly.
Hey, you reckon that's Julie?
I can't tell from here.
Them low-down skunks have hurt her. Doggone it. It's blacker here than it was in the swamp.
Look at the window, Skip. Night coming on. Listen. Skip, that's not Julie. Sounds like a man.
Well, whoever it is, they need help. If I can get rolled over off my face...
Yeah. Sit up.
We can haunch ourselves across the floorboard.
Yeah. Gathering the season's finest crop of splinters.
Yeah.
Wait. I can see him now.
Yeah. It's a man, all right. Holy jump. Look at the way they've roped him.
I'm looking. Ankles hitched to his wrists behind his back and the rope crossed around his neck.
Every move he makes half strangles him. Oh, what a nice party this is.
Hold it. He's coming to. Can you hear me, Mr. Lane?
Lane, hey, you think this is Julie's husband?
Who else could it be?
Well, I reckon I've been thinking so hard about that pretty little black-haired Julie, I clean forgot her husband.
You...
Careful. Don't budge. You'll choke yourself.
But I hurt...
No, we're friends, Lane. This is Skip Turner.
Yeah, and that's Captain Friday. We come looking for you.
Now, don't try to talk. We'll figure some way to get out of this.
Sure, we will. But I'd give it pretty if some little birdie'd tell me how.
Pocket.
Whoa there now. You just keep quiet like the captain
Wait,
says.
Skip, wait. What did you say, Lane?
Pocket. Pocket.
Something in your pocket?
Glass.
Uh-oh.
Skip, can you shove yourself around and reach into his pocket?
Well, I'd sure make one honey of a try.
Easy. Don't bump him.
I'd sooner bounce a newborn baby on its head. Yeah, there's the pocket. Now, if I can just finagle one of my hands down into it. Hey.
Got it?
Yeah, a hunk of glass sharp as a razor, too. There she comes. There. Now, fella, you're going to be loosing nothing flat.
Better cut me loose first. We'll need both our hands when we work on him. Okay?
Yep, hold still now. I got the glass against the rope. Hey, try sawing your hands up and down whilst I hold it tight.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be too all-fired energetic if I was you. Not unless you got a hankering to cut your hands off at the wrist. That does it.
Yeah, good. I'll take that glass. The rest can wait till the rope's off Lane's neck. There. One more minute. There.
Oh, thank you.
Now, never mind that. Just lie there and practice breathing. Yeah, that does for my ankles. Your next, Skip.
Well, that don't make me mad.
Wrists. There. And ankles. There.
There we go.
Now we'll get you loose, Lane.
Yeah, about time, too. Hey, fella, don't them ropes hurt, biting into your flesh?
They did it first. I guess I must have passed out from the pain and the choking. But I don't feel anything now.
Now try straightening out.
All right. Funny, I can't move my legs or arms.
How long have they kept you bailed up that way, Lane?
Just this afternoon.
Rub his arms, Skip. I'll go after his legs.
Sure thing. Hey, what'd you do to make them tie you up in knots, anyhow? Start a riot or something?
Tried to. Doctor comes here sometime to lecture me about the super race and what his country's going to do to the world in the next war.
Ah, now that's it.
I jumped him, but haven't had much to eat. I was pretty weak.
Hey,
He didn't like it.
they've been starving you, too?
Not exactly. The dummy always feeds me when he's here, but the rest of the time, the doctor and Morales don't bother much.
Hurts, huh?
A little.
Good. Circulation's coming back. Hang on, Lane. Be over in a minute.
Go ahead.
Are Morales and the doctor the only men here in the camp?
Except for the dummy. He comes once a week to bring food.
No sign of anyone else?
Funny you asking that. I've wondered myself.
What's that mean?
I was only in the big cabin once. The dummy got me out to the edge of the swamp and turned me over to Morales and the doctor at the log cabin. I was only there a few minutes, but I could see they were equipped to take care of a lot more people. It was a pile of stretchers stacked against the wall.
But you're certain no one else has been in or out?
Positive. My window overlooks the main cabin. I've had nothing to do but look out of it.
Now, ain't that nice? 3 of them to 3 of us. Gents, this ought to be a picnic.
Yeah, well, one of us is in pretty bad shape.
If I can just get my feet under me, I'll be all right. Honest, I will. The pain's almost gone already.
Hey, you want to try it?
You bet I do.
Well, what we waiting for? Get his other arm, boss.
Yeah. Easy now. Okay.
Swell. You don't need to hold me. Just let me walk around a little.
Watch out you don't stumble in the dark. Keep talking. Why were you brought here, Lane?
Oh, that's just it, Captain Friday. I can't figure it out.
There's been no talk of ransom?
No talk about anything, except the doctor's crazy ideas. Once a week, they make me write a note to Dad to prove I'm alive. That's all I know about it.
Yeah, but they gotta want something.
Something that your father can supply. Could that be it?
Honestly, I haven't any idea. There'd have been some sense in kidnapping me when we lived in New York a few years back, but...
New York, huh? Well, that explains one thing. I thought y'all lived close to here. But you don't sound like no southern boy to me.
No, we were New Yorkers until Dad lost his money. He used to be a wealthy man, a famous sportsman. About all he saved out of the crash was his boat and a little house down here that he used to stop at on his way to and from Florida.
Florida? A boat?
Yeah, Dad owns a good-sized houseboat. He's taken it down to Florida every winter for the last 30 years.
Even after he lost his dough? Well, it takes money to run them things.
Oh, he couldn't have managed it if it hadn't been for his friend.
Friend?
A big rancher from South America. Loads of money. 5 or 6 years back when Dad cracked up, they made a deal. Dad would take him south every fall in the houseboat and bring him back in the spring.
Uh-huh. You know this man?
No, I've never met him. He's a queer duck. Eccentric the way a lot of very rich men get. Well, my father can understand that. If you're rich, everybody you meet is after your money. Dad says this poor guy would go to all sorts of extremes to avoid people. Dress in shabby clothes, mix with the crew.
So that's it.
Hey, you got an idea?
A barrel full.
Well, what's it all about? How did you two men get here, anyhow?
Now, never mind that now. Answer my questions. On these trips, did your dad supply the crew?
No, his friend did.
Same crew each time?
Oh, no. You see, Dad lived on the houseboat during the winter, but his friend didn't. So he'd just pick up a new crew for the trips.
Uh-huh. And your dad decided not to go to Florida this year?
Well, say, how did you know that?
That does it. Wrapped up in blue ribbons.
Yeah? Like you say, clear as mud.
We've got to get out of here. Any ideas, Lane?
I'm afraid not. I managed to break a water glass and hide that piece in my pocket. But these log walls are a foot thick.
I can't risk breaking down the door. We'd be heard clean to Jericho.
Yeah, iron bars on the windows, too.
That leaves the dummy.
The dummy?
Well, you said he brought your food when he was here.
That's right. He ought to be here pretty soon now. Black dark outside. He must have finished eating up at the main cabin.
And he won't be expecting trouble. Skip?
Save your breath, boss. Just leave me get my paws on that baby. Just let me wrap my arms around his neck.
Okay, you take one side of the door, I'll get the other. Now, you stay out of this, Lane.
Why, no, I'm all right. I got a few scores to pay.
Hey, watch it. Here he comes. Look out the window.
Yeah, somebody's coming across the swamp with a torch. Now, when I shut the door behind him, we take him, Skip. Get it?
And how? And I don't need no blueprint either.
Okay, everybody. Steady. Let's take him.
I got it!
Fine, one red engine bites the dust.
Gee, that was a fight.
You all right, Skip?
Yeah, ain't his fault, though. That boy don't care what rules he plays by.
Well, that's one down, 2 to go.
About time, too. Oh, when I think of that poor little Julie.
Cut it. We got enough trouble without the kid going crazy. He doesn't know about Julie. Now, Lane, you know the layout. Can you lead me to the main cabin?
Sure I can.
Good. Stay here, Skip. Get this fella tied up and follow us as quick as you can.
Yeah, in 2 ticks.
All right, Lane, and keep it quiet.
Right. There's a sort of path between the 2 cabins. Better stick to it. Quicksand around.
I'm right behind you.
Swell. A little lighter out here. Moon coming up.
Now, look here, Lane. You asked how we got here.
Well, I wondered. How'd you find your way in?
I'd better warn you before we get there. Just keep your head, will you? Will you?
No!
What's that?
Don't touch me!
Why, that sounds like... That's Julie. That's my wife.
Please! Please!
That's Julie. I'll kill somebody. I'll kill him with my own hands.
In the desolate heart of Dismal Swamp, Captain Friday and Skip, with the girl Julie, have found the hideout of the kidnappers who nabbed Johnny Lane, her husband. But the kidnappers also caught Julie, and when Captain Friday and Skip went to her rescue, they were ambushed. Tied and thrown into a cabin used for storage, they have succeeded in releasing themselves and young Lane. Then, a scream in the night, and Johnny first learned that his wife is in the hands of his tormentors.
Lane, listen to me.
Let me go! Let go of
You
me!
young fool, stop fighting and keep your voice down.
But that's Julie. She screamed.
Yes, Julie brought us here. They caught her. You'll have to face it.
Blast you, I got to...
You've got to use your head. They're armed. We're not. Not a good you'll do her running smack into a bullet. Snap out of it, boy.
Well, do something. Do something.
Follow me. Make for the cabin, but keep it quiet.
Hurry.
Now keep close to me. Now give me the layout of the cabin as we go.
Big main room up front. Kitchen lean-to and back.
Doors?
Front and back. This path leads to the kitchen door.
Yeah, looks like it's open. Lamplight filtering out.
Let's rush it.
Not until we've done a little reconnoitering.
But my wife, Julie.
You'll help her most by not sticking our necks out. Hey, look, the path seems to run around the house. That's for us.
I hope you know what you're doing.
Easy around the corner.
Lighted window up ahead.
That's where we're headed. Easy now. Heads down until we get under the window.
That's Julie sobbing.
Quiet. Okay. Inch up under the window. Careful. Don't hurry.
Captain, she's all right. See, Julie's all right.
Just scared, I'd say. The doctor and Morales seem to be having a little argument. It's a pleasant sight.
Why do you say that?
If we can get them quarreling among themselves, they're likely to do our work for us. Okay, this gives us the setup. Now we'll go in the back way, quick as you can.
The back door?
Yeah, hold it. Yeah, nice of the dummy to leave the back door open for us.
That door across the room there opens into the main room.
Good.
You think we'll be able to hear through it?
We'll see. Here we go. Yeah. So far, so good.
Can't hear a thing.
And we'll have to ease it open. Quiet now.
I'm waiting, Morales. It will be instructive to ascertain what excuse you can offer for disobeying my orders.
Orders? The doctor is joking.
I congratulate you. It is difficult to surprise me, but you have succeeded. Even a man of your limited mentality should have realized that I never joke.
But I don't understand.
To a scientist, patience is essential. But I suggest that you do not try me too far. Mrs. Lane, this Dummkopf has received orders to leave you alone. He saw fit to disregard them. Accept my apologies.
It doesn't matter.
You are generous. A peculiar American trait which I cannot admire. Generosity is weakness, my dear Mrs. Lane. We must endeavor to cure you of it.
Dr. Eckhart, please. If I could just be by myself a little while,
You wish to retire?
Yes.
It pains me to refuse the request, but I cannot permit it. You have been a witness to the insubordination of the Schweinehund. It is fitting that you should also witness his punishment.
But I don't want to.
You force me to remind you that it is not a question of what you want, but of what I consider desirable. Well, Morales, I'm waiting.
What have I done, Senor Doctor? This lovely young lady is lonely, is it not so? She's sad. What harm to offer her the consolation? To speak the words of admiration? To steal the kiss?
Why, the dirty...
Lane, keep still.
If either one of them...
Listen.
Permit me to explain the obvious. Your fault does not lie in your familiarities with Mrs. Lane. You had your orders. You disobeyed them.
And why was I given these orders? The Herr Doctor would like to explain this also.
That does not concern you. Unquestioning obedience is demanded.
It is perhaps because the Herr Doctor wants the Senora all for himself.
You forget yourself. My intentions are not to be questioned.
Oh, no, Senor Doctor. I don't think so. It was Morales who found the Senora. She belongs to me. I will keep her.
Oh, no.
He's got a knife.
Yeah, but watch the doctor.
So, you threaten me, huh?
See. The great Dr. Eckhart, always he is right. Do not move, Senor Doctor. If you move, this little knife will flicker like the tongue of a snake. So small, so deadly.
That is enough. Your usefulness is ended. There's no place for such as you in our great enterprise.
Your great enterprise. I spit upon it. Always you and your kind make the big noise, the big trouble. Twice you have promised to conquer the world. Twice you are defeated. Now you are finished.
My country is never defeated. Nor am I.
Upon you also I spit.
You killed him. You've killed Morales.
Certainly. Exactly through the heart. Excellent. You are surprised, Mrs. Lane? I'm a superb shot. I do all things well. I have held the gun aimed and ready here in my pocket since I entered this room. I could have killed him at any moment.
But you could have wounded him. You didn't have to shoot him dead.
Extraordinary. I find myself constantly amazed at the naivety of the American mind. No, I did not have killed him. But why should I permit him to live? He has been useful in the past, yes. He is no longer so. These fools. When we win, they lick our boots. But when the tide turns, they would like to leap upon us and tear us. It does not matter. There will be many to take Morales' place when the day comes. Besides, it will be more pleasant without him.
You're horrible. Horrible.
Indeed. I find you charming. Sit down again, Mrs. Lane. We have matters to discuss.
I've nothing to say to you. Ever.
So, Morales has profited by his lesson. It would seem you have not. Need I remind you that I do not tolerate disobedience? Sit down, Mrs. Lane. That is better.
Hey, what's
Make
going
yourself
on
quite
here?
comfortable.
Don't make a sound.
Yeah, but
Spend
what's
several
up?
days together
I was
before
coming
I
up from
move
roping the
on.
gorilla when I heard a
Take
shot.
up my
Then
mission
I seen you
elsewhere.
two in here crouching
There's
on the
no
floor
hurry.
like a couple of tomcats in a mouse hole.
The doctor just shot Morales. Now he's got Julie.
Hold it, both of you. Listen.
You assure me. It is regrettable that you should choose the chair across the room from me. However, no matter for the moment.
Dr. Eckhart, what do you want?
Then we do have things to discuss. Excellent.
Why did you kidnap Johnny?
Very simple. Your husband's father presumed to interfere with my plans. That I do not allow. A small question of the use of his boat. It occurred to me that he would be, shall we say, more amenable if his son's life depended on it.
I don't understand.
It is not necessary that you should. There has been an absurd evaluation placed upon woman's mentality. That, too, we shall rectify. A woman should be charming, docile.
But you let Johnny go if Father Lane does what you wish.
That, my dear, depends entirely on you.
On me?
Exactly. Tomorrow, the dummy will carry certain communications to your husband's father. There will be a brief note from the younger Mr. Lane as proof of his continued existence. You, my dear, will add a line, and I shall send a letter embodying exact instructions.
He'll do anything you say?
Quite so. These lessons in obedience are salutary, but we must allow him a day or so to prepare his vessel for our little journey. Days which might pass slowly, except for your unexpected arrival. It will please me to spend this interval of waiting in your company.
Dr. Eckhart, if you knew how you made my flesh crawl, if you knew...
So, perhaps you would care to consider the consequences of such an attitude. I am a doctor. I am also a surgeon. There are certain operations which I have never been called upon to perform in my career. Very curious operations, very intricate, painful too, I fear. Unfortunately, I have only a limited supply of anesthetic. Too little, I'm sure, to prove effective in deadening.
What are you trying to tell me?
Simply, my dear young woman, that the decision is entirely yours.
But you'd let Johnny go? You promised?
Gladly. You have my word. And now, dear Mrs. Lane, surely you will be more comfortable here beside me?
I can't take this.
Hey, Johnny, stay where you are.
Julie, wait! Don't go near him!
Johnny, it's you.
Stop, Mr. Lane, I warn you.
Johnny, the gun.
Yes, the gun. Do not move, either of you.
Oh, Johnny, why did you come here?
It's all right, darling. We never had a chance of getting away, any of us.
But he promised. He was going to let you go.
You didn't really believe that, did you? Look at him.
Quite right, my young friend. No, I had no intention of allowing you to live. This place must remain secret. Still, you might have had several more days in which to enjoy your miserable little life. As it is, you force me to eliminate you now.
Captain Friday and Skip Turner watch tensely as the doctor lifts his gun against Johnny Lane. Why does the doctor want the Lane boat? Why is he prepared to murder his captives to keep his hideout unknown? You will hear the answer to these questions next week in the closing episode of It's Dismal to Die, entitled Bad Medicine for the Doctor. You are listening to Adventures by Morse. Adventures by Morse. Carlton E. Morse presents It's Dismal to Die, featuring Captain Friday.
If you like high adventure, come with me. If you like the stealth of intrigue, come with me. If you like blood and thunder, come with me.
Dead of night in the desolate heart of the dismal swamp. And in the lonely hideout, Dr. Eckhart has just raised his gun to shoot down Johnny Lane before his young wife's eyes. Captain Friday and Skip Turner came here with Julie Lane in an attempt to rescue her kidnapped husband. But Julie was stolen from them, and they themselves were ambushed. Crept along the narrow path between the quicksands into the kitchen lean-to of the main cabin. Through a crack in the door that leads to the living quarters, they watched the doctor shoot down his assistant Morales in a quarrel over Julie. But Johnny lost his head and rushed to his wife's assistance. In a cold fury, the doctor leveled his gun.
Now, Mr. Lane, it is your turn.
A fool, a crazy young idiot.
Yep, that's torn in little bitty pieces.
This interruption was ill-advised, Mr. Lane. You might have had several more days in which to enjoy your miserable little life. As it is, you force me to eliminate you now.
No, please.
Mrs. Lane, remain where you are. If you move by a hair's breadth, I shall shoot your husband in the abdomen. It will kill him just as surely as a bullet through the brain. But he will not die so quickly. No, I can assure you as a doctor and a scientist, so painlessly.
Johnny.
Better stay still, darling.
Now, Mr. Lane.
Hey, boss, are we just going to stand by and let that...
Quiet.
You aren't going to kill me, Dr. Eckhart.
No? You interest me. The fantasy of a disordered mind, or possibly the vaunted American tendency to laugh at death. I do not approve. Death is serious, Mr. Lane, as life is serious. That is why we are the master race. That is why in the end we cannot fail.
Oh, yes, you can. As a matter of fact, you already have.
Another joke?
The plain truth. You can't kill all of us, you know.
All of you?
You're pretty good with a gun here, Doctor. But even Annie Oakley would have her trouble spotting 3 active men.
3?
Captain Friday and Skip, they're loose too?
Of course they are. Wouldn't you think the doctor would have realized that when he saw me up here?
Where are they?
Getting a little careless in your old age here, Doctor? Maybe you ought to keep that super mind of yours on business and leave...
Be silent! Answer me!
Well, make up your mind, can't you?
Johnny, please.
All right, Julie. Glad to tell the doctor all about it. Let's see now. Did you know I broke a glass one day, Doctor? Too bad the dummy isn't as careful as you are. I managed to keep a piece
Good
with a
boy.
nice...
We can stall a few minutes.
And a few minutes is all.
Doctor,
That's all we
where's that
need.
scientific
Yeah? You got something in
patience you're
mind?
always
Wait till I get the
talking
door
about?
shut so we can
I'm
talk.
coming to it.
Skip, there's only one lamp in that room. You can't see it from here, but it's on a straight line from the window.
How you know that?
Saw it when Johnny and I were snooping around. Now, if we rush the doctor with that light on, somebody's going to get hurt. Do you think you can get it out?
Can I? Just let me wrap my paw around a hunk of rock.
There are plenty of those outside. But smash the window before you let fly.
Smash the window? What for? The rock will do that going through.
Listen, Dope. If the doctor pressed that trigger by reflex action when the light went out, Johnny'd end up with a smashed skull. But when the window crashes behind him, he's practically bound to whirl around. You get it?
Oh, sure, I get it. He spins around and ain't squares for me.
Yeah. Now, you'll have to get that lamp fast.
Yeah. Don't worry yourself none. When I got my skin to think about, greased lightning don't hold a candle to me.
Okay. That smashed window will be my cue. I'll rush him from here. And don't miss that lamp.
Brother, it's sure too bad you never seen me pitching sandlot baseball down home. Man, I could have give Grover Cleveland Alexander pointers if I'd have minded to.
I guess you ought to watch those impulsive little gestures of yours there, Doctor. Too bad you bumped Morales off. You could have used him about now. As it is, you're 1 against 3.
Now it is you who forget. There is still the dummy. A formidable opponent, my young friend.
Oh, yes, the dummy. Didn't I tell you?
Tell me what?
I wouldn't count on him if I were you. He's lying in the storage cabin, tied up like a bundle of laundry.
You got the dummy? Oh, thank heaven.
When you talk about formidable opponents, Dr. Eckhart, don't underrate Captain Friday and Skip Turner. And no mean shakes themselves. As I said, you're 1 against the 3 of us.
So, and you imagine the balance is in your favor. I hold in my hand a powerful assistant, Mr. Lane. 1 against 3. But the 1 is armed.
If you fire, they'll be on you like wolves. You can't get all of us.
I do not admit that. However, there is a possibility that I might not. A slim possibility. But I have considered it. The light is dim. I'm a careful man. I take no chances. Congratulate your husband, Mrs. Lane.
What do you mean?
He has convinced me of the advisability of changing my tactics. Captain Friday!
Say, what the devil...
Be silent! Captain Friday, I have no time for childish games. Naturally, you are within hearing distance. Reply, if you please.
Okay, Doc. Spare your voice. I'm here.
Behind the door of the lean-to. No doubt Mr. Turner is with you?
You're doing the talking.
I am. Listen carefully, please.
With both ears.
In 1 moment, I shall leave this cabin. You, Mr. Turner, and Mr. Lane will remain here. You will make no move to follow me.
Oh, that right?
You will not raise a finger to prevent my escape.
I see. You wouldn't be taking Mrs. Lane with you, I suppose?
Excellent. For once, I need not point out the obvious. Naturally, Mrs. Lane accompanies me.
Julie? Oh, no, you don't. Julie stays right here.
Mr. Lane, may I remind you again that I hold a weapon in my hand? Do not move.
Weapon or no weapon, Julie stays here.
My dear young man, are you totally devoid of intelligence? Her dead body may remain here.
Better get it straight, Johnny. One false move out of you and he'll shoot your wife.
I'll get you. I'll get you if it's the last thing I do.
Perhaps you might. That is a possibility which I also admit. But it will scarcely restore your wife to life.
How about you, Julie? Seems to me you're the one most concerned.
I'll go with the doctor.
Splendid, my dear.
Julie, you can't.
Oh, don't you see, Johnny? I can't do anything else. If I refused, he'd kill you. If you try to stop me, he'll shoot me and probably you, too. It's our only chance.
A clear summation of the facts. Nor need you concern yourself about the young woman. Due to this unexpected alteration in my schedule, I shall not have time for her excellent company.
I wouldn't believe you on a stack of Bibles.
You can this time, Johnny. He'll be too busy saving his own hide. Won't be quite so easy to get to Florida now.
Florida? Why do you say Florida?
Oh, come now, Doc. I know all about it.
You know nothing.
No? Let's start back a few years. Your Fuhrer's pals had quite an organization built up in this country before the war. But the FBI wasn't as sound asleep as you thought. After Pearl Harbor, the boys made mincemeat out of your setup.
So?
So you had to get new agents in to take the places of the ones you lost. You tried sending a few in by submarine. Not so hot. If they managed to land, they were picked up a few miles inland. You had to find a safer route. That's where you proved useful.
Go on. I'm listening.
You've been running a neat little underground railway here, Doctor. You smuggled your boys into Florida from South America. There's a huge tract of swamp down in Florida, too, the Everglades. They'd hide out until it was safe to bring them up here.
You know, too, how they were brought?
Well, that's clear as glass. Through the inland waterway and the Dismal Swamp Canal. Yeah, you were pretty smart. Morales posed as a rich ranchero and got hold of Johnny's father. He had a big houseboat, no money to run it. You hired his boat and supplied him with crews. New agents coming in. Old ones and escaped prisoners of war going out.
No one suspected, no one.
No. Not until Mr. Lane caught on. Refused to play any longer. Why should they catch on? He'd been making that trip for 30 years. Everybody along the waterways knew him and his boat. You were safe as houses. Well, how does that stack up?
You know much, but there is much you do not know.
Oh?
You stupid Americans. You think because you have won 2 little victories that we are finished, kaput. It is laughable. You think because your soldiers rule our country that we are helpless. Like children, you are incapable of understanding what it is to prepare for every emergency.
Got your plans all made, huh?
They were made before a gun was fired. There are still places on this earth where we are welcomed. There are hidden and inaccessible spots where we can live and work without interference until we are ready.
Yeah?
I go now, Captain. But in time I shall return to this country. I and my men will seep into your homes, your towns, your public offices. This time we shall not strike until we are assured of final victory. Mrs. Lane.
Yes?
You will walk ahead of me to the door. You will open it and precede me through it. Mr. Lane, I advise you to remain quite still.
Captain Friday, isn't there anything we can do?
No, Mr. Lane. There is nothing you can do. You may proceed.
Hey, Doc!
Duck, kids!
What's that?
The lamp, Skip.
Coming up!
Keep away from me, I warn you.
That's what you think. Just let me get my hands on you.
Julie! Julie, are you all right?
Yes, I think so. Captain Friday, the captain. It's on fire.
Hey, get her out of here, Johnny, fast. Skip, where's the doctor?
I don't know. He couldn't have got out the window. I come in that way. The front door. It's open, Captain.
Yeah, that's the way he went, all right. Get Julie out of here. Kerosene all over the place, going up like a haystack.
Come on, darling, hurry.
Skip.
Yeah, boss?
Our guns. Bound to be in here somewhere.
You get the table. I'll try the chest.
Right. Any luck?
Not yet. This doggone smokes. Hey.
You got him?
Yes, sir, both of them. Flashlights, too. Whoopee!
Now don't stop to gloat. Grab them and run. And don't spare the horses.
Murder has moved into the black, decaying heart of the Dismal Swamp. which Dr. Eckhart has used as a headquarters for a band of enemy agents. A few moments ago, the Herr Doctor shot down his assistant Morales. He intended to kill his prisoners, too. But Captain Friday and Skip made their escape and released young Johnny Lane. At the main cabin, Skip threw a rock through the window of the room where the doctor was holding Julie Lane, smashing the lamp and setting the cabin on fire. In the mix-up, Dr. Eckhart made his escape. Now, outside the burning building, Johnny and Julie are anxiously waiting for Captain Friday and Skip.
Johnny, what's happened to them? Why don't they come out?
Now, darling, don't worry. Captain Friday and Mr. Turner can take care of themselves.
But the whole inside of the cabin's in flames. The fire's licking at the roof. Johnny, those shots the doctor fired, they may have been hurt.
They both sounded all right. I don't know, though. Everything happened so fast.
We gotta go back in there, drag them out.
Wait a second. Captain Friday! Turner! You all right?
Keep your shirt on, fella. We're coming.
There's one of them running out of the door. It's Skip.
And Captain Friday right behind him. Over here. Here we are.
Okay. Be right with you.
Doggone smoke. Ain't enough, it stings a man's eyes out. Got to choke him to death, too.
You're not hurt. You're both all right.
Hey, Sugar, what's the matter with you?
We thought you'd been hurt. The flames, you might have been burned to death.
No, not us, Mrs. Lane. We just had a little business to attend to.
Uh-huh. Getting back the guns the doc lifted off us.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. Ain't she a sweetheart? You know, I've seen a lot of pretty little females in my time, but never one that fitted the palm of my hand like this here shooting pistol.
Look, ought we to stand here in the light from the fire? If the doctor's hanging around out there in the dark...
Not a chance. He won't be hanging around here. Come daylight, we'd have him cold.
Yeah, he'd make tracks out of the swamp.
Right, and we're going after him, fast as we can make it. Johnny.
Yeah?
I gather this quicksand all around this camp. You know the path through it?
Well, I've seen the men take it from the window of the cabin where they held me.
Uh-huh.
I was going to try it if I'd managed to get away.
Now, do you think you can show it to us now?
I don't know. It's tricky even in the daytime.
Yeah, we'll have to try it. Here, take the flashlight. I'll be right at your heels in case you get into trouble. All right, let's go, boys.
Yeah. Hey, what about little Julie?
Huh?
Me? What about me?
Oh, we can't leave you here all by your lonesome.
I'll say you can't. How do you think you'd find the trail without me?
Yeah, she's right at that, Skip. She's the only one who knows it.
Yeah, but honey, you're plumb tuckered out.
Tuckered nothing. I brought you in here, Skip Turner, and I'm taking you out. Right, Johnny?
Swell, Julie. If these gentlemen can go looking for trouble, I guess it's up to us to help them find it. So let me get the flashlight on. Ought to be a path through the marsh leading off close to here.
Hey, is that it?
Looks like it. Come on. We can make time at first.
All right. Yeah, better make it Indian file, Skip. Julie?
Yes.
And no straying.
Hang on to my coattails, honey.
I got him.
Oh, slow down, everybody.
Huh?
Marsh grass coming up.
All right. Hold it, Skip.
Yeah.
What's marsh grass got to do with it?
It marks the place where the quicksand begins.
Oh, yeah.
We seem to make a 3 or 4 foot jump here. Sort of at an angle. It's funny. I can't tell where we're supposed to land.
No, wait a minute. Hold it. Now swing your flashlight to the right again.
Okay.
Now a little further. Yeah. Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah. Flat rock.
Uh-huh.
That must be the place.
Here, Johnny. Hand over that flashlight. I'll
Okay.
try it. If it's safe, I'll hold the light for the rest of you.
All right, Captain, but don't miss.
Don't worry. I won't. Yeah, good. Yeah, she's sound as a dollar. All right, come ahead, Johnny.
All right. Right with you.
Yeah, it's fine. All right. You next, Julie.
Right.
Think you can make it?
Well, that's awful big jump for awful little gal.
Thank you. I'm the original mountain goat.
Gotcha.
Let's see if you can do it that well, Mr. Turner.
Well, it'll be a tough job at that. Well, stand back here, Bonnie. Give a guy room. There.
All right. Come on now and don't talk.
Oh, Oh, boy, it sure feels good to plank my feet on firm ground again. If I'd have had to jump one more of them quaking bogs.
Quiet, Skip. Yeah, we can't be far from the boats now.
Hey, you think he'll have left us one? Mighty kind of him.
Nope, that's just sensible.
It takes time to scuttle a boat, Skip. You guess you'd be right after him.
Yeah, that's so, ain't it? And he couldn't trail an extra boat behind him either, unless he wanted to snarl up for a fare you well.
Hey, wait a minute.
Hmm?
See? Water ahead. You see the gleam?
Yeah. Got that light.
Right.
Good. Now listen, everybody. Down on your hands and knees. We creep up within sight of the stream. Then Johnny snaps the light on. But stay down. We've made good time, and the dock can't be far away. Now, you got it?
Sure thing.
Okay. Here we go. Okay, Johnny. The light.
Right.
There. There it is. The boat.
Yeah. One boat. And that's all. That means the dock's still ahead of us.
Well, it can't be far. Come on, let's get a move on.
Wait. Better look at that boat first. Come on, bring the light, Johnny.
I'm with you.
All right. Yeah. Now throw the beam in the boat. Uh-huh.
Hey, why, doggone his hide.
What's the matter?
Look for yourself. Oh, that means your buzzard. He ain't nothing but a low-down thief. He done stole our oars.
Well, what'd you expect, Skip? And it won't delay us for long, though. Plenty of stuff around to pull with. Johnny, swing that beam along shore so we can pick it down. Cut that light.
Julie. Julie, where are you?
I'm here, but so's the doctor.
Quite right, my dear Mrs. Lane. I have been here since you reached the stream. It was time to make my presence known.
Yeah? Why right now?
I cannot permit you to provide yourself with substitute poles. Not at the moment. Had you reached the stream 2 minutes later, it would have made no difference.
Uh-huh. Got here a little too early for you, eh, Doctor?
I believed it would take you longer. I'd expected to be through the floodgate before you reached this place. But I always take precautions in the event...
The floodgate?
Exactly, Captain Friday. The barrier which closes the stream leading to our camp. I must ask you and your friends to remain without moving until I have opened it and closed it behind me.
And then what?
Then, Captain, nothing you do will concern me. As you have no doubt observed, the barrier is extremely heavy. It is operated by a most ingenious mechanism. When I am outside, I shall destroy the mechanism.
Hey, that'd trap us in here.
Yeah, he'd be halfway to Florida before we get out.
Listen, my excellent friends.
Johnny, hand over that flash. Now, flat on your faces, you and Julie.
What?
Get down. Ready, Skip?
Raring to go.
Auf Wiedersehen until I return.
Watch it now, Skip. I'm going to use the flashlight. There he is. Let's take him.
Yeah. Brother, you ain't never gonna get that gate shut.
Stop, you fools! Stay where you are!
Oh, so that's the way you want it, huh? Well, two can play at that game.
Don't kill him, Skip. We want him alive.
Sure, I'm just keeping him bothered.
I warn you! Stay away from me!
Grab the boat, Skip, and spill him out. The water's shallow. I'll keep the light on him.
Now you're talking. And over you go!
No!
That does it.
I got him, boss. I got him. Stay still, doggone
Take
you.
your hands off me! Let go!
Oh, no, you don't.
Watch out, Skip.
I told you! You will never take me!
Skip. Skip. Are you all right, fella?
Sure. I just slipped in the mud. A little blow like that would never push me over.
Well, never mind that now. He's making for the bend. If he gets around it, we may lose him.
Well, come on. Keep that light steady.
Well, it's not so easy in this mud.
Well, we're gaining on him just the same.
You better give up, Doc. You ain't got a coon's chance.
I will never give up! And you will never...
Hey, what?
Skip, don't move another step.
Help! Please, help!
Yeah, but what's got into him?
Don't you see? He's in quicksand.
Quicksand. Great glory.
Help me, please! Please, you cannot let me die like this!
Fella, I reckon you're right. Not even a rat like you.
Doctor, listen. There are vines above you. Grab them.
Yeah.
Now, hang on till I can get back with an oar.
But I still think I cannot hold.
Sure you can. Anyways, you better. Hey, don't try to pull. Keep working your body from side to side.
All right, here we are. Now, when I reach the oar to you, let go the vines and grab it. Okay?
Yeah.
All right. Now, come on. Just keep working your body. That's it. There. We'll pull from this end. Give me a hand, Skip.
Here. Slow and steady ought to do it, huh? We went to too much trouble to nab you alive, Doc, to hand you over to quicksand. I reckon the FBI will want to have a little talk with you about them hideouts you and your friends fixed up to hatch another war in. That's it, baby. Come on. Come to Papa.
Are you coming, Skip? Dr. Eckhart giving you any trouble?
What, wrapped up in vines like he is? Heck, fine, no. He and the dummy are laying in the bottom of my boat peaceful as babies. Now, how you folks coming in your boat?
Everything under control.
You know one thing still nagging at me, though?
What's that?
The same thing that's bothered me all along. Julie, why in thunder didn't Johnny's old man come with us instead of sending you?
Oh, but don't you see? He couldn't come. The ransom notes ordered him to be ready to leave when they sent word. He had to stay with a houseboat. Thought Johnny's life depended on it.
Poor Dad. What'll they do to him, Captain Friday? He didn't know he was running enemy agents in and out of the country.
And he still doesn't. He never suspected Morales at all till the last trip. Then he thought the men were criminals, gangsters skipping the country.
It'll just about kill him when he finds out. You think he'll jail him?
Well, I can't answer for the FBI, Johnny. But your father didn't know the score. They might figure you Lanes did the country a pretty big service after all.
What do you mean?
Well, the government men know these enemy agents had bases of retreat lined up in case of defeat. Locating those bases and wiping them out's important to the whole world. We're giving them a guy who can spot those hideouts. No, I wouldn't worry too much if I were you. When we hand the doc over to the FBI, I'd say it'll be all over but the shouting.
So, like all who live by the sword, Herr Dr. Eckhart finally has come to the time in his life where he must face the consequences. You are listening to Adventures by Morse.
International Incident Number 1. Jack Packard, from whatever corner of the world you may be in at the moment, you're hereby being summoned to London in a matter of the gravest expediency. Signed, the 21 old men of 10 Gramercy Park. Love Adventure. The American Broadcasting Company presents a new Carlton E. Morse production featuring the international escapades of Jack Packard, Doc Long, and Reggie York. Tonight's incident is entitled The China Coast Incident. That's the message I received at the American consul's office in Port Said at 7 o'clock yesterday morning. Jack Packard, from whatever corner of the world you may be in at the moment, you're hereby being summoned to London in a matter of the gravest expediency. Signed, the 21 old men of 10 Gramercy Park. There it was. Here I am on the last lap of my journey up from Liverpool to London. I could have flown right into Croydon Field and been there by this time, except for one of those grisly, greasy black fogs of London. However, I'll be there in good time, even so. And now, who are the 21 old men of 10 Gramercy Park? Who are they? I've never seen any mention of them in the papers. They certainly have had no rumor value in official circles, no conversational value in social circles, no scandal value in high places. And yet, when I gave some slight indication of putting the radiogram down as a practical joke from either Doc Long or Reggie York, wherever they might be in the world today, suddenly there was pressure all about me. A gentle hint from this quarter, a subtle warning from that quarter, an overeagerness to help me get on my way to London. Nobody ever came out and said, I know the 21 old men of 10 Gramercy Park, and you'd be wise to obey them. Nobody even mentioned the 21 old men. But it took me less than an hour after I got this message to get the idea and bestir myself. And here I am, plunging through the dripping, grimy tunnel of fog, only minutes from Piccadilly Station. I wish Doc Long and Reggie York were waiting at the end of this trip. I even wish I had the faintest notion where they are. We broke up the A1 detective agency out in Hollywood when Pearl Harbor came along. Reggie made a beeline for the Royal Air Force back in England. I'd get cheerful messages by way of returning American ferrying pilots, and then I lost him. Doc Long got himself a job with the Flying Tigers over in China. Then he became a P-38 fighter pilot in the last phase of the war. Then he just fell out of sight. I'd always meant to get over that way one of these days, put a tracer on Doc, but up to now I've been chivied about by American intelligence until I haven't been able to call my soul my own. The fact that I've been completely released from all intelligence work to meet the 21 old men in itself is one of the marvels of modern times. Well, I get my luggage. The train's slowing down.
Major Jack Packard?
Uh-oh, here it is.
Major Jack Packard? Major Jack?
Yeah, what is it?
You're Major Jack Packard?
That's right.
Very good, Major. We're entering the station. I shall have the pleasure of conducting you to your destination.
Was that necessary?
Oh, watch yourself, sir. Come along, sir. There's no time for conversation. Headed straight for the Lion's Den at once, sir. This way, please.
Did I hear you correctly? Did you say Lion's Den?
That you did. The Lion's Den, alias 10 Gramercy Park. This is as far as I go, sir.
Oh?
Go right in, sir. Make yourself comfortable.
Oh, walk right into the Lion's Den, huh?
It's all right, sir. Walk right in. Bye, sir.
Amazing. A regular cathedral of a room. 2, 3 stories to the ceiling, dimly lit by the tall, leaded dome-like windows in which the color and pageantry of the ages have been done by some exquisite artist. Tapestries on the wall, period furniture in richness and luxury known only to a fabulous oriental monarch someplace down the corridors of history. What's this? Suddenly before my eyes, a great tapestry which covers the whole of one end of the room is rolling back. And there before my eyes is the greatest mirror I've ever seen. 40 feet across, 60 feet to the ceiling. A flawless mirror reflecting every item of color and beauty all over again. And there I am, repeating myself in the glass. Hello, a voice.
To you, the west wall is a mirror. To the 21 old men seated in the room behind it, the west wall is a window through which we not only enjoy the great beauty of the room you stand in, but can examine you with infinite care, so that we may know you from this time on, but without you knowing anything of us.
Are you able to hear me?
We hear you.
Why am I here?
You are needed.
Who are you?
That you will never know.
Then I want to get out of here.
Wait.
There's no use. For all I know, you may be a criminal gang. You may be the instigators of war. You could be anything. With as much money and power at your disposal as this setup indicates you have.
Yes, we have money and power.
Only official government should be allowed to...
You have been a citizen of the world for a great many years. In your young manhood, you studied to be a physician.
Well, here I...
Oh, yes. We know that. We know why you were never able to complete your medical education.
Now, just a minute.
That is not meant as a threat nor a warning, because when we complete this interview, you are free to go as though you'd never been called in. We simply want you to understand that we know everything there is to know about you. You were a freebooter in South America. You and your later companions, Doc Long and Reggie York, were members of the Chinese National Army when the first Japanese incident took place years ago. You had a detective agency in Hollywood.
That's right.
During the war, you have been with United States intelligence. We know your work there, and it is because of your wide knowledge, not only of formal negotiation, but of rough and tumble undercover fighting, that you have been assigned to us at our request.
By U.S. intelligence?
Yes.
Now, that should be good enough, but I want to know more.
You know that in this world of chaos, which is our heritage out of World War II, there is banditry and piracy and madness abroad in every land.
Yeah?
You know that much of it is too delicate, too touchy for the official government of any nation to handle. A formal government could plunge its country into new wars overnight, if it even looked in certain directions today. But much can be done undercover, beneath the surface. Much can be done by 21 old men, each representing the country of his nativity. We are men who would do for the people of the world what their own governments know should be done, but cannot do, because their hands are tied.
Well, in that case, count me in.
That is well. Sir James, will you give Major Packard his first assignment?
There is a man somewhere in French Indochina, in the area of Saigon, who is a great man, a fine scientist. He is either a prisoner of international gangsters, or he is a man in hiding. He has the knowledge of a destructive force, which placed in the hands of the wrong people would mean murder and slaughter for half the world. He is a friend of democratic people. We want him, and we want his scientific knowledge. We cannot have it. It must not fall into the wrong hands at any cost.
The man's name?
Dr. Alfred Wentz.
When can I leave?
A plane takes off for the Orient in exactly 1 hour. You will be aboard it.
In this pea-soup fog?
London's pea-soup fog will be one of the very minor obstacles of this assignment. Step outside. There is a batman waiting to deliver you to your mission.
The refugee liner Viking, out of Saigon, with its load of frightened, nondescript humanity, gleaned from the chaotic whirlpool of Indochina hate and strife, is in the China Sea, 300 miles off the island of Hong Kong. On this last lap of my assignment, after 7 hectic and nerve-shattering days in the back alleys of Saigon and 4 days at sea, I was on the promenade deck, consoling a good-looking Scandinavian girl. Take it easy, honey. Take it easy.
Oh, Mr. Packard.
Listen, Frida, anything can happen on this screwball ferry boat.
Oh, but there was a shot.
Chinese firecracker. Somebody let off a pop gun. Let the bridge worry about it.
That piece of paper I handed you tonight at dinner. You got it?
Yeah, one word. Pirates.
Yes. One of the evil ones is aboard the ship. One of their cleverest and brightest. I noticed him the second day out.
And so you think he's after someone on this tub, huh?
I do not think, Mr. Jack Packard. I know.
Who?
Me.
How does a good-looking young woman know so much about piracy in the China Sea?
Because I have escaped from them just in time. If I had not escaped when I did, I would be on their secret island hideout now.
Well, that sounds fine. So my favorite gang is trailing you, the girl who was the toast of the Malay Peninsula. You know so much. Just what does this monkey look like?
He is tall, heavy set with gray hair, and a scar on his left cheek. I tell you, Mr. Packard, he is after me. I'm afraid to go out of my cabin after I've seen him.
You know his name?
Yes. Houseman.
Yeah, you're cooking. I almost believe you. Poor guy whose papers he's traveling on is dead in a Saigon alley. But Frida, take it from me, they're not trailing you. They're after bigger stuff.
So? Then what I hear is true. Dr. Wentz is on this ship.
You think so?
Yes. All Indochina boiled with the news that he's escaped from the enemy's clutches, and everybody knows you helped him escape.
Okay, why did I help him?
You ask me, Mr. Packer? All Saigon knew that also. Dr. Wentz is the inventor of the most important formula developed since the war. His formula is the most deadly force yet conceived. Wentzite.
Go to the head of the class, baby. Now, do you think these pirate roughnecks are chasing you?
I think first Dr. Wentz, then you, then me. We are all in this together.
Maybe you got something there. Maybe you are on our team.
Believe me, Mr. Packard, I am.
If you're right about this enemy agent prowling around here, we got no time to waste. You'd have come with me.
Where?
To my cabin. But if it should happen that you're on the wrong team, I can be very mean to little girls, especially little dames from the Saigon underworld. Just a second while I turn on a light.
Yes.
Get in here, quick. Lock the door.
Oh, monsieur, look at this cabin.
Yeah, somebody was looking for something and really wrecked the joint. Dr. Wentz! Hey, doctor, open the door.
Oh, it is true, Dr. Wentz is with you.
You wouldn't know about that, would you? If I thought you were holding me up there on deck while this mug was working on
no, I swear it, no.
I'll figure that one myself. Stand back so I can crash down this door. Charlie.
Oh, no.
Doctor, they really mussed you up.
Oh, the poor man.
Water and towels, quick.
This is wicked, so wicked.
Doctor, can you hear me? Doctor. Hey, it's me, Packard. Can you hear me?
Look at his feet and his fingers.
Sure, he's been tortured. Must have thought they killed him and then ripped up the cabin looking for the formula.
Packard. Breathe easy.
Take it easy, Doctor. Take it easy. Just give me a token in answer to my question. Just nod or shake your head, can you? Okay.
What a poor man. Here, I'll soothe his burn.
Doctor, how many of them were there? One? Was that all? Did they find your formula? No? Well, couldn't you have found it when you were unconscious?
He's shaking his head.
Hey, careful there, you hurt me.
I am being as gentle as I can.
Okay, Doctor. Then where is it? Can you tell me? They sure worked you over, didn't they? I'll take care of that Jolly Roger for you. Don't worry.
You want your gun?
You don't want my gun, Doc. Doctor. Yeah. There's a good guy gone. Must have hurt plenty right there. You see him try to grab for my gun.
It's great, Dr. Wentz, to die like that. It is too terrible.
You better get out of here and go back to your own cabin. That butcher didn't find what he was after. He'll be coming back.
Oh, but I cannot go alone.
Okay. I'll take you to the cabin. But stay parked there, please. I got to get back here and find that formula.
Oh, yes, Mr. Packard. Anything to help.
Call me Jack, will you, sweetheart? That Mr. Stuff gets me down. I guess I'm licked. Why didn't the doctor tell me where the formula was hidden when I asked him to so many times? One thing I can do, I'll put a dragnet around this tub when we reach Hong Kong that these parts will never get through. Well, I guess this recipe for the super explosive just isn't in here. Maybe it's in my little joint next door.
Sorry to interrupt your little soliloquy, my Hamlet-minded friend.
Why, you...
Keep your hand away from that gun. I don't want to shoot you yet. Later, yes, but not yet.
How'd you get in here, Houseman?
That charming mademoiselle, when she told you my name.
That's right.
Behind that wardrobe is a door into the next cabin. I arranged most carefully to get that cabin. The poor fellow who had it found it quite impossible to leave Saigon.
Well, that's one right guess I made.
Just so you won't be tempted to reach for that gun, Packer. Unbuckle the shoulder holster without touching the gun. Drop it to your feet. Now, kick it with your foot. Splendid. Now you may sit down if you wish.
Thanks. Do I take off my shoes and socks so you can give me the regulation hot foot, or do you go for the splinters under the fingernail routine?
No. I have a better argument to use with you.
I'm listening, but I don't hear so well.
Well, it would be most unfortunate if you do not hear, for you and a lot of other people. I believe you can find that formula if you want to, badly enough. And I think I can make it very important for you to find it.
If I didn't know you were a bunch of waterfront scum and wharf rats, I'd think you were drunk. So I say no and you shoot me. Is that right?
You say no and I shoot you. You say yes and find the formula.
Yeah, and I get to join you and become Captain Kidd himself.
No. I still shoot you. But if you don't find that formula, the 1,100 passengers on the ship will die tonight.
That's ridiculous.
You think so? Once I get my hands on the formula, you don't think for 1 minute I will continue on this ship into Hong Kong, do you?
You're to be taken off by another ship?
A submarine.
You say pirates have a submarine?
Is that so, Lacey?
Brother, I gotta hand it to you, toughies. You play rough.
Well, what was your decision, Herr Packard?
Well, looks like it's heads you win, tails I lose, I guess, if there's 1,100 people to think about. 1,100 people on a refugee ship as hostages. Your kind is always making a sort of specialty of hostages, aren't you?
We have found them useful, thank you.
Well, that's one word for it, but skip it. Tell me this. Suppose I make an honest effort and don't find the formula. Why should all these people die tonight?
Because the formula is on this ship somewhere, probably in these 2 rooms. If the Wentz formula cannot be found, the ship must be destroyed. You see, we do not intend that the organized free countries shall have it.
Organized free countries?
Yes. We are against all people who live under a formal government. We are at war with all of you, although you may not realize it yet.
You don't say.
Well, what's it to be?
Well, if it were a question of my skin alone, I'd tell you where to go.
Yes, I'm sure of that.
But you know I can't let 1,100 men, women, and children burn and drown.
Then you agree?
Yes, I agree, but I'm humiliated. I thought I was good, but you outfigured and outmaneuvered me into an impossible situation.
Packard, you don't know the perfection of our planning. Everything is provided.
Yeah, I'm intrigued by this submarine business.
Precisely. A rendezvous at 12 o'clock tonight. There will be a moon.
You even thought of that. Wonderful. Joshua made the sun stand still, and your boss makes the moon shine.
Do not speak lightly of our leader.
Forget it. If everything goes well, you get the formula, the sub takes you off, and this boat gets the green light.
That is the plan. But if I arrive at the sub without the formula, the ship will be sunk without a trace or a survivor.
Yes, but suppose something happened to you, so you couldn't signal the sub.
Then their orders are to sink the ship without warning.
How about that? You think of everything.
Yes. Now, you have only a little more than an hour and a half to find the formula. I can tell you something that might help you.
What's that?
I have already searched this cabin, but it may be in a very tiny space. We learned that Wentz had reduced his papers to microfilm. The man who did it for him confessed. They had him shot, of course.
Thanks a lot. Every little bit helps. Now, let's see. A roll of microfilm could go in almost any...
Stop. What's that?
Jack!
Gotta take a gander at a pretty dame. Maybe that'll teach you super gangsters to keep your minds on your work, eh? It's okay, Frida. Come in.
Oh, are you all right, Jack? You killed him?
No, I'm saving him for hanging. Hand me the straps off the suitcases, will you?
Yes, Mr. All right, Jack.
Go see the captain, Frida, and no one else. Tell him to send a couple of husky sailors down here to watch this rat. As soon as they get here, I'll go up on the bridge and give him the payoff. And say nothing of what's going on down here except to him.
All right, Jack. I go.
There. Yeah, that ought to hold you. I won't gag you because I can hardly wait to hear what you say when you open those big baby blue eyes. Here you come, out of the nowhere into the here.
You fool. Now all of us will have to die on account of you.
Relax, sweetheart, relax. The unexpected certainly throws you supermen, doesn't it? Well, that's the story, Captain. It's 10:30 now. How far from Hong Kong are we?
250 miles out.
About 80 minutes flight by plane. It's going to be close, Skipper.
Oh, here's the radio operator.
Okay, Sparks, here's a message. Get it out to the Royal Naval Air Station at Kowloon and hurry.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to suggest, Skipper, that you hold general quarters and lipo drill at 11:45. Those planes don't get here, we're in for it. No use telling the passengers until we have to.
Right. Mr. Vogel, you see that's done? Mr. Anderson.
Yes, Captain?
Signal the engine room to reduce speed to 6 knots.
Aye, sir. Just a second. Hold it, Anderson. Yes, sir.
Well, what is it, Packard?
Skipper, I think you ought to maintain speed and course as it is.
Why should I risk my ship and passengers to keep a date with a submarine?
I don't think the sub is waiting for us, Skipper. I think she's been trailing us. Any change in speed or course without a signal from their agent aboard would really gum the works.
Yeah, you have something there. Mr. Anderson, maintain speed and course.
Aye, sir. Well, here comes the moon, just as Captain Kidd ordered. Nothing to do now but wait and hope those planes get here in time. plenty of clouds now. Our human sharks are going to be awful sore about that.
Here's radio. What is it?
Message, sir.
Royal Naval Air Station. Planes away 2242. Good luck.
2242. That's 18 minutes before 11. Only hope they got plenty of tailwind.
Mr. Mate, what is it?
What's going on here?
Lifeboat drill, madam. Wear your life vest, please.
Oh, it's ridiculous waking us up at 11:30 for a lifeboat drill. It's outrageous. Might as well stay up for the rest of the night.
It wouldn't be so bad if they'd open the bar.
Where's number 3 lifeboat, officer?
Port side forward, madam.
Which is port side, right or left?
Left side, going forward.
Oh, why don't sailors speak English?
Almost the 0 hour.
Yeah, you got a sailor who speaks German, Captain?
Yes, why?
I want him to relieve the 2 men guarding Houseman.
I don't get it.
I want him to say something to Houseman in German and then let nature take its course.
Mr. Anderson, tell Keller to step out here on the bridge.
Yes, sir.
I still don't understand.
You will in a minute.
Here's Keller, sir.
Say, Keller, I want you to relieve 2 men who are guarding a prisoner in my cabin. Mr. Anderson will show you where it is.
Yes, sir.
When you're alone with him, say something to him in German, like, something like, if I turn you loose, will you take me with you? If he agrees, and believe me, brother, he will, then unstrap him and let him scram.
What's the matter, Packard? Are you insane?
No, Skipper. It's 11:45. If that sub surfaces and doesn't get a signal and code from Houseman, it'll torpedo us without warning, and we don't have the code.
I get you.
And if I know my pirate history, they'll be nervous. They'll want their signal at exactly 12 o'clock, or they'll start shooting. Our planes might be late. The sub will send a boat to take Houseman off, and I want that extra time.
Yes. Keller, carry out Mr. Packard's instructions.
Yes, sir.
Almost 12 o'clock.
Yeah. I'm positive that Houseman had tried to save his own hide.
Here comes Keller.
I did what you said, sir. He ducked into the next cabin, grabbed the flashlight, and ran out into the corridor.
Good.
Before he ran out, he gave me this for myself, sir.
Well, you keep it. You deserve it.
I don't think I do, sir.
What is it?
An American $1 bill with a swastika stamped on it. He said to show it in the Hong Kong Bazaar, and I will be given safe conduct to their headquarters.
How about that? 12 o'clock, Captain.
There's the signal off the starboard beam.
Yeah, now watch for the answer.
There it is. Forward on B deck.
Let's get a couple of men on B deck. Don't grab Houseman, but don't let him get out of sight. There's their searchlight. And they got their deck gun manned.
They're firing across our bow. Signal the engine room to stop the engine, Mr. Anderson.
Yes, sir.
Ahoy, the Viking!
He knows us all right.
You will heave to. I am sending a boat aboard. Any resistance, and you will be sunk.
Well, where are those planes?
They're putting a rubber boat off the sub starboard.
Yeah, talk about piracy on the high seas. Here comes the boarding party. It won't be long now. Hey, listen.
I don't hear anything.
Me either. It was a nice thought, Skipper.
Quiet.
Planes. Yeah. Planes. The pirates hear them, too. There goes their searchlight.
Yeah, where are you going?
Down to B deck. There's one shark I want to take care of personally. Hey, where is he, Keller?
Over there, climbing over the rail.
Oh, no, he doesn't.
He jumped. Did you get him?
I don't know. That last shot missed fire.
Something's dropping.
Oh, look, where?
There it is. It's as bright as day. The boat.
You'll never make it.
The sub's going to crash dive.
Too late. Here comes the first step, John.
That's got her, I think.
Yes, they got her. Yes, they got the rubber boat, too.
Straight down.
Here we are, nearly at the Royal Naval Station, Jack.
What's that?
I say we are nearly at Kowloon.
Yeah, so we are, and I hate to check in. Poor old Dr. Wentz. I sure fluffed this one.
Everybody fails once, Jack.
Yeah, even this gat of mine misfired on me once. Hey, wait a minute.
What are you going to do with that gun?
Why didn't I think of that before? Dr. Wentz wasn't the kind of man to kill himself. When he reached for my gun, he was trying to tell me. Here it is. a little cartridge that didn't go off, and the bullet comes out. And there it is. The microfilm and the formula for Wentzite.
Kowloon, next stop.
Jack, this night in Hong Kong may well be something for you to remember.
Is that a promise?
Perhaps.
This Oriental Sing-Song Palace isn't a bad starting place. How about another one of those little green drinks with shaved
Jack,
ice?
that man, the little Chinese in uniform over there, he's looking at you. He's coming to our table.
Yeah, that's great.
Oh, my pardon. You, Major Jack Pocket?
Check.
Radiogram for you. Please sign here.
Thanks. Yeah.
No, monsieur. Thank you. Excuse me.
It is important.
The London-Bombay Air Express will be robbed in midair on Sunday next. Report to London immediately. Signed the 21 old men of 10 Gramercy Park.
But not tonight. Just this one night.
How about that? Not even one night in Hong Kong with the girlfriend. And how do you rob a mail plane in midair? Will you tell me that?
You have just heard I Love Adventure, a Carlton E. Morse production featuring Michael Raffetto as Jack Packer. Next week, The Great Airmail Robbery, an epic adventure 23,000 feet in the stratosphere. Rita was played by Gene Bates. Houseman was played by John McIntyre. The spokesman by Everett Glass. The captain by Russell Thorson. Others in the cast included Tom Collins, Earl Lee, Janet Logan, and Harry Lang. The China Sea Incident was written by Carlton E. Morse with John Paul Schofield. Organ by Rex Curry. Your announcer, Dresser Dahlstead. Now, a listening reminder. For an unusual story, one you'll never forget, don't miss The Clock. The Clock will be heard at its new time starting tonight over this same ABC station. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
International. International incident number 2. Jack Packard, return to London immediately for urgent assignment over Saudi Arabia. Signed, the 21 old men of 10 Gramercy Park. I Love Adventure. The American Broadcasting Company presents a new Carlton E. Morse production featuring the international escapades of Jack, Doc, and Reggie. Tonight's incident is entitled The Great Airmail Robbery.
All out, please. Piccadilly Station. All out, please.
Cab, mister. Cab, lady.
All right, Cabby.
Oh, cab. All right, yes, sir. Take your luggage.
Thanks.
Right inside of you. You carry every bit of luggage, sir.
Yeah, my extra suit of heavy underwear.
You tell. There.
10 Gramercy Park.
10 Gramercy Park it is. Here we are, mister. A bit of an old heap of ancient history, if you ask me.
Oh, you're familiar with 10 Gramercy Park, are you?
Who ain't? It's been standing there since the beginning of time. All through the war, the Nazi Huns dropped their explosives like a bloody snowstorm, and people's houses was a-popping and a-busting like paper bags. But not one of them stingers ever come near 10 Gramercy Park.
Had the good luck sign on it, huh?
Yeah, more than that, if you want my opinion. Oh, thank you, mister.
Well, all right. Keep the change.
You're a scholar and a gent. Should I rustle your luggage up the steps?
No, I'll take it, thanks.
Good going, mister.
Oh, hello.
Major Jack Packard.
That's right.
Right into the great reception hall, if you will, please. Right ahead, sir.
I was here before.
Very good, sir.
Again, the awesome beauty of this cathedral-like room gives me a feeling of standing in the midst of solemn, reverent things. The ceiling lost in the upper gloom, 3 stories above. Great leaded windows showing the color and pageantry of the Crusades, King Arthur's court, Charlemagne, the signing of the Magna Carta, all the history of the civilized world. And there on the giant tapestries are woven still more of the biography of human life. And the fabulous carpets on the floor and the period furniture. This reception room, this waiting room at 10 Gramercy Park was certainly designed to give interviewers the greatest respect for the 21 old men. The tapestry across the west wall is still drawn, hiding the great mirror. Hello. I have company, apparently.
Reggie, York.
I say, who?
Why, Jack Packard. Why, I say, of all the jolly meetings. Well, but where did you drop from?
I might ask you the same thing.
Oh, look here, this is the best ever.
Begging your pardon, but will you go inside and close the door?
Sorry, old boy. What is this? A bit of a monastery, what?
Well, never mind this room for now. Tell me about yourself. Where have you been since the war? What have you been doing?
Well, sales staff, is the A1 Detective Agency still running out in Hollywood, California?
Yeah, the A1 Detective Agency is dead history. Will you answer...
Well, what about Doc Long? Look here, isn't Doc with you?
I don't know where Doc is. He disappeared out in the Orient after the war.
Missing in action?
No, just dropped out of sight. Same way you did, you no-account English renegade. What do you mean by it, anyway?
Oh, look here, isn't this a bit of the best? If we only had Doc with us.
Look here, will you calm down and answer some questions before the Inquisition?
Inquisition?
Yeah, you see that great tapestry on the west wall?
I do.
Presently, that'll be drawn back to reveal the largest mirror you ever saw. Covers that complete wall, at least 40 by 60 feet.
But what's it all about?
Well, it's only a mirror on this side. Behind the glass is a room where the 21 old men sit to interview us.
I say, there really are 21 old men of 10 Gramercy Park.
I guarantee it. From their side, the glass wall is a window.
Oh. So they look at us and we're a couple of blind mice, is that it?
Yeah, something like that.
Well, I'll say this. You know more about it, what we're up against, than I do.
Just what do you know?
Hardly anything. I got this wireless out in the midst of the Gobi Desert.
What in blazes are you doing in the Gobi Desert?
Keeping off the desert tribes who thirsted for infidel blood while an old chappie with long whiskers looked for dinosaur eggs. Here, look at the radio message. Read it.
Sergeant Reginald York, you are herewith summoned to London in the name of peace and goodwill for the purpose of combating those who would pilfer and murder in the midst of today's utter chaos. Signed, 21 old men of 10 Gramercy Park.
A bit like being called to arms, what? Matter of fact, I felt a bit like Sir Lancelot, riding out to save beauty and goodness and perhaps recover the Holy Grail.
Huh. Surprised you took a message like this seriously.
I showed it to the old professor with the whiskers. Asked him how balmy a man could get. I thought it was a bit of a joke.
Yeah?
But the old man knew something. He grabbed me by the arm and hustled me into his tent and paid me off in full. Called the camel boy, had me on the way to the nearest airport some 200 miles away before I knew which end was up.
Yeah, I had a similar experience. I was...
Uh-oh. So, they're pulling the tapestry back. Can you hear us?
Yeah. We'll be able to talk back and forth. This is my second assignment.
If only Doc were here. He'd love this.
Major Jack Packard and Sergeant Reginald York, it gives the 21 old men extreme pleasure to bring two such old friends together again.
Yeah, now if you'll only dig up Doc Long for us, we'll be complete.
Yes, we know about your Texas friend. We have been looking into the matter. However, leaving friendship apart, we have summoned Sergeant York to work with you on the next assignment, because beyond a doubt, it's a two-man operation. Dr. Paktan from India will give you your assignment.
Twice within the last 6 months, the London-Bombay 100-passenger airliner has been robbed in midair.
Sure.
As you are aware, this giant air cruiser not only carries 30 cabin passengers and 70 second and third class passengers, but delivers the bulk of mail and first-class freight between the English Commonwealth and my country. On the two occasions of these villainous attacks in midair, the aircraft was carrying riches of unnamed value.
What do you mean, robbed in midair?
A plane appeared out of nowhere. A shot was fired across the airliner's nose, and radio communications ordered the craft to be slowed to minimum cruising speed. A top escape hatch was ordered opened, and all passengers and crew members were ordered to remain in their cabins or seats or at their posts on pain of having the craft blown to bits in midair.
This was done?
On both occasions, this was done. A rope ladder was lowered from the pirate plane. Two men dressed in black, leather jackets, and trousers with leather hoods and goggles came down the ladder into the liner, robbed the mail sacks, and then stripped the passengers of money and jewelry.
Sure. And then escape back up through the hatch to their own plane, huh?
That is true. Your assignment is to take tonight's trip out on the London-Bombay plane, which is again carrying a sensationally rich cargo.
I say, bit of all right.
You will capture the two men who descend from the enemy plane. You will don their attire and return to the pirate ship in their stead.
Wouldn't you like it just as well if we mounted a cannon on the airliner and blew them out of the sky?
No, we must have that plane. It is of an unknown design, and it is our opinion that it is from some base or headquarters of far greater concern to the world than simply air piracy. We want the plane whole, the men alive, and such papers as they have aboard carefully preserved.
Well, we'll do what we can.
You will do better than that. This malignancy must be dealt with at its very source.
Say, Jack, talk about your luxury liner. If I didn't know differently, I'd think our quarters were a drawing room on the Super Chief out of Hollywood.
Yeah, not bad.
Regular three-quarter bed and plumbing facilities right out of tomorrow. Oh, so here's a button I haven't pressed yet.
Hey, Reggie.
Nothing seems to be... Oh, I say. Will you listen to that?
You turned on the radio.
Horace Heights down to the Blue Danube at 23,000 feet in the air over Saudi Arabia. Well, if only Doc could be here with all his Texas boy amazement.
Well, we're riding first class. This is the cabin deck.
Don't worry about the steerage passengers, old boy. I was down there an hour ago checking with the co-pilot.
Steerage passengers doing all right, huh?
Millionaires have been traveling back and forth across the United States by air for the past 10 years with less.
Well, if you're ready.
Hello. Who's that?
I'll see.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Well, hello. You lost?
Not in the least. May I come into your cabin,
I
please?
say, do that.
Just a minute.
I was just saying to Jack, we have everything a man might ask for here in this cabin but a beautiful girl. May I take your wrap?
You're a forward young man, Mr. York.
I am.
You are. Making like a wolf. And I doubt if you even know my name.
But I say, you asked to come in.
You know who I am, don't you, Mr. Packer?
Yeah. Miss Judy Roberts. You won a British beauty contest, and this trip on the London-Bombay Air Express is part of your reward.
Oh, of course. You're the special guest of the pilot of this belly dreadnought. I saw you at his table at lunch.
Good. Then it's worked. Even you two gents have been fooled.
Oh, now, look here.
Will you say that again?
The 21 old men of 10 Gramercy Park didn't give even you a tip-off.
21. Then you're one of us?
That's right.
A little thing your size. A little dame as pretty.
Oh.
Yeah. Where did that gun come from?
All right. So I'm a pretty little dame, so I'm pint-sized. I'll still come in pretty handy with a stinger of this sort in case of a tie, don't you think?
Yes. Ruddy gun woman.
Put it away, Judy. We believe you. We just don't understand the need for reinforcement.
I'm your secondary defense in case of surprise tactics. The 21 old men decided on me at the last minute, just in case there might happen to be someone connected with the enemy who rides the ship as a passenger.
In other words, Reggie and I will be able to cope with the two pirates who come down the ladder from the attacking ship. But we might need help if there are members of the gang planted in the passenger lane.
Quite right.
The girl at our back guarding against the assassin's knife.
Furthermore, if there are agents on the passenger list, they are to be taken also.
But why a girl?
A girl's just right. If there are gangsters on board, they're going to be on watch for government undercover men. They'll examine every male passenger with suspicion, but who's going to give a second thought to anything as dainty and feminine as Judy here?
You can take me to the cocktail lounge and buy me a cold, pink drink with bubbly beads on top. For those kind words.
Shut off the radio, Reggie.
Righto.
Oh, before we go out, there's one thing.
Yeah?
You've made all the necessary arrangements with the pilot.
All set.
Well, I guess there's nothing else.
After making so blimmin' many arrangements, the Jolly Roger of the Stratosphere will probably shun us like false teeth in a soup plate.
He's not supposed to know a trap's been laid.
He'll strike this time if he ever intends to strike again. We got a payload that'd come close to breaking the Bank of England if it were to be lost.
Really? Oh, I didn't know that.
But why? I mean to say there are other ways of shipping precious cargo.
Done on purpose. Tempt our pirates. Make the bait so alluring it can't be resisted. Well, shall we go to the cocktail lounge?
Oh, yes, please.
How far are we from the place we should expect to take?
Hey, Reggie. Keep your voice down in the corridor. You got the key?
Quite.
Okay, lead off, Judy.
They don't waste much space on corridors in these outlanes.
Who spends any time in corridors? Here we go up forward to the lounge.
Live music this afternoon in the cocktail lounge.
Well-filled lounge.
But they're so quiet.
Yeah. Overawed at sitting in a modern lounge and sipping a cocktail at 23,000 feet.
Perhaps it's the pressurized cabin that makes them so restrained, huh?
Oh, and it is good music.
Oh, it is, it's that.
Mademoiselle, monsieur, please to come this way if you will.
Thank you. Come along, Judy.
will be convenient.
Good.
Me, I am.
Oh, thank you, Mr. York.
Your order, s'il vous plaît.
Robert,
A pink lady, please.
a martini, very dry. 4-1.
This is our formula, monsieur.
Good. Reggie?
A glass of milk.
I beg monsieur's pardon.
A glass of milk, all right. Don't give me that glassy stare.
With perhaps an egg and a jigger of sherry?
One glass of milk just as it came out of the cow. No doctoring.
The patron of the cow. One meets the strangest people in the stratosphere.
You'd have thought I'd offended the poor fellow.
Ah,
Hello. Our entertainer is a versatile fellow. First the piano, now the electric organ.
those things can be awful.
Like a cat speaking on the back bed.
And then I have heard it played as sweet as milk and honey. I wonder which... Ah, listen to this.
Not bad, not bad.
Oh, waiter.
Oui, mademoiselle. The drinks will be here in just a few moments.
No, please, where is the powder room?
Powder room to the back of the lounge. First door to the left.
Thank you. Will you gentlemen excuse me? Oh, no, don't get up.
Pleasure.
Thank you. I'll be back before the drinks get here.
Jack, what are your manners?
Sit down, Reggie.
Joe, you usually get up when a lady leaves the table.
Who said Judy Roberts is a lady?
Why, sir?
Don't stand there with your mouth open. Sit down.
The man lost his wit.
Listen to me, Reggie. I think I know who the enemy agents are aboard this ship.
You do?
Are you blind?
Apparently I am.
You didn't see the expression on the piano player's face when Judy came in with us?
Sorry, I don't use my eyes half so well in the first.
Oh, look here, use it here. Never mind. She's coming back.
I say there is something between those two.
You saw something?
Didn't you see a right
Never mind now.
What, no drink here? Oh, thank you, Mr. York.
Pleasure. Say, we're slowing down. Except on the brakes, faster. Hey, listen. Must be it. Can't see another plane from here.
Don't get up, Reggie.
I say, hadn't we ought to go forward, Jack? Contact the pilot.
It's all arranged. The pilot's going to open the hatch directly over the cocktail lounge.
What do you want me to do?
Turn around. Turn facing the full length of the lounge.
That will put my back to you, Mr. York.
Exactly.
Should you wish?
Reggie, you know where to keep your eyes.
That piano player.
Reggie, that man at the third table, he's got a revolver out. Point it in this direction.
Piano player shot him.
Of course, you idiot. The piano player and I are on your team. Look out!
You got that second one, Jack. You laid him out for good.
We certainly scared the patrons.
Boy, everybody making himself as small as possible.
All right, all you people. Stay right where you are. Not a sound out of you. This is an airmail robbery. Somebody take care of that woman. Shut her up.
Listen. You can hear the pirate plane.
They're coming in to drop their men for the robbery.
Yes. You can see them out the window. Two men swinging on the ladder below their plane.
Sure. Such acrobatics.
That's what we'll be doing in 10 minutes from now if everything clicks.
Oh, they're out of sight. They're coming directly over.
Pilots released the hatch door right overhead. All they got to do is push it back and drop down in.
You think they'll come in until they're sure it's safe?
Can't tell. Listen.
Oh, they've landed.
They've been landed. Now the plane's circling the liner. Keep that woman quiet.
We're doing our best.
Listen. Two desperate men are going to drop in from the hatch in the roof in a minute. Everybody keep still and out of the way. Reggie, you and I'll jump them the minute they hit the floor.
With pleasure. I'll take the first one, you take the second.
The hatch is open.
Listen.
What is the situation in the cabin?
Now what do we say?
They're being cagey.
Let me answer.
I am talking for Honoré and Pascal. They say, come down quick.
Who are you?
I am girlfriend of Honoré and Pascal. They are two government undercover men trapped in private cabins. They tell me for you to come quick. It is safe.
You'd better be telling the truth.
Good girl.
2 men are being killed. Hurry! Hurry!
We are coming down.
Get set, Reggie. But don't grab the first one until the second one swings down so I can get him, too.
Right.
Here he comes.
Hurry! Hurry, do not wait!
We are coming.
Hold it. Hold it. Now get them both.
Well, I got my man. How about you, Jack?
One more, sir.
Get back, everybody. Get back.
That takes care of that.
True artistry.
Judy, you and your piano player police this room while Reggie and I strip these babies of their black leather uniforms and paraphernalia.
You're going to put them on?
We're going to let that pirate plane pick us up.
Oh, it's insane.
If they can do acrobatics on a rope ladder from a plane, why can't we?
Oh, please, it's murder.
Not at all. I've always wondered how I'd look hanging from a rope.
All right, everything's checked. Go over them again, Judy.
Safety belts,
Check. Letter.
parachutes,
Check.
2 diplomatic pouches stuffed with the alleged mail robbery loot,
The list is good. Yeah, we each have a pouch.
holsters, ammunition, shoulder guns.
Until I feel like a belly arsenal. Well, that's how they came, so that's how we got to go back.
If they spot you on the ladder.
How can they? We're dressed exactly like their 2 men. Our pressure mask will protect our faces until we're hauled up.
I say, come on, Jack. Heave me up through the hatch, huh?
Our timing's perfect, according to the prisoner with a battered nose. All right, step in my hand.
Up you go. Right up. Hold myself up through. There.
All right, one of you men step over and give me a heave up. You, waiter with the accent. Give me a hand.
Ah, but oui, monsieur.
Thanks.
Here.
Easy.
Thank you.
Now then.
There you are. Up.
Got you. Come on up, Lieutenant. There. I gave the pirate ship a wave. They're coming around.
Close the hatch.
Goodbye, boys. I love you two guys. Goodbye.
Didn't take the enemy plane long to get into position behind us.
Watch it, Jack. Here she comes.
We're both going to have to grab the rope ladder at the same time, so grab as high as you can.
Right.
And hang on for dear life.
Here she comes!
Hey, you got hold all right?
Right. Got my feet on the lowest rung. How about you?
I got a hold with my hands all right. I can't seem to get a foothold.
Here. Does that help?
Thanks.
If they were flapping out here like a shrimp tail in a high wind.
Breezy, all right.
Well, if either of us get thrown off this contraption, remember, we've got plenty of space under us and a couple of parachutes.
We're not going to get thrown off. We got a job topside.
Yeah.
All right. Let's start climbing up to it.
Right up. Here we go. Every time you take a foot off the rung, the blasted rope vanishes out in midair.
We're making progress. Not much farther now.
Well, coming up on the... We've got the Bombay door open to receive us now.
Yeah, I noticed. We're going to have to act fast. Start knocking heads together the minute we set foot on solid flooring.
Oh, Joe, do I love action.
You're going to get it. If anyone's too far away to slug, shoot him. But not to kill.
Yeah, unless he gets knocked in, start shooting back.
They want prisoners, not corpses.
Okay.
Hey, there's 4 heads peering down at us. All right. Here we go up under and inside. No more conversation now.
All right, you men. What took you so long? Come up through the hatch. Did you get away with it? You did, eh? All right. Boys, heave them up. Get a good take, did you? Heave them up and close to Bombay, and let's get out of here. There you are, boys.
Get him, Reggie.
Right
There, we got him, Jack. We met the belly brute in their Oz. Never mind the historical speeches. Tie these birds up while I go and make friends with the pilot.
Oh, Joe, I forgot about him.
And then get on that radio and let them know in bomb day.
Yeah, what shall I say? Anything special?
Tell them on schedule, on the beam. Passengers under the weather, but will recover in plenty of time to be hanged.
I say, Jack, old boy, pick up that telephone, will you?
Are you ever going to get out of that bathtub?
I am out.
There's a jolly good hotel they have here in Bombay.
Hello. Oh, hello, Judy. I wondered if I'd lost you for good at the airport. Huh? Yeah, come right up.
Oh, I say, old boy, I don't have on a stitch.
Yeah, Reggie's still in the bathroom, but we'll just lock the door.
Not at all. I refuse to stay in the bathroom.
Right away. Good.
I say, is she coming?
Right away.
Now what are you up to?
Hello. Room service? 2 pink ladies, some ice, and a bottle of seltzer. Yeah.
And a pitcher of milk, old man.
Oh, yeah, and a pitcher of milk. Yeah, milk. You don't want the baby to go hungry, do you? Yeah. And make it fast.
What was that crack about babies?
How else can you explain milk to a bartender?
Oh, I say, is that the girl?
Close that bathroom door. And keep it closed.
I'm here.
And dressed for, too, I see. Come in.
Thank you.
Let me take your wrap.
Oh, Jack, I know the most wonderful Russian gypsy place on the waterfront where 2 people...
Sold. We'll have our drinks and be on our way.
Good. Oh, this afternoon when you 2 men climbed up that ladder to the second plane, I didn't think that tonight. And the officials who met us at the airport and took over the prisoners, they were so delighted. Goodness, the town of Bombay is yours tonight if you wish.
Who wants Bombay with you in the vicinity?
Yes, they talk a bit louder. I can't hear very well.
Quiet in the bathroom.
You going out?
Right away. We'll leave the drinks for you. Have a party for yourself. 2 pink ladies, seltzer, ice, and a pitcher of milk. See you in the morning.
You know, Jack, this is not a bad life we live.
I quite agree. And I might add, this is the first time I'd ever thought to look for a Russian gypsy hideout on the waterfront of Bombay.
I was here only one time before. I remembered the music, the dim light, the pink ladies with bubbles on top.
With bubbles on top, she likes them.
And on the floor above, there's dancing. And a balcony with the booths all closed in, where one may watch the moon go down and the morning sun come up.
I see, Major Packard.
Oh, now.
Oh, no, please. Please don't listen.
I see, Packard. It's most important.
Who the blazes are you?
No, Jack, don't disappoint me. It's not too late. Send him away.
See here, old chap, there's a most frightful message. We're waiting you at the consulate. We've been combing Bombay for you.
What kind of message?
If you don't stop to pack, you can catch the night air express back to London.
What?
Sergeant York is waiting for you at the airport.
Why the rush?
Oh, I can't tell you. That whole secret. Cops and robbers, cloaks and daggers, and all that berry rot. Not to mention 21 old gentlemen.
The 21 old men of 10 Gramercy Park?
And something about a berserk submarine and piracy rampant.
You see, now our night's all shot to ribbons. A girl never gets her innings in this business.
You have just heard I Love Adventure, a Carlton E. Morse production featuring Michael Raffetto as Jack Packard and Tom Collins as Reggie York. Next week, The Devil's Sanctuary, an epic adventure in the South Pacific. Others in the cast were Jeanette Nolan, Lal Chand Mehra, Everett Glass, Rolf Sedan, Earl Lee, and Don Morrison. The Great Airmail Robbery was written and directed by Carlton E. Morse. Music by Rex Corey. Sound effects by Fred Cole and Robert Conlon. Your announcer, Dresser Dahlstedt. Now, a listening reminder. The clock ticks off 30 minutes of intrigue and excitement. So don't miss another thrilling drama on The Clock, heard tonight over this same ABC station. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. International Incident Number 3.
Jack Packard, you and your companion, Sergeant York, are requested to make your return to London immediately for confidential assignment in the South Pacific. Signed, the 21 old men of 10 Gramercy Park.
Adventure. The American Broadcasting Company presents a new Carlton E. Morse production featuring the international escapades of Jack, Doc, and Reggie. Tonight's incident is entitled The Devil's Sanctuary.
Well, back in London again.
Yep. That's right. Well, there's a taxi, Jack, so we grab it. In with you.
10 Gramercy Park, cabby.
I have the change, Jack. Here you are, friend.
No, I never walk up the steps, 10 Gramercy. I don't have the feeling I'm about to enter a cathedral.
It does give you rather a churchy feeling.
It's Major Packard and Sergeant York.
Yeah?
Righto.
You're awaited in the reception chamber.
Good.
All right, in, gentlemen.
Hello. Tapestry's already been pulled from across the great mirror.
Must be in a hurry for us this time.
You see, the other side of that huge mirror acts as a window so they see us?
That's right. Mirror on this side, clear window pane from the other.
Come down into the room, gentlemen.
Yes. 21 old boys are already assembled.
We arrived as nearly on schedule as train service would allow.
We knew what detained you, but to business. 2 weeks ago, when, through your efforts, Major Packard, a pirate submarine was sunk and a ship with 1,000 lives saved, you performed a greater service than you knew. The waters of the area were combed for wreckage to identify the submarine. We were most successful. We now have knowledge of that pirate sub's home base.
Good. I was wondering about that.
Yes. You and Sergeant York will be flown to Guadalcanal, where you will be given a small inter-island craft which you two can handle yourselves. You will represent yourselves to be island traders looking for copra.
This an island we're heading for?
One of the islands fortified by the Japanese during World War II, but bypassed by the American Navy. It was forgotten and thought to be dead. But instead of dying, it has festered and become a sore spot in international relations.
Sure, I've always wanted to cruise through the South Pacific.
Be on your guard. Desperate men who have submarines at their command may be as deadly as the rattlesnake.
Just our meat.
Your transportation is ready. Do this job quickly, or you will not live to do it at all.
We're coming in nicely. Better idle for a little.
Righto.
Well, there's our island, big as life.
It's twice as dreary. Any signs of life?
Not a flicker.
Well, they're bound to have seen us.
Sure, and they'll have more powerful glasses than these.
Say, Jack, don't you think we've overdone our makeup?
You're not getting stage fright, are you?
Not at all. Do you think it was necessary to make us smell like the bottom of an abandoned Chinese fishing junk?
Well, we're supposed to smell the way we look.
Well, meet Flotsam and Jetsam, the two island-hopping copra traders.
2 beachcombers going ashore for fresh water and a look-see.
do you make of it, Reggie?
Like 100 others of these islands. Narrow sandy beach, hills and back. Probably a lagoon in the middle.
Probably honeycombed with caves and tunnels.
Well, the American Navy jolly well fooled these Japanese atoll fortifications with its island hopping, leaving the beggars to wither on the vine.
Here's one atoll apparently didn't wither. Why do you suppose?
Let's go and see.
Right. Shut off the motor. I'll let down the hook.
Aye, aye, sir.
That's good. Bring the dinghy alongside. I'll hand you down the water keg.
Coming up. Yeah. Here you are. Lower away.
There's the first one.
Got it.
And number 2.
Right up. There. Off board.
All set. Push off.
Now, you watch the beach, Jack. I'll take the oars.
Keep her nose a little more into the wind, Red.
Right up. I say, Doc Long would have loved this.
The old Texas pirate. I wonder where he is. What made you think of him?
Oh, Elvis do it. We go sticking our noses into hornets' nests.
Nobody ever loved a fight half so much.
Well, we may jolly well wish we had him along before we finished.
Hey, a little more right on, Reggie.
Right on it is. Yeah. Any sign yet of hornets?
Everything's quiet. Too quiet, maybe.
Hair on the back of my neck says we're being watched.
I'll take half that bet.
Suppose they lie doggo.
You mean let us fill our water kegs, hoping we'll go away?
That's it.
Well, we just have to disappoint them and get curious.
If we start poking around, we should get action. We jolly well don't want any squatters on this island.
And we'll squat.
No, we're getting close in. Surf doesn't sound too bad.
Yeah, an easy landing. We'll catch the next wave and ride it in.
Right up.
Here it comes. Hit it, Reggie.
That's it. And there she is. All ashore that's going ashore.
Give me a hand. We'll pull the dinghy high and dry.
Right.
That's good. We'll each take a keg. Once we're up on the bank and into that bamboo, we'll be covered. Then we can figure out our next move. All right, this'll do for a minute.
We're under cover, but I still have that Crowley feeling. Someone's onto us.
Oh, this jungle's so thick. Hey, keep down. There's somebody in that thicket behind you.
Quiet. You can hear, but you can't see in this bloody jungle.
Gentlemen,
There he is, behind that gum tree.
I am quite unarmed. Have no fear.
Put your gun.
Who are you?
Easy, Reggie. I think I know. Won't you join us, Professor?
I judge from your friend's accent he's a countryman of mine.
I'm an Englishman, if that's what you mean.
Exactly. I am Dr. Spencer Morgan.
Spencer Morgan, that's it. How about that? My hand, Professor.
All right, Jack. He's Spencer Morgan. Who's Spencer Morgan?
He was, or is, one of the greatest scientists you Englishmen ever had.
Was?
Is. What do you mean? Dr. Spencer Morgan and his daughter were lost in a plane crash over the hump during the last year of the war.
There was no plane crash.
The plane was never found. Our OSS dropped hundreds of pictures of the doctor and his daughter in China.
The plane was forced down. The crew and the other passengers were murdered. My daughter and I were brought to this island.
Why? By who?
Oh, that can wait. You mustn't stay here. You must go quickly.
We just get here and the man says to go.
Please fill your casks. Get back on board your boat and get away from here while you can.
Leave you here?
Believe me, the slightest delay in your reappearing with your casks filled will be fatal.
Reggie, fill the kegs while I talk to the doctor.
The spring is over by those farms.
And while we're separated...
Go on. Do what the professor says.
Yeah, you're the boss. But I don't have to like it.
They even suspect that I've talked with you. You'll never leave this island alive.
They? Who are they?
Devils incarnate, mister.
Jackpackers. What? The leaders, who are they?
There isn't time. Here, take this.
What's this?
Here, this package, sealed in oilskin. Take it.
What is it?
It's a diary, the story of this island.
Names and all?
Everything. When you are safely away, read it. Then get it into the hands of the first American or British Navy or Army officer you can find.
Can we take you with us?
They'd see. You'd never get away. You don't well.
Jack, look what I've got.
Hey, a girl.
Yeah, come along here, you little wildcat. Come on now.
Let me
There we are.
go here. Stop it.
Emily, it's all right.
Father.
Let her go, Reggie. Is this your daughter, Professor?
Yes. Emily, these two gentlemen.
Who's a gentleman?
Jove, I've made a mistake.
Well, I should think so.
Emily, why are you on the beach?
Father, something most peculiar is happening in the fortress.
Peculiar.
Yes, confusion. They seem to be preparing for something.
Is it Reggie's and my arrival?
No, it began before they sighted your craft.
It's something ominous, Father. I came to find you, and I saw you coming toward the beach, and then I saw one of the guards following you.
Following? If this rendezvous becomes known.
Maybe he lost you in the jungle. I know I lost him. I was creeping along the edge of the shoreline trying to pick him up when this person...
Sergeant Reggie York at your service.
He jumped me and began dragging me down the beach.
You say I was followed? If someone has seen me talking with you, too... Quickly. Get back into your dinghy and get to the boat.
Leave you two here?
Get that oilskin package to the outside world.
What's that?
Listen. They're shelling our boat. Yes, sir. 3 inch or a 75. We're lost.
Our one hope.
Professor, get out of here. You and your daughter get back to where you belong. Sir, there's blasted good shooting. Near miss. Get out of here. Run for it. Both of you.
Come on, Father. Come on.
That one got her. Right at the waterline.
Don't look now, but here comes the reception committee.
Reinforcements of the enemy. Anyway, the professor and the girl got out of sight.
Hey, Reggie, quick. Keep between me and them. I want to bury this in the sand.
I do. Work fast. What is it?
The history of the island.
About finished, Jack?
Another second.
There goes the lettuce bud. She didn't smell like one, but she was a good old boat once you lost it. Good. And here comes as ugly a cruise you ever want to see.
Halt! 1, 2. You will come with me, please?
You bet we'll come with you. And you better take us to someone who can tell us why our boat was sunk.
Will be explained in due time by a proper person.
What? There, I say, quit that. What right have you to smash our dinghy?
Oh, sorry, but orders are orders. You perhaps have been a soldier one day?
What's that got to do with it?
Then you will understand that orders are given to be carried out, even though sometimes most unpleasant.
Bloodbagger. You mean you have further orders?
Correct. You will accompany me without resistance or be shot.
Great choice.
I choose the first. Lead on, Macduff.
Name Harimoto, not Macduff. This way, please.
Say, Jack, we're going underground.
Way under.
Uh-oh. Here we stop unless Harimoto can walk us through the steel doors.
What? I feel. What's that?
Hey, there they open. Electric eyes.
Say, look at those doors. They must weigh tons.
Look like the Panama lock.
You will enter free.
How can you resist a chappie who says please?
Come on, we're in up to our necks now. Hey, look at this, will you? Cement all big enough to hold a skyscraper.
Sure. Well, that ceiling must be 150 feet high.
Sunk into the natural rock. The top must be about sea level.
It reminds me of submarine pens.
Reggie, that's exactly it. This room can be flooded. But... Hey. They closed the door, Thomas.
What's become of Harimoto's boys?
How do you like this? Trapped in a submarine pen.
Miniature Panama Canal locks.
Very clever deduction, my friend.
What's that?
Am I hearing voices?
You are. And listen closely. Now, gentlemen, will you face those closed doors? Right. Now then, in 1 minute's time, you will die. 1 minute.
We should have flicked out down on that beach.
Well, at least we could have got our hand on that throat or two.
10 seconds.
What's he trying to do, make my hair stand on end?
Maybe giving us a moment for meditation before we leave it all behind us.
20 seconds.
Thanks for nothing.
He doesn't even tell us how we're going to die. Knife, gun, rope.
30 seconds.
Sorry, Reggie, dragging you in.
No, we've been in tight spots before, Jack. We're not dead till we stop kicking. Well, if this is it, happy landing.
40 seconds.
Say hello to Doc if you see him, friend.
Will do. You do the same. All right, you old boy, let's have it and save you 10 seconds.
My compliments, gentlemen. You're brave men.
Come on. We're going to die, let's have it.
No. You are much too valuable to be killed.
Say, if this is your idea of humor.
It was not humor. It only proves that you are the men we believed you to be.
And who's we?
That you will learn in due time. For the present, what you need is a bath, a shave, and fresh clothes. Cato, show the gentlemen to their quarters.
This way, gentlemen, if you please.
Yes, sir. First he offers curtains, then he offers us a bath.
Ah, yeah. Nothing like dunking the carcass in a bathtub, Reggie. I even smell pretty good again. But enough's enough. Ah, even got real honest to Grandma bath towel. Hey, Reggie, how do those clothes fit? Hey, Reggie. You out there, Reggie? Second thought it isn't funny. I better get into my pants. That you, Red?
Major Packard?
Sure. Wait just a second. All right, just come in now.
Major Packard.
Oh, Miss Spencer Morgan. Did you meet my sidekick wandering around outside?
You mean Sergeant York? He's with my father and the others.
Your father, what others? Just a minute while I get my shoes on.
The other prisoners. I'll take you to them.
That crazy Englishman will stick his nose in anywhere. I was afraid...
Please come. Something queer is happening on this island. My father wants to talk to you.
Fair enough. Let's go. Hey, you call yourself prisoners, yet you seem free to wander all over the place.
That's part of this queer thing that's happening. We were closely guarded at first, but for the last few days, they seem very short-handed. Anyway, there's no way to escape.
Both you and your father speak of they. Who are they?
Herr von Elsen will tell you. He and the others were brought here by them.
What others?
No, down this corridor. The scientists. Von Elsen was one of the inventors of the A-bomb. Dr. Müller is a mathematician and physicist. Dad, as you know, is a bacteriologist.
Oh, I get it. Self-guided missiles, nuclear fission, bacteriological warfare.
That's what they're planning. Worldwide murder. Another war.
You can't make war on the world from this little island. They, whoever they are, must be part of some bigger organization.
I'm sure of it. Here, take this package. This door.
Oh, here he is.
Hello, Doctor.
Ah, I would hardly recognize you since your shaven bath, Major Packard. This is Herr von Elsen.
How do you do? Close the door, please. Good. And this is Dr. Müller.
We are very glad to see you, Major. Herr von Elsen and Dr. Müller have been on the island from the beginning, Jack. It's a fantastic story.
You must know it, Major. Please, von Elsen.
Yes. After VE Day, all was confusion in Germany. The Allied forces entered Berlin, and Dr. Müller and I were thrown into jail. A few nights later, we were smuggled out in the dead of night by friends, we thought. But we were wrong. There was a long trip in automobiles, and then we were smuggled aboard a submarine. Ah, on such a submarine. It was like an ocean liner. 3 men seemed to be in command. The same 3 who now rule this island.
Who are they?
That we do not know. We know only their voices. This we do know. The submarine on which we came to this place was one prepared for Hitler and his party.
Hey, what's that?
That's the summons to the council chamber.
What's that all about?
Who can tell? But you will see for yourself.
I can hardly wait. Come on, Emily. May I take you into the Roman orgy? Well, you look at this. Regular throne room.
They live on the best. Dangerous men with expensive appetites.
Huge Chinese rug and these draperies and art treasures. Well, they must have sacked the city.
Yeah, look at those gunmen on the platform. Tommy guns and all.
The leader's coming.
Oh, John Haramoto is parting the curtains at the back of the platform.
Uh-oh. Couldn't figure. So those are the 3 top men.
Careful, Major.
Now, look at little Haramoto bow, will you? Bet he could touch his toes without bending his knees.
Silence! I congratulate our new guests on the improved appearance.
Thank you.
Now, instead of 2 beachcombers, we find we have the honor of entertaining Major Jack Packard, formerly of United States Intelligence, Sergeant Reginald York, late of the Royal Air Force.
Oh, sir.
Major,
Silence!
I had no idea that...
Gentlemen of science, Spencer Morgan, we are about to leave this island.
So that's what's...
Yes. The secret has become known to our enemies, the free nations of the world. For that, we have to thank the talents of Major Packard, the unforgivable stupidity of one of our agents. We have received orders to transfer the treasure on this island and the even more valuable scientific and technical knowledge represented by you gentlemen to the international headquarters of our Grand Council. Our responsibility for you will then terminate. Our responsibility for you, Major Packard, you, Sergeant York, is only beginning. The Grand Council knows many things, but not enough. They wish to question you about a certain organization in London.
We don't know any organization in London.
Tell that to the council, and you will be a sorry man. Colonel Harimoto.
Yes, Excellency?
You will conduct our guests to their quarters aboard the submarine.
Tell me, Professor, is this the sub they brought you and Emily to the island on?
Yes, remarkable, isn't it?
These are the very same quarters we occupied then.
Oh, it's like a blooming yacht. Well, service isn't bad either. Where's Sato? I'd like another pot of tea.
Say, speaking of Sato, did he ever bring that deck of playing cards I asked for?
Yes, here they are. A new deck.
Okay, how about a hand or two of bridge?
Major, but how can you think of playing cards at a time like this?
Hey, I hate titles in peacetime. Call me Jack. And be my partner, huh?
Peacetime, he says. A fine peace the world has.
Count me in, Jack. How about you, Professor?
Oh, I play badly, but it'll pass the time.
All right. Cut for deal. Trey.
Me.
Ding.
Ace. Oh, no, it isn't. You forgot to take out the joker, Jack. And there's something written on it. Oh, that's funny. Listen. Suggest you play Vente Am. Fine game for old men.
Let's do that.
What does it mean? Vente Am. Well, that's the French game 21.
Reggie, this is it. The break we've been waiting for.
We'll follow you.
Vente Am. A French card game. Translated, it's 21. And fine game for old men.
See, sir.
Sato, who gave you these cards?
Him say not help.
Okay. You tell them to come to number 10 Gramercy Park. Can you remember that? 10 Gramercy Park.
10 Gramercy Park. Yes, I will say so.
What does it mean, Jack? 10 Gramercy Park. What are you talking about?
Do you suppose it's one of the hooded men, Jack?
Not a chance.
What's happened, Jack?
Someone wants to be awfully sure who we are.
But who?
I don't know, but my message will bring him. Oh, hold it. Come in. Well, how about that?
Haramoto.
Keep your voices down, please. I will explain. Major Packard, I was not sure until I received your reply.
You're the last person I expected to see, Colonel. A Japanese.
Oh, pardon. I am an American. UCLA, 1938. I am Nissan, born in Los Angeles.
How about Sato?
Sato, my orderly. He will do what I say.
What are we up against, Hamato?
Oh, tough job. 20 men and crew, all dangerous. Besides 3 war criminals, even more dangerous.
All right, when do we act? When is the best time to make our play?
Right after midnight. Change your watch. When we service to charge a battery, some of the men will be topside, and they will be unarmed.
How about some guns?
Oh, I take care of that. I must go now. The crew is on edge and watchful.
11 o'clock. An hour to wait.
Hey, let me warn you. These 3 hooded men, all desperate. They will destroy the boat and themselves before they will allow themselves to be captured.
How about the crew?
Oh, desperate, but they will submit rather than commit suicide.
Good. That'll help.
No, that is all now.
Well, see, I hope somebody knows how to run this tub once we take it over.
$11:30.
Jack, I've been talking things over with Van Elsen and Mueller. We want to help.
Thanks, but you'll help us most by staying right in here and keeping out of the way. You too, Emily.
Just give Emily a gun when Harimoto comes with him.
Now, here he is.
Yes, automatic for each of you. When time comes, I quiet the guards outside. Look out for Tommy guns when you go forward after the crew. And here's a rough plan of the craft.
Good.
We are surfacing now. I'll have the hatch open in a few minutes, and some of the men will go on deck.
Can you keep those birds topside while we clean up below?
Oh, easy. I will close the hatch after them and rock it.
Good.
That is all until 8 bell. This time, when I go out, I will not rock this door. Come out fast when the 8th bell has struck.
You got that, Reggie?
The 8th bell is our cue.
Good rock.
Just 15 minutes to go.
Here come the bells.
Now.
Come on, Reggie. Right behind you. Hey, what the...
Hey, look, Reggie. These passageways are narrow. Not more than one man can come out at a time. Take them as they come.
And here they come right now.
Hey, there's Sato. Keep him in, Sato.
Hatch is shut and rocked.
Haramoto.
Oh, right here, Major.
Can we lock the crew quarter doors from this side?
Yes, if you can drive them back.
Hey, Reggie.
Right up.
Take a grenade and go forward and lock their door. If a shot is fired, let them have it.
Had enough, the eye.
All secure up there, Reggie?
All secure.
Let's go aft now and see how Sato's making out.
Here. What's that?
We are down by the bow. Oh, we are diving. Get to the controls. The controls. Hey, that's the controls. Look, a hooded man. Hey, good shot, Haramoto. He's down.
He thought the hatch was open. He was trying to sink us. I will take over the control.
Jack, they got Sato after he emptied his magazine.
Quick, the other two.
They must have shot themselves.
Quick, get that door open. Too late. They knew the TIG was up. Let's take a look at them. Their hoods are off.
Hey, I know that bird. No wonder he shot himself. That von Heppel, head of a concentration camp. I don't know this other chap.
I do. He's an American, I'm sorry to say.
So, a pretty trio of social scum.
Well, let's get to Haramoto and get our course set.
Course? Which way do we point the nose of this tin fish?
Hong Kong is the nearest port.
Hong Kong she is. Hong Kong, then back to England.
Oh, it'll be wonderful, Father. Here's Ireland below us. Just one more hour and we'll be home to London.
I never thought to see it again.
We have much to thank you for, Jack. And you, Sergeant, you're... Oh, where's he gone?
Back to interview the willowy blonde hostess.
Interview her? What about?
What her intentions are for this evening?
You.
That brings me to something I've been wanting to say, Emily.
Yes?
After the hurrahs and public acclaim in London have died down this evening, what will you be doing?
Father?
I'm a scientist, my dear, not the crystal gazer.
What would you have me do, Jack?
I'd rather show you. There's a colorful place in one of the back streets of Soho. Yes, the Den of Thieves, Milford Street.
So this is the Den of Thieves.
You like it?
Oh, I like the music very much. English music hall.
That all?
I like the mirrors all about the room. It makes it seem like you and I go on forever. Down through infinity.
Not a bad idea.
Oh, no, you don't mean that. But for just this one evening, we could pretend it was so. Oh, look. The person with the scarlet face and the black cap.
What about him?
Seems so interested. Jack, he's coming to our table. He just went on by.
He left this folded paper on the table as he passed.
Is it important?
An elephant and camel caravan awaits your arrival on the outer edge of French Indo-China jungle, where border warfare may break out within the week. You have 72 hours to reach Saigon. Signed, 21 old men of Gramercy Park.
Another mission so soon?
Wonder if they know where to get hold of Reggie.
How did they find you?
I don't know. I tried to cover our tracks tonight.
But this night, Jack, at least it belongs to us.
How about that? Yanking me out of the arms of romance right in the heat of battle.
You have just heard I Love Adventure, a Carlton E. Morse production featuring Michael Raffetto as Jack Packard and Tom Collins as Reggie York. Next week, International Incident Number 4, The Lost Sacred City of Shiva, a colorful Burmese border affair. Emily was played by Jean Bates, Ramsey Hill was her father, the professor, Everett Glass, the spokesman. The hooded leader was Louis Van Ruten, Haramoto was played by Harry Lang, Don Morrison was Van Elson, and Lal Chan Mara was Mueller. The Devil's Sanctuary was written by Carlton E. Morris with John Paul Schofield. Organ by Rex Corey. Sound effects by Fred Cole and Robert Conlon. Your announcer, Dresser Dahlstead. Now, a listening reminder. For an unusual story, one you'll never forget, hear The Clock. The Clock brings you 30 minutes of excitement next on this ABC station. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. International Incident Number 4.
Jack Packard and Reggie York. Report to London at once for assignment in French Indochina. Signed, the 21 old men of 10 Gramercy Park.
Adventure. The American Broadcasting Company presents a new Carlton E. Morse production featuring the international escapades of Jack, Doc, and Reggie. Tonight's incident brings you The Pearl of Great Price.
Good morning, Major Packard. And you too, Sergeant York, sir.
Good morning.
Glad to have you two gentlemen back at 10 Gramercy Park with us again.
Thanks.
Right into the great reception hall, if you will, please.
Come on, Reggie.
Right up. Right in, please.
Quiet. Well, I say, Jack, the door closed with no sound at all.
Sound's been deadened in this great room.
But it made such a frightful noise on the outside. I say, Jack, do you have the feeling of having been to church when you come into this room?
Why not? The cathedral-like windows, tapestries depicting the history of the world hanging from the vaulted ceiling 3 stories up, furniture and paintings and carpets that were used by emperors and queens and a princely horde from the beginning of organized government.
Sure. Is that what all this represents?
And more.
No wonder I feel reverent. I'm communing with the ghosts of the great names of history.
And it's against this background the 21 old men are working.
Look here. Except that we've done a couple of nasty jobs for them, do we know anything about them?
We don't know who they are individually. What they stand for, yes.
Do we indeed?
They're a group of international figures, each one representing his native country, gathered together with wealth and power and the good of the world at heart.
Come to London at once for assignment in French Indochina. Who wants to go to Indochina?
I do. So do you, if it's interesting enough.
I'd still like to know just what these 21 old graybeards are up to.
Well, it's pretty simple. The world's in chaos today. Governments are weak and suspicious. Everyone feels as though he's sitting on dynamite. 21 old men use us and others like us as their undercover instruments to work behind the scenes and clean up festering spots with no one the wiser.
A very excellent explanation, Major Packard.
Oh, there goes the tapestry back. 21 old men are in session.
Did you speak, Sergeant York?
Not at all, sir. Just the fact that you can see us from behind that ruddy glass while we seem to be talking to the empty air.
Believe me, Sergeant, you are not talking to the empty air.
I'm sure of that, sir.
Before I give you into the hands of Monsieur Renault, our French representative, for your next assignment, the 21 old men have asked me to state that you, Sergeant York, were overheard referring to us as 21 old graybeards.
Oh, I say.
Quite all right, Sergeant. Quite all right. It is simply that the majority of our members are entirely smooth-shaven, and they feel out of character being referred to as graybeards.
I shall refrain in the future.
And now then, Monsieur Renault.
Hey, one more question, please.
Well?
What about our third partner, Doc Long? Are you looking for him?
We are making inquiries. The matter has our attention. And now, Monsieur Renault.
Major Packard, Sergeant York, your next assignment will take you to the northernmost border of French Indochina, where it joins Burma. It is jungle country. It is dangerous country at this moment because there is deep unrest among the natives of both countries. Therefore, you will travel from the last civilized outpost to the lost city of Shiva, upon the backs of elephants.
Not elephants.
Quiet, Reggie.
Upon the backs of elephants, with Hindu and Sikh outriders upon Tibetan ponies and camels.
A circus, no less.
What's our jumping-off place?
That you do not need to know. One of our planes will fly you to Saigon, and another will take you to the last outpost. There you will contact the camel and elephant train.
I say, what for? What's the assignment?
That you will be told at the last outpost of civilization. Do not waste time on questions. There is a cab driver waiting who will take you to the airport directly.
Well, thanks for the ride.
Au revoir. Au revoir. Jack, look here. This is no airport.
Just the same, this flying junk heap has landed. Come on, get out.
Yeah. Nothing but a blimmin' cow pasture. And all the cows look like buffalo.
Not buffalo, caribou.
Last outpost of civilization's right. No town, no hotel, and night coming on. Hey! Where's he going?
I don't know. He's delivered us here. Now I guess he's going home.
What, but look here, Jack. We're just being dumped out here in the middle of nowhere. Getting dark and no friends, no contact.
Oh? Are you so sure?
Hello. Where did you pop from?
I've got some Tibetan ponies hitched to a buckboard, or what's left of a buckboard, over there behind those banyan trees.
Yeah. There goes our plane.
Yes, I kept out of sight until he taxied off.
Nobody told us we were going to meet a girl.
Especially not an English girl. What are you doing out here in the fringe of nowhere?
My husband was an OSS officer out here during the war. He liked it here. He brought me back afterwards.
Oh, explains you being here. And your husband?
Dead.
Oh.
Don't bother. He couldn't resist the charms of the native women. And I found him on the doorstep one morning with a kriss straight through him. I guess that taught him.
Oh, look here.
I should think you'd return to England.
Has that got anything to do with your assignment out here?
No.
No. Is your curiosity satisfied?
Yeah.
Yes. Well, then, let's get into what's left of my buckboard after these four-legged Tibetan devils get through kicking the blazes out of it and head into town. All right, you shaggy little imps of Satan. Take us to the hotel.
Jolly good dinner. Yeah, I'm a great curry eater myself.
Yeah, so I noticed.
I brought you out here in the garden behind the hotel where we can talk in the darkness without being overheard.
It's about time we got down to something definite. You say you had direct word from the 21 old man?
Yes. Listen. That music's coming from the Temple of Agog behind the garden. That's the real Chinese flute.
It has the flavor of this jungle setting. What are those chimes?
Chinese bells, cymbals. I don't know all the names for their instruments.
Well, never mind that. What I want to know is, what are Reggie and I doing in the backcountry of Indochina? What's up?
You are 10 days' journey by camel or elephant from the Burma border.
Yeah?
Someplace near the border is the lost city of Shiva.
Well, I thought this was the last outpost.
The lost city is dead.
Dead?
Banyan trees and jungle vines have swallowed it up. Except for a few priests of the old religion, worshippers of Shiva, it is uninhabited.
I've heard of these old cities of a lost civilization. Why are we going there?
Keep your voices guarded. There is a pearl of great price hidden there.
Pearl?
Those are the words I was told to give you. Recently, the sacred temple in Lai King on the Burmese border was raped and pillaged. The marauders and their precious loot have said even now to be under the protection of the priests of the lost city.
What's all this stilted English you're using?
I'm repeating a message word for word which I was told to give you.
Marauders from Indochina crossed the border and pillaged a Burmese temple.
Yes.
And brought their loot back across the border into Indochina.
And are now under the protection of the high priests of the lost city of Shiva.
And we're to round up the marauders and loot?
The pearl of great price.
What?
That is all that is required of you. Return the pearl of great price.
You mean look for a single precious stone in a sweltering jungle hundreds of miles? Here. Aren't we getting an awful long way from the hotel?
The further from listening ears, the better.
So, jungle creeps right up to the very threshold of civilization, doesn't it?
It's a fight. Man against nature. Never ends in the tropics.
Those creeping vines gleam like serpents in the moonlight.
Yeah, let's turn back. I don't like it. Hey, Reggie, look at that. Men creeping out of the jungle.
Run, run.
Oh, we can't. They're behind us.
Hello! Sapkapagalo!
The jungle raiders! The jungle raiders!
Tear into them, Reggie! Marone! Sindapagalo! Hey, Reggie! Enough! Enough! We want them alive.
Tell this slimy native to take his hands off me.
Ahora escochordo.
I should think so. I deliver these men into your hands and you treat me like a piece of merchandise.
It was a mistake in the confusion. You have delivered them according to plan. The Mem Sahib does her job well.
Chalo! Aage chalo! Jaldi, jaldi! Aage chalo!
Oh. You coming around, Reggie?
Oh, I say, this awful motion. A bit of an earthquake, huh?
We're in a howdah aboard an elephant.
Oh, no. You're only spoofing, Jack.
How do you feel?
Rotten. Head splitting, stomach churning, tongue swollen.
Hey, guard! Water! Give him water!
Huh, Bonnie.
Yes, sir. Bound, hand and foot.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah. All right, remember?
Bonnie.
Oh, sure, yes. Hold that water bag to my mouth. Water. Beautiful stuff, water.
Right hand.
Yeah, thanks, old boy. Oh, now I remember, Jack. We were set on by these jungle jackals and beaten into insensibility.
Yeah, back in the hotel garden. They swarmed over us like locusts.
Huh. Where are we now?
Listen.
What's that? Monkeys. Birds.
Yeah. We're plunging through trackless jungle.
Captives on an elephant. Well, what's it all about? Oh, I say, Jack, couldn't they roll up the canvas sides of this howdah? It's hotter than blazes.
I got one or two glimpses out. There's nothing to see but jungle.
Oh, the heat.
The heat's worse in the open.
Listen. Did I hear something following us? Even a belly musician. What am I hearing, please?
Whole caravan. Elephants leading off to break trails. Camels and Tibetan ponies to the rear.
You mean we've been grabbed off by some roving jungle tribe? Well, what do they expect to get out of us?
I don't know. Doesn't make sense. What's become of the girl?
Flora? Sure.
They could have her on another elephant, I suppose, but looks to me like something else.
Oh, the swaying and rocking's doing things to my inside.
Yeah, it'll get worse before it gets better. Keep your mind on what I'm saying.
Yeah, you said... What did you say?
I say I think Flora framed us with this bunch of bandits.
But she had word from the 21 old men to help us.
Oh, did she? Mighty funny she had to take us to the back end of that hotel garden to talk to us. And how did these boys happen to be back there waiting for us?
Well, but she had to be what she said, Jack.
Why?
Because she's the only one who knew why we're here. We didn't even know ourselves until she told us.
Hey, that's right. The pearl of great price. If she's an enemy, that may be a lot of hokum. How about that? Kidnapped on elephants without the faintest idea what our assignment is.
Oh, boy, this heat's brutal. If we don't get someplace pretty soon, you've lost yourself a good right-hand man.
Good evening. It is getting cooler.
Well, such politeness.
Who are you?
I am the one who kidnapped you to this place.
I'm not surprised you got the face for it.
You do not like my face?
Hey, what is this place? Where are we? What became of the elephant caravan?
This is the lost city of Shiva.
Sure. The lost city of... Hey, look, what is this? You kidnap us. You drag us out here trussed up like chickens. Then you turn us loose, give us this adobe cottage on the edge of the jungle with servants and fresh clothes and treat us like guests. What's it all about?
You are dissatisfied? Did we not bring your luggage from the hotel? Did we not return your weapons?
Well, you did that.
But why the about face? One minute we're captives. Next, nothing's too good for us.
Listen.
Yeah. Okay. Drum.
Ceremonial drums from the temple. The old ones are performing the rites of purification with the dancing girls.
Dancing girls?
Those you will not see. They are the maidens of the temple.
Look, I don't care about dancing girls or maidens.
Oh, look here, Jack. Let's not go too far.
Stop beating around the bush. What's up?
You do not know? I do not know.
You don't know why you brought us here?
It was a commission given to me. Kidnap the 2 white men from the hotel garden, deliver them by elephant train to the lost city of Shiva. Give them the Mahatma's quarters with the Mahatma's servants to wait on them. And after that?
Yeah, after that, what?
Do their bidding.
Oh, Joe, really?
How about that? Bring us here and then do our bidding.
Yes. The elephant and camels are tied up in the jungle to the west of the city.
We await your orders.
What about that white woman back at the hotel? What about Flora?
She was but a small cog in the great wheel, which has begun to turn.
Uh-huh. You know anything about a band of cutthroats around here?
Cutthroats?
Jungle bandits. Just got back from sacking a sacred temple over in Burma.
I would not know.
Ever hear of the Pearl of Great Price? Well, did you?
I'm not a dealer in precious stones.
Look here, old boy. Your tongue says one thing, your eyes say something else.
You call me a liar?
Hey, put that pig sticker back in your robe. Take it easy. That's better.
Oh, but, Jack, the old boy's eyes...
Let it alone, will you, Reggie? Say, how about the temple? Can we get in?
It is forbidden.
What's to prevent us? Rambles all over the landscape. Half the walls have caved in.
It is forbidden.
Say, which side of the fence are you on?
The dog of an infidel who defiles the temple with his presence shall have his throat cut before the morning.
Take him, Reggie. That's a good boy. Tie him up.
Well, will we ever get out of this jungle now?
I don't know, but at least he's not going to keep us out of the temple.
Say, old boy.
Hold it, Reggie.
What now?
I heard an echoing footstep. Let me get a look around this next corner.
Well?
Easy. Someone's coming.
Get a look at him?
Yeah, dressed in a priest's robe, but there's a dagger in his belt and a pistol in his hand.
A man of peace, no doubt.
Listen. When he comes around the corner, jump him.
He's my man.
Ah, good. Quick. Drag him in here under this stairway.
Coming. Poking around these dank, cobwebby places makes me think of tarantulas and puff adders.
Yeah, that's good.
Hello. Ring of keys.
Great. Now we can go back and find out what's behind that locked door we had to bypass.
I say, Jack, we're not getting anywhere.
Well, we've had 3 hours in here without getting caught.
And if all the priests we've put to sleep were laid end to end, the
Come on. Let's see where that big door leads to.
There's a pearl of great price in this decrepit old temple. We've got about as much chance of finding it.
Take it easy. We may have to search for days.
And I suppose the priesthood will hold still for that.
Here, this is the door.
Uh-huh. 50 keys. Which one fits?
How about this? No. Then this ought to do just about it. Aha.
Well, I'll be blessed. I say, Jack, not so much noise.
Yeah, sounds like a jailhouse break. Too late now. Where do we seem to have got?
Sure. Blasted tunnel. Reed torches burning along the wall. Dirt underfoot.
Here, give me a flashlight.
Here you are.
Thanks. Here, look. Footprints of horses in the dirt.
Mighty small horses.
Tibetan ponies, the little ones. Either that or the small, shaggy burro.
Recently used, too.
I think we found something.
No doubt of it, but what?
I don't know. Maybe the hideout of the raiders.
Raiders?
The gang that robbed the Burmese temple.
Jove. The chappies with the pearl.
Could be.
Barely reed torches are all right for atmosphere, but they smoke like chimneys. Electricity much more practical.
Less light, the better for us.
Hello, Jack. Do I hear something? Listen.
Sounds like Santa Claus.
It does, doesn't it? Listen.
Coming from around the corner down the passage.
I'm getting closer, too.
Here they come.
Well, I say, Tibetan ponies with sleigh bells. Pack horses.
10 ponies. Every one of them packed to the running board.
Joe, Jack, could that be the loot from the temple?
I don't know. Doesn't seem to be guarded. Just one native priest guiding the lead pony by the halter.
Well, look on the sixth pony. Isn't that the girl?
A girl. Bound hand and foot and strapped to the pack saddle.
Well, is that our idea of chivalry? What's fair about that?
Here they come alongside. You clip the priest, I'll grab the pony's halter, and we'll just keep going.
Get him!
That's a good boy. Come on. We've got the spoils from the temple. We've got the whole thing right in this pony caravan.
I say, where are you taking us?
I'm taking us out to the west of the Lost City to the Elephant and Camel Caravan.
Oh, this place is killing me.
We'll soon be there. I got it figured out.
What?
The reason this pony train had only one priest in the tunnel to guard it was because the bandits themselves weren't allowed in the temple.
Oh, I say, good deduction. We weren't supposed to be in there either.
Well, we caught them by surprise.
The priest was delivering the caravan back to the bandits.
What, native priests and bandits working together?
Well, who knows which is which in this country?
Where were they going with it?
It's been hidden here since the Burmese temple was sacked. Our arrival probably made them nervous. They were going to move the booty to some safer place.
We grab it off first.
And that's the reason for getting to the elephant caravan fast. If the bandits find out that we grabbed off their loot, this jungle's not going to be fit for man or beast.
Yeah, but I knocked out the leader of our elephant trains. You don't think that chap's going to be on our side now, do you?
We'll give him a choice. He can still be on our side or get a hole in his head. Hey, now look, Shandu, or whatever your name is, you got nasty with us and we had to take care of you while we worked. We apologize. We'll do whatever we can to make up for the insult of knocking you out, but you got to get your elephant caravan going and get us out of here, see?
I have been insulted. My ancestors have been insulted. My progeny have been insulted.
Look, old chap, here's $100 American. Doesn't that wipe out all the insults?
There is other things in the world besides money.
Look, can't you get it through your head? We've captured the whole pack train of loot from the Burmese bandits.
Ram Ray.
Yeah, you better say Ram Ray. Once they discover what we've done, they'll be on us like wild animals. They'll butcher your whole caravan.
I think you lie.
Reggie, go get the girl.
Be back with her in a shake?
Girl? They had a Chinese or Burmese girl tied to one of the ponies.
Chinese or Burmese? You cannot tell the difference?
Ordinarily, yes. This time the girl seems to speak Chinese, but her looks are...
You have captured her? You have in your possession that
all
one?
right, honey. You're in safe hands.
The one. Mandar ki Devi ko namaskar ho. Namaskar ho.
請你咁用待我，呢啲人係邊個嚟？
उनको आपको बचा लिया है
呢條還未錯當呀！
मैं सफारी को चला देता हूँ
快啲，快啲！
सफारी चला लो चलो
Mercy, what's going on?
快啲，冇乜時候啦！
Well, we certainly stirred things up. Are we getting underway?
The caravan starts in 5 minutes.
All right, Reggie. Cut those ropes off his wrist.
Righto. All right, hold out your hand. There.
What happened? What sold you on becoming our friend again?
You do not know this priceless one. This princess, Ye Devi.
你又幫我？
You mean this girl's someone of importance?
The pearl of great price.
I say. Well, how about that? We're looking for a piece of jewelry and come up with a Burmese princess.
Safari Tikai! Come, the elephant train is ready. Sir, step forward. The elephant will lift you with his trunk to the howdah.
Step right up, Reggie.
Oh, I say. Braced by an elephant. Look here now. Tell the brute to be careful.
Help!
Look, Jack. Run the elevator.
It will be dark presently.
The marauders don't like the dark.
No one likes the dark in these jungles if he is wise.
What about us?
We have elephants. All jungle beasts are afraid of elephants. Major Packard, the elephant is ready.
The Burmese princess first.
Devi ji, aap haathi pe chadenge.
好，我同佢哋走。
Devi ko le lo.
Hey, Reggie, give the little lady a hand when she arrives up there.
Righto. Here she comes.
你幫我，你咁落閘。
I say, Jack, he doesn't need any help. We've got a jungle cat on our hands.
If you please, Major Packard, the elephant will lift you now.
He's coming right up.
Hello.
Here I come.
How's that for elevator service, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, welcome home. We've got the sides of the howdah rolled up, and with the sun down behind the jungle, it's not half bad.
Why doesn't old Shandu get the caravan on the way? Hey, let's get started.
Hariwala!
Well, we're moving off.
You ever see so much confusion? But we're on our way.
Living monkeys and jungle birds don't help him.
有敵人喺東方。
Now, I say, my dear, you may be the pearl of great price, but you'll have to talk plainer than that if you want my companionship.
Hey, listen. Shandu! Hey, Shandu, what's that fighting?
It is the enemy trying to break through.
The enemy?
It is the enemy trying to break through our rear guard. But they will not succeed. Our horsemen will hold them off for another half hour when it will be darkness. After that, we have nothing to fear.
That's great. If that's the case, we should be out of this jungle and back in the outpost of civilization in just 10 days.
It is an enchanting evening, is it not, Major Packard?
You were going to call me Jack, remember?
But it will be a pleasure.
Hey, Flora, tell me something. Does that Shiva temple over there go on with that Chinese flute like that forever?
You don't like it?
Not bad, but out here in the garden under an Indo-China moon with jasmine in my nostrils and a beautiful English girl on my arm.
Yes.
Well, you'll have to admit the Chinese flute isn't a Viennese waltz or moon music for an affair of the heart.
On the other hand...
Good. I just wanted to be sure.
Oh, Jack. Oh. Oh. Well, well, well. Where have you been all my life?
And to think, 10 days ago, I thought you betrayed us into the hands of the enemy in this very garden.
Forget business. We have something more important for this evening.
Poor Reggie.
Oh?
He's inside the hotel guarding the Burmese princess till our government sends officials to return her to the temple.
His fond of Burmese girls.
Not in the least. He's in there fuming because you and I are out here.
Poor boy. We must find some nice girl to help him enjoy his stay also.
Ah, yes. Sahib Packard? Who said that? So dark here.
There, by the banyan tree. What are you doing in this garden?
So, Solomon Sahib, it is important I deliver this message to Sahib Packard.
Message?
This message, if you please.
You've delivered your message. Now leave.
I follow Mem Sahib's orders.
Here, hold this flashlight while I read this.
Who'd be sending you messages out here?
Listen to this. You are requested to return to London immediately for special assignment in connection with a $100 million diamond robbery. Signed, the 21 old men of 10 Gramercy Park.
Adventure. That's all you care about. You care nothing for a pretty woman. All you want is adventure.
Lady, I still have 24 hours to make you eat those words.
You have just heard I Love Adventure, a new Carlton E. Morse production featuring Michael Raffetto as Jack Packard and Tom Collins as Reggie York. Next week, International Incident Number 5, the $100 million manhunt, an affair of girls and nations resulting in a high adventure halfway around the world. Other players included Alma Lawton, Lal Chan Mehra, Donald Morrison, Everett Glass, Barbara Jean Wong, and Harry Lang. Sound effects were created by Fred Cole, Robert Conlon, and Ed Ludis. The Pearl of Great Price was written and produced by Carlton E. Morse. Organ music and effects by Rex Corey. Your announcer, Dresser Dahlstead. I Love Adventure came to you from Hollywood.
La ti 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 la tu tu ti ta tu. Can you identify that beautiful voice? It belongs to me, Bert Parch, your MC on ABC's Stop the Music program. I might call you this Sunday evening to identify a tune, and if you have trouble naming it, I'll even sing it for you.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
International Incident Number 5.
Jack Packard and Reggie York. Report to London at once for assignment in diamonds for the Dutch government. Signed, the 21 old men of 10 Gramercy Park.
I Love Adventure,
the American Broadcasting Company presents a new Carlton E. Morse production featuring the international escapades of Jack, Doc, and Reggie. Tonight's incident brings you the $100 Million Manhunt.
All right, Cappy. 10 Gramercy Park and step on it.
Here you are. Keep the change. Come on, Reggie.
Back again, Mr. Packard and Mr. York.
Good morning. Back again, and a nice day for it.
It is indeed, sir. Won't you go right into the great reception hall?
Are the old boys waiting for us?
I believe they are, Mr. York. Right inside, please.
Righto. Jove, I never get over how that great door opens so loudly from the outside and closes without a sound from the inside.
The draperies have already been pulled from before the great mirror.
Which means we're about to go into session.
Come on, let's move down into the room a little, huh?
Gentlemen, welcome back to London.
Uh-oh.
You're both looking fit after your most successful engagement in returning the pearl of great price to her Burmese temple last week.
She didn't give us too much trouble.
I hope you'll have the same to report after today's assignment. But first, one word about your old ally, Doc Long.
I say, you have word of him?
A rumor has come into our possession that Doc Long is somewhere along the outer Mongolian border.
Then the red-headed Texan's still alive.
There seems to be that possibility. We will continue to follow up our lead. Now then, a matter of great concern to the Dutch nation has suddenly come to a head. I will let Meneer Van Huygens, our Holland representative, give you your orders.
This assignment involves the rape of my government's treasury of $100 million worth of diamonds and the circumvention of a group of unprincipled men who now possess them.
Where do we start?
First, the history of these gems. When the Germans swept into the Low Countries in 1940, the cities of Antwerp and Amsterdam were the diamond-cutting centers of the world. The bulk of the government's wealth in cut and uncut diamonds were in the vaults of those cities.
Ah, quite. Not the loot.
Exactly. They were taken to Berlin. After the defeat of Germany, they disappeared. $100 million in diamonds gone.
You have a trace of them now?
Perhaps. At least we have a clue. To intercept and recover them is your assignment.
Thank you, Dr. Van Huygens. Gentlemen, you have 1 hour in which to board the American transatlantic stratoliner for Paramaribo, Dutch Guiana. You will pose as James Perry and Albert Young, businessmen looking for mahogany. At the Amsterdam Hotel in Paramaribo, you will be awaited by a trustworthy agent. Further instructions will come from him.
So, Dutch Guiana, of all places.
That's all?
That is all, except this. Yours is a most dangerous and urgent mission.
Amsterdam Hotel, you said, senor?
That's right, driver. Is this it?
Si, senor. I will bring in your luggage.
Better nip in fast, Jack. Do you suppose this is a sample of the climate?
There goes.
Ah, made it, by Jove. You know, if somebody'd break a bottle of champagne over my head, I'd be launched. Oh, see. This isn't half bad. After that trip from the docks, music in the lounge and all that.
Senores?
Perry's my name. This is Mr. Young.
Oh, si, we received your wireless. Will you register, please?
Your bag, senores. Very small, a little wet.
Positively soggy. Here, keep the change.
Gracias, senor.
Here, Pedro, take those bags and show the gentleman to numero 21.
21?
Say, that is a familiar ring. 21 old
Hey, Reggie. Quiet.
Something wrong? Senor Barin selected the room. He is expecting you.
Senor Barin? Yeah, of course. Will you let Senor Barin know we've arrived?
But that is not necessary, senores. His room adjoins yours. He is waiting for you.
I see. All right, bring the bags, Pedro. Come on, Reggie. Still no answer? If Senor Barin occupies the adjoining suite, he's either deaf or else he's stepped out.
Queer. If Brent Barin is our contact man from the 21 Old Men, he'd be on the job. I say, does it rain all the time in Dutch Guiana?
Not quite, but plenty.
Oh, look here, Jack. This French window opens on a covered veranda.
So what?
Well, if all the rooms on this side open out onto the balcony, we might do a bit of prowling.
That makes sense. If Barin doesn't come to us, let's go to him, huh?
Sure, how the heavens do open up.
Here it is. Same type of French window as our room.
And it's unlocked.
Let's go in. Close the door.
Hey, Reggie. Reggie, come here. What now? Oh, look here. Dead.
Very dead. Knife when his back was turned.
Do you suppose this is Barin?
Who else?
Now, who gives us our instructions?
Hey, don't take out your gun, but back me up.
Oh, I have made a mistake.
I say, a little French dame.
No mistake if you were looking for Mr. Barin's room.
Oh, no, you don't.
Monsieur, let me go.
If you're a friend of Barin's, we want to talk to you.
Come inside.
Let me go, please, monsieur.
Say, skittish, isn't she?
Take it easy. If you're a friend of Barin's, we want some information.
You are hurting my wrist. Please, monsieur.
Take a look on the floor over there.
Oh, mon Dieu. He is hurt.
He's dead.
Oh, then already I'm too late.
You came to warn him? You know who knifed him in the back?
Oh, no, monsieur. How do I know you are friends of his, monsieur?
We came here to meet him.
Were the men he was expecting? The men from London?
Yes, tell me, are you...
Oh, thank le bon Dieu, you are here, monsieur.
Then tell us what's going on here.
No, not here. I must go. I shall be missed.
Not so fast. Go where? Who will miss you?
Please, monsieur, I must hurry. Come at 9 o'clock tonight to the Leiden Cafe. 9 o'clock for certain.
Now, just a minute. Ow! Stop her, Reggie!
Oh, sorry, Jack. She was too quick for me. What happened?
She sank her fangs into my hand.
I say, Jack, do you think there is such a place as the Leiden Cafe? And why 9 o'clock? What a business. Rain down our necks, police in our hair, and our contact man dead of knife poisoning.
Dutch police were very decent.
But not very helpful. I say, Jack, we're way out of town. The Leiden must be a Dutch Guiana version of an American roadhouse.
Police said it was out of town on the edge of some river.
We've been following a river for some time. We're completely out of touch with civilization. Why, say, there are lights on the left.
Yeah, we're turning in. Just right. Still a couple of minutes of 9.
This is the place, senores. The Leiden.
Here you are, driver.
Gracias, senor.
Come on, Reggie. Let's get in out of this rain. So, colorful, eh?
There's an empty booth over there. Come on.
Jack, did you ever see such a conglomeration of races?
A little bit of everything. Even an Indian.
What's funny about that? They owned this country once.
No, I mean an East Indian, a Hindu. High caste, too. Over there with the turban.
Oh, yes. Oh, they're handsome, Johnny, too.
Nothing handsome about the rest of them.
Jack, I think we've been had.
Yeah, doesn't look too good.
Oh, here comes a waiter.
Looks more like a footpad.
What'll it be, mates?
Gin and tonic for me.
Just bring me tonic water.
This ain't no tourist dump, mates. Or maybe you're waiting for somebody.
Oh, no. Why?
Nothing? Nothing at all, mates. Be right with you.
Listen, Reggie. Either this is a trap or something's gone wrong.
There's certainly no sign of our French girl.
If it comes to a row, we'll shoot out those hanging lamps. We'll have a chance in the dark.
Half a dozen of the boys have moved in between us and the door.
There's another door. They're at the other end of the bar.
Now, say, Jack, we can get behind the bar at this end if we have to. Let the boys slug it out among themselves in the dark.
But don't get separated.
No fear. Now, here come the drinks.
Here you are, mates.
Thanks. Here you are.
Keep your money. This here's on the house.
What do you mean, on the house?
It means you're our blinking guest. Till the boss gets here. That's what I mean.
Oh, I see. What do you think of that, Reggie?
Here's what I think of it.
That takes care of the light there. Hey, Reggie! Reggie, are you with me?
Right behind you, old boy. Keep going.
Duck down. Here we go, behind the bar.
Hey, what the flake? Interference, Jack.
All right, Reggie. That was the bartender.
Listen to those blighters slugging each other out there in the dark.
Here's the door.
My word, but it's dark out here.
And a good thing, too, or they'd have seen that door open.
Oh, see, this must lead to the second floor.
Quick, Reggie. Up those stairs. Quick.
Right.
Easy on the steps.
Where now, old boy? It's like running about inside a coal bin.
Anywhere except into that lighted room at the end of the hall. Here, try this one. Close the door softly, Reggie.
Though I'd like to get my hands on that little French girlfriend we were to meet here.
She certainly led us into a trap. The window shades seem to be drawn. Maybe we could use a little light, huh? See where we are.
Here's the light switch.
Good. Yeah, that's better.
Hey, Reggie, look here.
By Jove, the French girl, trussed up and gagged. Untie her, Reg, while I take off the gag. There.
Monsieur, you? Oh, mon Dieu, this is a miracle. You are alive.
There. Here, let me help you.
Oui. Oh, merci.
Maybe I owe you an apology after all, mademoiselle.
Madame, monsieur. Madame Barin.
Barin? He was your husband?
Oui. I have worked with him from the beginning. Some of the enemy found out, and
The enemy?
there is a group of international gangsters. They killed my husband, now they tie me up.
No wonder you didn't keep your appointment. And you know what we came here to find out from your husband?
Oui, monsieur. But of course.
Do you know your way around this rabbit warren, a place where we can hide out or at least get away safely?
Oui, monsieur. But we must hurry. What you seek is here, in this place. And if we fail, it will be gone forever.
I hear water. Is that the river?
Oui, monsieur. I have brought you underground to the boathouse. The river is behind the cafe. There's a boat landing outside.
Perfect hideout. Well, I say, it stopped raining for a change.
Okay, now bring us up to date quickly, madame.
Please. Not madame. I am Emily to all you are my friends.
Well, that's us. Friends of all beautiful women.
Hey, cut it out, Reggie. Emily, what's the story?
You saw the Hindu in the cafe?
Yeah, we saw him.
They call him Your Highness. I think that man killed my husband.
What makes you think so?
Always my husband used to say to me wherever we were. In Berlin, in Marseille, in Tunis, Tangier, Algiers. Everywhere he said, Emily, ma chérie, someday India will come to us, or we will go to India. When that happens, it will be the end of the trail.
That fits. Reggie, now it's beginning to make sense.
What is?
India diamonds. There's only one place in the world where $100 million in diamonds could be sold and disappear forever, and Baran knew it.
By Jove. India. Those blighters hoard gold and
Oui,
gems.
monsieur. I heard my husband say so.
Well, then you think our Hindu Johnny's the buyer?
Either that or he's an agent.
And that is why I know he killed my husband.
No, it wasn't any Hindu who killed Baran.
But my husband, he said...
The knife that killed your husband wasn't an Indian knife. More than that, it was wielded by a small person. Someone who didn't know much about the trick of killing with a knife.
How would you know all...
Listen.
Hey, the boat.
Sounds like it's coming up to the boathouse.
Watch it.
I will look and see who it is.
Be careful.
Carl, Reggie.
Hey, what are you doing?
They are friends, monsieur. Come. Be careful of the steps down to the boat landing.
Say, looks like we're in luck. We could use a little help.
Carl, a bonheur, mon ami.
Emily, who are these men?
They are the men we expected, Carl. And be careful.
Oh. So, surround these men.
Yeah, what's going on?
Another trap.
Keep your hands where they are. Luigi, take their weapons. Ali, Hans, shoot if they move.
We taking this deck?
How about that? Tricked by the same girl twice.
Tie them securely. They are dangerous men. Already the other gang has arrived. They bound and gagged me and tried to kill these two, but they escaped and saved me. Take no chance with these men.
The Portuguese gang has come to the Leiden Cafe.
They are inside now. They have a trap set for you. They were holding me as hostage. These men got me out.
And so you thank us by making us prisoners.
Quiet. Emily, they did not make you talk about that cache of diamonds.
Carl, these men have ears.
They will not be able to use them for long. Hans, Ali.
Yeah.
Load these men into the boat.
You're quite a girl, Emily.
You are nothing to me.
Quiet. Load these men into the boat. Take them up the river. Feed them to the piranha.
Yeah, food for the fish. Reggie. Yes, Jack? You're lying on my feet.
Oh, sorry, old boy. So dark I can't tell where I'm lying.
Still tied up, tight as ever.
I can't move a muscle. Between the ropes and the bilge water in the bottom of this tub, I'm doing rather badly.
Can you feel my right foot when I move it?
Yeah, right in the small of my back.
See if you can reach it with your fingers. There's a safety razor blade slipped in between the sole.
Well, they're all for old razor blades. Why don't I think of things like that?
Never mind that. Do you feel it?
Just a moment. There.
You got it?
I have indeed.
Roll over here, back to back. Maybe you can cut my wrists free.
Right.
Hey, hold it.
Quiet down there.
Keep sawing, but keep it quiet.
It's going to take a minute. Hey, Jack, what's this piranha business?
What about him?
Well, that chef Carl. He said throw us to the piranhas.
Oh, devilish little fish about the size of sardines. Millions of them in these South American rivers. Most voracious animal alive. Anything falls in the river and the piranhas swarm like flies. Clean an animal or a man to the bone in 60 seconds.
Happy little critters, aren't they?
Hey, how you coming? They're slowing down. Any luck?
Just around the next bend in the river, hon. That'll be far enough.
Try now, old boy.
A little more, Reggie. How's that? I got it. Give me the razor blade. Now these ropes on my ankles. Now for you.
This is good enough. Throw over the anchor.
That's it. Now my legs. There. Now come on, you blighters.
Lie still and lay you down in the cockpit, Reggie. Play possum.
Come on, Hans. All board with them. Yeah, time to feed the fish.
Now, Reggie. With pleasure. Well, that's one of them. And here's number 2. Oh, Jack, that second man didn't try out.
Yeah, he couldn't. He was knocked cold. I tried to catch him, but he went over the side.
Listen to those fish piping.
I'm glad it's dark. It wouldn't be a pretty sight.
I say, Jack, come on, let's get out of here. This place gives me the willies.
I'll get the motor and head back downstream. Hey, Reggie, there's something that sticks in my mind.
I know. Those ruddy fish?
No. The way that French girl Emily looked at that fellow Carl. A new widow just doesn't have that sort of look in her eyes.
So, you mean she really isn't Barin's widow?
I don't know. But I do know this. She'd double-cross her own mother if it was profitable.
Well, here we are back at our jolly old hotel. Looks better in the sunshine. What now?
Well, we start all over again. This is where we came in. Hello, new girl at the room clerk's desk.
Pretty, too.
I'll take care of that department. You relax.
Listen to the man.
Si, senores. What may I do for you, please?
Right comes waiter. May we have the key to our room?
You are registered here?
Perry's my name. This is Mr. Young.
Si. We were expecting you. But you will have to register, please.
We've already registered. Early last night, room 21.
Oh, I will see. There is no record, senores.
But that's queer. Perry and Young, room 21.
Perry, Young.
Hello, how are you?
Name is Malcolm. Where have you been all night? Mom, but I've been fair worried about you. Come upstairs.
Now, just a minute. If this is another trap,
Now, you're right to be suspicious, but perhaps these credentials will satisfy you.
I don't know. I should think so.
All right, we'll go up with you, Mr. Malcolm.
Come in, gentlemen.
Well, say, Jack, that's our luggage.
Aye, I had it brought in here. Hoping against hope you'd be back.
You had a bad bet most of the time.
Look here, Malcolm. If you're the man the 21 old men sent us down here to contact, why was Barin waiting for us?
Well, apparently the Barins intercepted the 21 old men's wireless and arranged to dispose of you under my nose.
The Barin? Then the French girl was his wife.
Emily? Aye, she's Barin's widow. Either she or Barin himself must have intercepted the radiogram today.
By Jove, I remember now. That girl clerk at the desk last night.
What about her?
Well, not the same one who's on duty now. She wore dark glasses, had a funny hairdo, kept her head down. That must have been Emily, faking Spanish.
I thought she looked familiar, but I couldn't place her. It was Emily.
That's why we were never registered.
That explains it. Emily pretended to check you in and then destroyed the registration card. You were just meant to vanish.
What kind of hotel management is that?
This is South America, Mr. Packard. Everything is pretty sketchy. Anyway, by the time I learned you were here, He had gone out to the Leiden Roadhouse, hopped into a jeep and went out there. The place was a shambles.
They did it with their own little hot hands.
And you had disappeared. My orders were strictly against calling in the police. All I could do was wait.
But Barin, who killed him? And who are the Barins?
I can only answer one of those questions. The Barins own the Leiden. They built it 3 years ago.
No wonder Emily knew the secret passage.
The Leiden holds many secrets. Among them, the hiding place of the stolen treasure.
But you don't know who killed Barin.
That is still a mystery.
I could make a good guess with you. But who are Carl and Luigi? Those names have any significance to you?
Why do you ask that?
They arrived at the roadhouse by boat with a dozen plug uglies. They tried to liquidate us.
That completes the picture. Carl and Luigi are the other members of the original Barin gang. They are the men who smuggled the $100 million loot out of Berlin.
And there must be 2 sets of international crooks. That's what Emily meant about a second gang having arrived.
Hello, as the Portuguese gang arrived in the city.
Yeah, they tied up Emily at the roadhouse and laid a trap for Carl and the rest of the Barin boys.
You know, there seem to be international hoodlums under every rock these days.
What about the Hindu, Malcolm? Emily called him His Highness.
I trailed him and Barin here from Spain. I knew eventually they'd lead me to the diamonds. That was when I cabled 10 Gramercy Park for help.
His Highness is able to buy $100 million worth of diamonds?
Not only able, but eager.
Probably willing to deal with whichever gang ends up with the stone, huh? Hey, did you say you have a Jeep, Malcolm?
I have that.
Then come along. We've wasted enough time.
Where now, Jack?
Back to the Leiden.
Back to the battlefront, men. Let's have at 'em.
We must be nearly there.
Right around the next turn, just ahead.
Then run the Jeep off the road into these woods. We'll sneak up.
We'll have cover almost to the buildings.
Come on. Must be just a few yards through the trees.
I say, you chaps smell smoke?
Well, now that you mention it.
Hey, look. Dead bodies. 2, 3, 4 of them.
Some of the Portuguese gang.
Look here. Here's one of Barin's boys. I remember his face.
What's that?
Come on. It means we're in time. Here we are on the edge of the woods. Hold it, hold it.
So, well, the 2 gangs must have had a private war.
Look, the Leiden house has been burned.
How about that? War to the death in the jungle.
Gang battle and burned out. Nothing but the chimney and the concrete foundations.
There are more signs of battle. Those men sprawled out there.
Well, they're not taking a nap. But which side won?
We'll soon know. Don't forget that dynamite blast we just heard.
You mean they were blasting for the treasure?
Here they come. Keep back out of sight.
Uh-oh. There's our girl, Emily, and Carl. Wonder where Luigi is.
Emily's directing her men to go into the ruins. The treasure's in there, Packard. It's lost forever. The place must have been an inferno.
Don't you believe it? Emily knows what she's doing.
Positively. And I'll bet money that explosion we just heard blasted open the cement foundation.
Of course. She and Barin must have concealed the treasure in the foundation when they built this place 3 years ago.
Hey, look. Down on the river by the boathouse.
Let's say, a yacht. An ocean-going yacht.
Right, the Lacana, Bombay. Train your field glasses on him, Malcolm.
I will do.
Can you make out anything?
Aye. It's Manbalaskars, Hindus, East Indians.
Our Indian potentate ship.
Aye, he's on the bridge, watching through glasses.
Hey, here comes Emily with Carl and their men from behind that cement wall.
Oh, they're carrying something. It looks like a footlocker.
Good. Now listen, you two. The Maharaja is quite willing and able to buy the treasure, but I don't believe you'll have any part of a fight. And the 3 of us can handle Emily and her gang.
We haven't a prayer if the Indian and his men come ashore.
That's a chance we'll have to take.
Yeah, there they come with the second footlocker.
All the jewels are in those 2 cases. I know that much.
And it's time for us to move in. Malcolm, cover us with your rifle, will you?
Hurry.
All set, Reggie?
Ready and willing.
Let's go!
Son of a... Shoot them quick! Fight them all!
Good work, Malcolm. Keep it up. Wade into him, Reggie.
It's a pleasure.
Yeah, that does it. 2 old commanders are still with a ton of beef. Oh, look out, Jack, behind you.
I'll kill you. Let me go, I kill you.
Emily, stop it, you little cat. Give me that knife.
I can bite you.
Now, give me that knife. Is this the dirt you used to knife your husband in the back because you were in love with Carl?
You lie.
You want to bet on it?
Luigi's over there. He's shot in the back.
Yeah, Emily and Carl are going to have it all to themselves.
Too bad, honey. Boyfriend's gone bye-bye.
Canaille. Dog.
Jack, the yacht. It's pulling out in the midstream. His Highness doesn't want any part of this.
Let him go. We got what we came for.
Senor Packard. You are giving me much pleasure this evening.
Yeah, that's my line.
So?
Sure, always let the man be the first to say he's grateful.
But you are so brave. So very much a man. How is a girl going to keep still when her heart sends the words to her lips?
Look, are you sure you're only the desk clerk at the Amsterdam Hotel here in Paramaribo?
You do not think so?
You're much too pretty and much too facile with your pretty words. You could do better than being a receptionist.
Oh, you will take me with you?
Well,
For the man who has captured international gangsters and have saved $100 million worth of diamonds, you can do anything.
is that so now?
See, you could take me to the Riviera and make me a very glamorous woman. Or you could take me to Hollywood and make me a beautiful movie actress.
Now, just a minute.
But you say yourself that I should not hide away down here in Paramaribo.
But I'm a man about the world, not a Hollywood agent.
Oh, senor, you do this one little thing for
Oh,
me.
hello, Jack, old boy.
Oh, Reggie, where'd you pop from? Here, sit down.
No, send him away.
I say, is that polite?
Here, sit down.
Well, matter of fact, can't do it. Here, read this cablegram.
What's the matter now?
Please, you will take me with you.
Uh-oh. Jack Packard and Reggie York. You are requested to return to London immediately for special assignment in connection with the kidnapping of a girls' finishing school.
What? Somebody's run off with a girls' finishing school. How do you like that?
Signed, the 21 old men of 10 Gramercy Park.
Please, I am much more interesting than a silly schoolgirl.
Yeah, I'll bet you are, sweetheart, but get your hat, Jack. The Transatlantic Air Express is holding teeth for us.
For me, too?
Afraid not.
How in blazes do you kidnap a girls' finishing school?
Look, are you going to let this Englishman come between us?
Goodbye, honey. Next time I'm in Paramaribo, remind me to find out your name.
So, senor, you are a wolf. A wicked American wolf, and I spit upon you.
Come on, Wolf. The 21 old graybeards are calling.
You have just heard I Love Adventure, a new Carlton E. Morse production featuring Michael Raffetto as Jack Packard and Tom Collins as Reggie York. Next week brings International Incident number 6, entitled The Girls' Finishing School Kidnapping, an affair ranging from the Adriatic to the mountain fastness of Tibet. This evening, the spokesman was played by Everett Glass, Van Huygens by Louis Van Ruten, Emily by Lillian Bayot. Don Morrison played the Mexican. Lal Chan Mera was Ali. Dan O'Herlihy was the Cockney waiter. Alma Lawton was the Spanish room clerk. And Russell Thorson played Carl. The $100 Million Manhunt was written by Carlton E. Morse with John Paul Schofield. Organ music and effects by Rex Corey. Your announcer, Dresser Dahlstedt. Now, a listening reminder. The clock ticks off 30 minutes of mystery and suspense as it brings you next another unforgettable story. Stay tuned for The Clock, which follows over this ABC station. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. International Incident number 6.
Jack Packard and Reggie York. You're requested to return to London immediately for special assignment in connection with the kidnapping of a girls' finishing school. Signed, the 21 old men of 10 Gramercy Park.
I Love Adventure. The American Broadcasting Company presents a new Carlton E. Morse production featuring the international escapades of Jack, Doc, and Reggie. Tonight's incident is entitled The Finishing School Kidnapping.
Person, all out for London.
Buy a flower, mister. Buy a bouquet of flowers.
Oh, Sid, slimming things are wilted.
Put them in a vase of water. They'll pop up. Only 2 bob.
Hey, come on, Reggie. Here's a taxi. Right with you, Jack. Here you are, girl. You look like you could use 2 bob.
Thank you kindly, sir.
Hey, Reggie.
Coming right up, Dick.
Climb in.
Right up.
Where to?
In Gramercy Park.
In Gramercy Park it is, mister. Here, have a bouquet of old worn-out daisies. I think the flower girl rescued them from an ash heap.
Well, throw them out the window. They're dripping on you.
Oh, sir.
And they smell like decayed vegetation. At least toss them on the floor of the cab.
Oh, see here, Jack.
What now?
Twist of paper tied down in the middle. Here, break the string.
Yeah, let's see that.
Message in the flowers, no less.
Hey, listen to this, Reggie. Warning. We're well aware of the reason for your return to London. We also are aware of the mission on which you are to be dispatched. For your own good, do not try to pick up the trail of the missing girls. Signed, the intermediary.
Oh, intrigue. What's it all about?
Well, you know as much as I do. Our cablegram and the 21 old men says they want us back here in connection with the kidnapping of a girls' finishing school.
I say, Jack, I hadn't mentioned it yet. But doesn't it seem a little bit ridiculous that anyone would take the trouble to kidnap a whole school full of girls?
Well, that's one way to start a harem.
Serve you right. I never thought of that. Except what part of the world still practices the art of multiple wives?
Well, I suppose it... No, here we are.
Stay in Gramercy Park. Well, here you are, chap. Your gent, mister.
Come on, Reggie.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Oh, 'tis at that.
The 21 asked that you repair to the reception room upon arrival.
Fine. Come along, Reggie. You know, I always look forward to entering this great room.
Most beautiful, large room I was ever in. What a rattling big door from the outside. Notice now when I close it from the inside. Not a sound. See?
Yeah. Everything's serene in here.
I say, Jack, the hangings have been pulled back from the great mirror. The old boys must already be seated behind, looking out on us.
That is true, Mr. York. This morning we are greatly troubled in our mind because of an incident of international kidnapping, the audacity and ruthlessness of which has never before been known.
Then you actually mean an entire girls' school?
All of the girls between the ages of 14 and 17. There were 12 of them. Our representative from Italy, in whose country the incident took place, will brief you.
In the small Italian resort of Barizza on the Adriatic is the internationally famous girls' finishing school, which for 40 years has been governed by Countess Japan. The tragedy is multiplied because these young ladies who make up the student body are the daughters of the great families of all countries.
Oh, complications.
3 are the daughters of American industrial and political leaders. 1 is the granddaughter of a former British Prime Minister. There is a Middle European princess and 4 daughters from great French families. There is a South American heiress, a Belgian millionaire's daughter, and 2 of our own signorinas from fine old families. It is a tragedy beyond the telling.
Yeah, but what happened? What actually occurred?
Please, I cannot go on. One of the little ones is my own granddaughter.
I will finish for our friend from Italy. Barizza is a famous watering place of long standing. Near this resort on the Adriatic Sea is an abandoned airfield left after the war by the United States Air Force. 3 days ago, a great 4-engine plane of a design similar to the American DC-6 landed on the airstrip outside Barizza. 5 men entered the school, locked up the teachers at gunpoint, selected the 12 girls between the ages of 14 and 17, marched them back to the field, loaded them aboard the plane. And that is all that is known of the incident.
But I said, what were the police doing?
It's a small place. We have only 2 possible clues. A plane similar to the one carrying the girls was sighted and reported over Kabul, Afghanistan, heading northeast.
Then we know the girls were taken into the Orient or Russia. Huh?
It is not Russia.
Well, here's something that may help. On our way out of Piccadilly Station, a girl representing herself as a flower girl forced a bunch of wilted daisies on Reggie. On the flowers was tied this message. Warning, we're aware of the reason for your return to London. We also are aware of the mission on which you are to be dispatched. For your own good, do not try to pick up the trail of the missing girls. Signed, the intermediary.
But you must. My granddaughter is with us.
You are to ignore that message. A plane will take you out of London tonight for Delhi, India. Go to the Great Western Hotel. In the meantime, we may be able to lay our hands on the intermediary who signed that warning.
What do we do at the Great Western Hotel in Delhi?
That is our second clue. Sit at the sidewalk table until a one-eyed Greek bandit named Chadra comes to you. He hears more backstairs gossip than any other 100 men in India. But he's a bandit at heart. You'll have to pay for your information.
Sit at a sidewalk table at the Great Western Hotel in Delhi, India, and wait for a one-eyed Greek bandit. That's what the spokesman said.
We're a long way from Delhi, India at the moment. We're still over the English Channel.
Well, naturally, old boy. We've only been in the air about 7 minutes.
Hey, does it seem to you that we're awful short on crew for a four-motor job like this?
Short on crew?
Yeah. Only ones I've seen since we came aboard at Croydon Field are the pilot and co-pilot.
And a couple of cut customers, if you ask me.
You felt that too, huh?
What's that?
I've had a creepy feeling ever since we took off. A plane like this should have a 7-man crew.
Well, they seem capable, I'll give them that. A couple of unwholesome characters, but they handle a big ship with plenty of know-how.
I don't like it.
Well, we can be sure the 21 old boys wouldn't load us on the wrong ship.
Sounds reasonable.
The old man had a cabbie waiting for us out in front of 10 Gramercy Park. He delivered us directly from the conference to this plane. Well, we're on the right plane.
What about the warning of the flower girl?
Sure.
They could have substituted cab drivers.
And delivered us to the wrong plane?
I don't know.
Oh, don't say it then. You're making me feel worse by the minute.
Hey, what's that program you got in your hand?
Program?
That piece of slick paper looks like a program for a concert. Here, let me see that. It's in Italian.
You read Italian?
No. Second Summer Symphony Concert. Baritza Opera House.
Well, I say, Jack, Baritza. That's where the girls were kidnapped.
Reggie, where'd you get this program?
Stuck down behind my seat here. Found it when I dropped my cigarette.
Look, May 25th, 1948. The day before the kidnapping.
Oh, I don't get it, Jack.
I do. One of the girls had been at the concert. She had this program in her purse when they brought her and the other 11 aboard this ship.
This ship?
Of course. This is the same plane that kidnapped the girls.
And now it's us.
One of the girls must have stuck it down behind the seat, hoping it'd be found.
What unutterable gall. Kidnap 12 girls and then come calmly back to Croydon Airfield and pick us up.
We were warned, weren't we? We walked blindly.
I say, Jack. Here comes the co-pilot.
Better get set. He looks like business.
Well, he's asking for it.
Hey, man. See what he has to say.
Which one of you is Packard?
I am.
Captain wants you aboard.
Oh, is something wrong?
Never mind that. Come on. Or do you want to argue?
Oh, why so tough about it?
Oh, so you want to debate, huh?
Hold it, old boy. Don't take that gun out of your jacket.
What's the idea of pulling a gun on me?
You have a gun, and I have a gun.
And I have a gun. You're at a little disadvantage, looks like.
Well, you blasted second-rate fly cop.
Cut the talk. Take that gun out of your jacket. Butt in first.
And hurry up. If one of us doesn't get to, the other will.
That's it. Now drop it on the floor.
I'll get you, too.
Good boy, Reggie. He'll sleep the good sleep for some time.
Well, just made sure. Tie his hands behind him with his own necktie. I say, Jack, pull his breeches down over his feet so he can't get up and walk about.
That's not a bad idea.
Hands tied.
Yeah. That'll take care of his feet.
Well, what next, old boy?
Likewise with the pilot.
Oh, excellent. After that, we'll pilot the bloomin' ship to Delhi, India, after our own fashion.
How about it, Reggie? Any radio messages back from London?
Just came in. Signed 21 old men.
Good. I better stick to the controls. Let's hear it.
Yeah, we guessed right. Listen. The cab driver assigned to deliver you to the airport was found dead in a ditch. A substitute driver delivered you to the enemy plane. Hold those 2 renegade airmen in the ship and deliver them to the high command when you reach Delhi.
Good.
Don't waste time reaching Delhi. Chadra has information. Signed 21 old men.
They seem all fired anxious for us to meet up with Chadra, the one-eyed Greek.
I, too. Sidewalk Cafe, the Great Western Hotel, Delhi. Next stop. Been a long time since I've been in India.
Yeah, Delhi never changes with the years. More like an Oriental circus, a street carnival in the city, huh? Listen to that music down the street.
Shish kebab, other shish kebab, hello shish kebab.
Most of the inhabitants rather come between us and the music.
Colorful, though, huh?
Well, here we sit in the Sidewalk Cafe before the Great Western Hotel. What's supposed to happen now?
Gentlemen, a fine piece of Oriental carpet.
Hello. Rug peddler, no less.
Very old piece of Oriental weaving, out of a palace.
No, thanks.
Take it, you fool. Examine it while I talk to you.
What's that?
Who are you?
Chadra.
The Greek contact man.
Please to examine the rug, master.
Pretty nice piece of goods at that, Jack.
Yeah, not bad. Hey, what's the layout?
Keep examining the rug.
Here's the design I like, old boy.
Meet me at the west gate to the city at sunset. We go to Nepal, to the Tibetan border by motor car.
Tibet? Is that where the girls have been taken?
Don't look at me. Examine the carpet.
Is that where the girls are?
Yes. They're in the harem of the Dalai Lama, just over the Indian border.
Look here. Did you say harem?
That is all. Tell me to go away. Drive me off.
No, you haven't got anything here fit to look at.
Kute kabacha. Kute kabacha.
No, look, old boy. Go away, will you?
Infidel. Thief. I spit on you.
You'd better not, you blasted old goat.
Go on, get out of here.
I will gather my friends. I will return and cause a riot.
Really believes in putting on an act, doesn't he?
Anyway, the west gate of the city at sunset.
Say, what a welter of humanity.
This way, Reggie.
Ever seen anything like it?
Yeah, everybody trying to get in or out of the gates of the city before sunset.
The chaps with that herd of goats are having a bad time of it. Hello, Jack. Look at that automobile.
Yeah, a Rolls Royce.
And a block long. Oh, hello, there's Chadra in the back seat.
How about that? Chadra is not only a desert bandit and a Greek, but he's possessor of a Rolls Royce. Come on.
Money, sahib. Money, sahib.
No money, old boy. No money.
Don't get separated from me, Reggie.
Here, right on your heels.
Finally made it.
Get in the car quickly. Do not call attention to yourself.
All right, in with you, Reggie.
Pleasure. So, such luxury for a Greek rug peddler.
Not my car.
Oh, borrowed?
No. Stolen.
What? Stolen?
But they will not catch us before we reach Nepal.
But after we reach Nepal?
In Nepal, the car is mine. It should bring a good price, eh?
One-eyed Greek bandit. Knew what they were talking about.
How do we get from Nepal to this Dalai Lama's headquarters?
Lamasery.
Lamasery? You mean they've got a harem in a Tibetan monastery?
A Tibetan lamasery is not the same as a Western monastery.
Apparently not.
You still haven't answered how we get there.
The last part of the journey will be by Tibetan ponies. I will guide you to the last plateau. You will have to make the final ascent yourself.
Ascent?
Certainly. The Dalai Lama's lamasery is high in the Himalayas. It is a veritable eagle's nest.
Well, that's it. Right up ahead. Lamasery, monastery, whatever it's called in Tibet.
Yeah, Eagle's Nest is right. Hangs right out over the edge of a precipice.
Oh, these must be the gates. Great arch we're approaching.
I'll be glad to get off of this shaggy pony.
Oh, I quite agree. You know, I'm so cramped and blistered from knee to thigh, I feel as though I'd been tenderized. Active, agile little brute now. Been climbing this blooming mountain since dawn without any let-up. Hello. What's that?
Apparently we've been spotted. Well, let's dig our heels in and get up to the gate.
Whoa there. Hold up, boy.
Come on.
They got the gates open for us. Let's ride in.
Yeah. Come on, boy.
Whoa. We've come to see the Dalai Lama.
Greetings. Please dismount.
Pleasure. Say, Jack, I can hardly stand.
Frankly numb from the waist down, but it's a relief, huh?
There is food and a bath awaiting you.
Are the ponies...
They will be given good care.
You act as though you were expecting us.
No, but this is a lamasery. It is our duty to give succor to wayfarers who pass this way.
Well, that's downright friendly.
Hassan, take the ponies. Please follow me. Travel in the Himalayas is a wearisome task. The dust of your journey shall be washed away.
Oh, jolly nice of you.
And then you'll take us to the Dalai Lama?
He receives all visitors. You will be no exception.
Certainly a monastic stone cell they've put us in. Straw on the floor for a bed. Lamp fat with a wick floating in it for a light.
Nothing wrong with their hospitality. Warm water to cleanse us, a fiery meat stew, and plenty of hot tea to fill us.
Quite. Have you made up your mind yet, Jack, whether those champions are for us or against us?
Well, apparently we're just two travelers passing through. What they'll think when they know why we came is something else.
I'm keeping my Luger handy just in case. I say, have you seen anything indicating there's one girl, let alone 12, locked up in this place?
No, but in this labyrinth of tunnels and passages, not to mention... Oh, here's our guide again.
Hello. Sure, but pleasant hospitality.
Hospitality is our business.
Well, I should think so.
Come. The father will welcome you now.
The Dalai Lama?
Yes. Please come.
You've really set yourself on top of the world up here.
Yes, it is out of the world of men.
You're not only out of this world, but you practically look down through the long blue vault of eternity from up here.
You are an imaginative man. Here, you will enter this door. I go no farther.
Just walk in, is that it?
Please.
Keep with me, Reggie.
Enter, gentlemen. Enter and welcome.
What I say?
You're the high priest, the Dalai Lama?
Yes. You are surprised?
But you're a scholar. This room's a scholar's room. I never thought that in the vastness of this isolation...
Why not? For meditation, for deep and concentrated thought, where would one go but to some hidden far-off place?
You were educated in England?
That was before the First World Conflict. I have not been out of this lamasery, and I have not communicated with the outside world in 35 years.
You're a native Tibetan?
I was born in a village near here, and was brought here and raised and taught by the Dalai Lama before me.
But how could a man of your culture, your gentle nature, your friendliness have perpetrated such a crime as you've just committed?
Crime? I?
Well, now, let's not beat around the bush. You kidnapped, or had kidnapped, 12 girls from Baritza, Italy. Those girls are right here in this lamasery.
Indeed.
Look, the 12 girls are members of influential families from half a dozen great nations. Now, unless this business is corrected without any delay, unless the girls are unharmed and return safely, you're going to be the #1 international criminal.
Yeah. What's that?
Yes, master.
Bring into this room the 12 girls from the harem.
Yes, master.
Then you admit...
Please. While the young ladies are being brought here, let me tell you a story. One evening in the early days of World War II, a great plane flying over these mountains crashed into one of our peaks. The priests climbed to the wreckage and discovered it was a refugee plane carrying English passengers from the path of the Japanese. Of the 37 passengers and crew, none lived except a girl child of perhaps 3 years, found unconscious, still clasped in the arms of her dead mother.
Sure.
And the little one was brought to me, and for 5 years she had been given all the care, the learning, the understanding available among the wise men of this lamasery.
One small English girl raised in a place inhabited only by men?
A woman from our village was her nursemaid. Oh, but that was not enough.
Oh, I should think not.
No. And now that she is 8 or perhaps 9, she needs other children, girls of her own Western world.
14 to 17, pretty old for a girl of 9.
Not for this one. We have taught her well.
And are you going to tell me that because you wanted companionship for this girl, you felt justified in raiding a girl's finishing school?
Wait. You are anticipating my story. No. There is no justification. What I did was contact my agent in New Delhi, and I gave orders that I wanted 12 presentable young women. It was my thought that in ravished Europe there are so many misplaced persons, so many young girls made orphans by the war. It would be a wonderful opportunity for 12 of them if they were brought here out of the world's misery, given security, educated, trained, allowed to grow to womanhood under wise, gentle tutorship. It would be a haven for them and companionship for our girls.
Yeah, but these children you brought here...
I know. The commission was placed in the hands of the wrong men. It never entered my mind that unprincipled agents would commit such an atrocity.
Then why didn't you send the girls back? Why didn't you let the world know immediately?
How do you suppose Shardra the Greek got his information? And how do you suppose the 21 old men of 10 Gramercy Park received their thread of information?
You mean you deliberately laid the way open for us to come to you?
Of course. I could have kept the whereabouts of these girls locked away from the world forever.
Yeah, but they tried to stop us. The same ship that kidnapped the girls tried to get rid of us.
Yes, those unprincipled agents are now desperate. They know I do not sanction their actions. They knew if you reached me and I gave you their names, they would pay for their crime.
But why would they do such a thing? Kidnap the cream of the crop when Europe is teeming with orphans. They could have brought you 12 poor little waifs off the street and no one would ever have been the wiser.
They had criminal minds, those men. And there is never any logic in crime. Wickedness is irrational, unexplainable.
And you're saying the kidnapping was done without your knowledge or consent?
I say more than that. It was my doing which led you here to recover the girls. They are free to go back with you. Yes, here they are.
Hello. What charming costume.
Come in, young women. These are the native dress of the Tibetan women of distinction.
Well, what's the matter? Are they afraid of us or afraid of you?
Afraid? I don't think they are afraid of anyone. Is that not true?
Yes, Master.
I say, that little blonde girl. What's your name?
Tell him.
My name is Blanka Valska.
Young women, this is Mr. Jack Packard, and this is Mr. Reginald York.
How do you do?
They have come to return you to your school in Italy.
Oh, please, may I have permission to speak?
This is Miss Marcia Gresham. Her grandfather was once Prime Minister of England.
Please, it's so wonderful here. Go back and tell our people that we don't want to leave.
What's this?
That stuffy, silly finishing school was making us dull social butterflies. Superficial. Here we're learning wonderful things. We're being taught to understand beauty and goodness and intelligence. After we've known this, it would be beastly to return us to Baritza.
Look here, what have you done to these girls?
They have done nothing. See, only good, only truth.
Oh, you've mesmerized them. Hypnotism.
Hypnotized by the beauty of depth of their own souls, which was hidden from them in the outer world by trivial, stupid, superficial training.
Are you trying to prove we shouldn't return these girls to their friends and families?
No, they must go back.
Oh, no, you won't.
You must go back. You must reveal what you have learned here to your family. If then you wish to return, you are able to persuade your people, that is well.
What about the little girl you saved from the plane wreck?
She belongs here. She stays.
I'll have to report all this information.
We'll rest here tonight. And in the morning, the girls will be prepared. And within 48 hours, you will be returned to your own civilization. That I promise you.
Hello, Reggie. Hello.
I'm listening, old boy.
Have you been able to contact London?
I have that. They're pleased no end. Asked me to stand by for further chit-chat.
Okay, stand by.
Later.
Hello, you're not supposed to be up front with the pilot.
Why not? The other girls think Mr. York is dreamy, but I prefer you.
Let's see, you're Marcia Gresham, aren't you?
I knew you'd remembered me.
How old are you?
17, but age means nothing to a girl.
You don't say.
Hello, Jack.
Yeah, Reggie.
Word from the 21 old men. We're to take the girls back to Baritza, Italy.
Baritza. Not London, huh?
No, back to Baritza.
Jack.
Oh, dear. Are you going to take us back to that silly debutante school?
I'm afraid so.
You'll stay over 2 or 3 days, won't you?
Why?
Oh, haven't I given you enough reason without coming right out and saying that I'm mad about you?
Well, you were the one who was so mad about the lamasery and the beautiful things the monks were teaching you.
Well?
Sure you're not just mad about men in general?
A girl can be mistaken many times, but she's bound to be right once.
There's that possibility, of course.
And I'm right about you. The minute you came into my life, I knew it.
Well, that's highly complimentary, I assure you.
Say, Jack, here's something more from 21 old men.
Hey, Reggie, you're supposed to stay at your communication station.
Well, take a look at this.
Huh? Drop the girls at Baritza and return to London immediately for assignment with the ambassador at Istanbul, Turkey.
How do you like that for an assignment?
But you can't stay at Baritza one night.
Oh, how about that? The ambassador at Istanbul, Turkey. What's he doing there and why?
You think I'm just a child. Well, you wait and see. I'll go back to Tibet and learn all the mysteries hidden there, and I'll turn this old world upside down.
In the meantime, back to your finishing school for you, my dear. And then London and the 21 old men for us. Give her the gun, Jack.
You have just heard I Love Adventure, a new Carlton E. Morse production featuring Michael Raffetto as Jack Packard and Tom Collins as Reggie York. Next week, International Incident Number 7, entitled The Ambassador Ricardo Santos Affair, taking us from Istanbul, Turkey, to the jungles of French West Africa. Harry Lang was the llama in tonight's show. Alma Lawton was Marcia Gresham. Don Morrison was Chadra, the Greek. Everett Glass was the spokesman. Other players included Lal Chan Mehra, Russell Thorson, Gloria Grant, and Blanca de Sonia. The Finishing School Kidnapping was written and produced by Carlton E. Morse. Organ music and effects by Rex Curry. Your announcer, Dresser Dahlstedt. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The program was transcribed from an earlier network broadcast.
The American Broadcasting Company presents I Love Adventure. Adventure number 7. But Grandma, What Big Teeth You Have. A new Carlton E. Morse production featuring Jack, Doc, and Reggie. O'clock in the afternoon in the office of the A1 Detective Agency, around the corner and up one flight, just off Hollywood Boulevard. It's hot, and Mary Kay Jones, the cutest secretary in Hollywood, is dressed for it. Her boss, Jack Packard, is sitting directly under an electric fan, his feet up on the desk, his shirt open at the collar, and a glass of iced coffee in his hand.
Boss, it's so doggone hot it's indecent. Gets so a girl doesn't care anymore.
Why don't you take off something?
If I took off one thing more, you could hand me a cake of soap and a wash rag and send me to the shower.
Try some iced coffee.
And immediately perspiration starts out on me like a whirling spray. Oh, honest to goodness, boss. Why don't you shut up shop and let a girl go home and sit in a tub of water?
Go ahead. I want to wait for Doc and Reggie.
What do they got that we want?
They're supposed to turn in a report on the Bronson firebug case. The insurance company's been screaming for it since Monday.
Oh, great. 150 in the shade, and we got to work on a firebug case.
Not you.
What do you mean, not me? I'm your secretary, aren't I?
I'm not sure sometimes.
You're not sure about what?
When you come down to the office in clothes like you got on today, I sometimes wonder.
Oh?
Maybe I ought to keep you for a pin-up girl.
Don't like 'em, huh?
Huh?
These clothes. Don't like 'em?
Sure, what there is of them. But what'll clients think?
What client?
Hey, did anybody ever tell you you're the freshest secretary in Hollywood?
Besides, I don't wear my clothes for the clients.
No?
No. I wear them for the boss. Ever since you reopened the A1 Detective Agency after finishing up with the 21 old men, I've practically been throwing myself at the boss. But the poor dope isn't having any.
The office is no place for romance.
Well, then, for the love of Mike, why don't you take me out on a dark road some night? Or to a nice balcony seat in a theater? I'll come and sit on my front porch.
No, you're much too important to the A1 agency as a secretary.
You think a little fraternizing on Saturday night would cut down my office efficiency on Monday morning?
Hey, look, Mary Kay, I'm too hot to argue. I've got... Oh, somebody in the outer office.
Yeah, boss, I'll get it. Relax, boss. It's just Reggie. He's got a kid with him.
Kid? Boy?
Surprising as it may seem, it's the boy.
See you for a minute, Jack?
Sure.
Okay, fella. In with you. You see this tadpole, Jack? I bet he's not over 10 years old. How old are you, son? Oh, he's not talking. Anyway, you know what I caught him doing? Caught him purse snatching.
Hey, no kidding.
Right down there on Hollywood Boulevard. Went up behind a woman, jerked the purse out from under her arm, and streaked it down a side alley. He'd have got away with it, too, if he hadn't run right into my arm.
Is that right, boy?
Is this a police station?
Uh-uh.
You did steal the woman's purse?
Don't look like any police station to me.
You give the woman's purse back to her, Reggie?
Yeah, she wanted to call a uniformed cop, but I flashed my special on her and she let me have the kid.
You've been purse snatching for quite a while?
Look, if this is a police station, where's the cells where you lock people up?
As a matter of fact, this isn't a police station.
Oh,
We're private detectives.
yeah?
Yeah, I'm Jack Packard. Man that brought you in is Reggie York.
Is she a private detective, too?
No, she's our secretary.
She's hot stuff. Hey!
Out of the mouths of babes.
Where'd you get that kind of talk? You ought to have your mouth washed out.
Touchy, ain't she?
What's your name?
Bud Crawford. Now I know you're not the police, I'm not scared anymore.
Well, that's good. How old are you?
I'm 11.
Oh, look here. You sure about that?
For crying out loud, don't you think a guy knows how old he is?
Well, you don't look 11 to me.
All right, skip it. Where do you live?
6170 Selma.
Oh, that's just around the corner, boss.
With your folks?
Hmm?
I say, do you live with your folks?
Yeah, sure. My grandmother.
Is that all?
Yeah, that's all. Just my grandmother.
Do you know you're a purse snatcher?
No,
You go to school?
I used to.
You mean you don't go to school now, kid 11 years old?
I don't sleep very good.
A growing boy 11 years old doesn't sleep good? What's the matter? Your conscience bothering you?
No.
Why don't you sleep good?
Some nights I do. Some nights I have dreams.
What do you dream?
I don't know.
Yes, you do.
I don't want to think about them.
Nightmares.
Bad dreams, huh?
Yeah.
Well, it might do you good to tell somebody about them. You like to try?
They don't make any sense. They're crazy.
Well, go on. I'd like to hear them. Here, you want a cold drink?
No. I'm not sweating because it's hot. I sweat like this when I think about the dream. Sometimes I wake up in the night sweating like this.
Here. Want a handkerchief?
No, I got one.
Hey, when was the last time you had a bath?
Oh, so you're one of them dames that right away get personal.
But your hands, they're filthy. Doesn't your grandmother ever make you clean up?
No.
Never mind about that. Let's get back to this dream business. You'd rather talk about that anyway, wouldn't you?
I never told anybody.
Sure, that's probably why they keep worrying you. You tell Lois about them, and it'll probably make you feel a lot better.
Grandma can tell when I'm restless. She can even tell before I get into bed that I'm not going to sleep good.
Oh, can?
Yeah. But then she gives me something to make me sleep.
Capsule?
No, with a needle.
Sure, now. Here, roll up your sleeve, bud. Here, let me do it for you.
No, this arm.
No. You getting all this down, Mary Kay?
Every word, boss. You think it might mean something?
Hey, Jack, look at this kid's arm.
Needle punch.
4, 6, 8, 11 of them.
What the heck? They don't hurt.
Okay, you can roll your sleeve down. How about these dreams?
Well, it takes me a long time to get out of our house.
You mean in your dream you get up and dress and want to get out of the house?
I don't want to, but I gotta. For some reason, I got to.
But you don't know what the reason is, huh?
Yeah, that's it. And it takes me a long time to get out. And I have to go through a lot of rooms. And big rooms and long rooms. And I have to go through a lot of doors. Lots of doors. Hurry, Bud. Hurry up. Don't let him catch you. Hurry. Hurry. In every room I went into, my voice sounded different. Hurry, Bud. Don't let him catch you. Hurry. Hurry. Bud, hurry. Hurry, they're after you. Don't let them catch you. You gotta hurry. You gotta hurry.
Oh, don't cry like that. Take it easy, Bud. It's just a dream.
No, it isn't. Because one time a gun went off, and I heard somebody scream. And when I went to put my shoes on in the morning, they were all covered with mud.
Well, you can see how crazy that is. Look outside. So hot you could fry steak. And it's been that way for the last 2 months. How could you possibly get your shoes muddy in Southern California in June?
It happened. I know it did.
What happened?
I killed somebody.
Oh, look, fella. I bet a buck you didn't. You got your dreams all mixed up with...
Where was this? Where did it happen?
Outdoors. That's all I know.
And you think you shot somebody?
Sometimes. Sometimes I'm running and people are chasing me. Sometimes I dig a hole in the ground and bury things.
You know what it is you bury?
I don't know anything. I just wake up sweating and tired. Like I hadn't been in bed any of the time.
What does your grandmother say to all this?
I don't tell her. I'd be scared to tell her.
Why?
Yeah, why? Grandmothers are wonderful people to tell things to.
Not my grandmother.
Okay, Bud, we've talked about everything but the purse snatching. I know you don't want to talk about it, but we got him.
Not part of the dream.
Maybe not, but we'll talk about it just the same. How many times have you done this? Snatched a woman's purse?
Just this once.
No. Look up at him. That's it. Is that true?
Honest.
I believe it is true. Why did you do it?
Honest, Mr. Packard. Something made me. It was just like I'd done it before and knew just how to do it. I didn't want to all the time I was doing it.
No. People don't do what they don't want to do.
Never mind it. Bud, I want you to come in the back room. Back here with me.
What's back there?
Makeshift laboratory. Come on.
You want me, boss?
Oh, you and Reggie wait there. In with you, Bud.
Funny business.
Hey, you picked yourself up quite a case.
What does Jack care what the kid dreams? When I was a youngster, I used to have some dreams that would make Bud's dreams sound like mush and milk.
Yeah? What did you dream about?
Women?
What kind of women?
Mary Kay, it didn't make any difference what kind of women, you know? Women.
Oh, fine.
And speaking of women, Mary Kay, if there's anything cuter than the clothes you've got on this PM, it's the stuff that's inside them.
Mustn't touch.
Still, Jack Packard or nobody, huh?
That's the way it is.
Isn't life a crime?
Hey, no kidding, Reggie. Give a girl the lowdown.
Gladly. On what subject?
Well, why did you and Jack and Doc break with the 21 old men?
10 Gramercy Park?
Yeah, why did you?
Well, no break at all, my dear.
I'm not your dear. And there must have been some kind of break, because that international stuff is right down Jack's alley. He wouldn't have given it up to come back and reopen the A1 Detective Agency office here in Hollywood if he could have gone on with the whole world as his playground.
Matter of fact, we were getting too well known.
Yeah? How do you mean?
21 old boys need pawns whose faces aren't known.
Oh, that's it, huh?
Getting so the old boys couldn't send us anywhere without Jack being spotted as their man.
So you had to wind up business and come home, huh?
Oh, we'll do a job for them still once in a while. Doc's really the one who persuaded us to reopen the agency. How he does love to play detective.
Huh. That red-headed Texan. You know why, don't you?
No, why?
Well, it gets him around among the girls.
Ah, yes. Girls.
He's worse than you are. And that's something. Brother.
Perfectly all right, Bud. If you'd shot a gun and killed anybody, there'd be little specks of burned powder embedded in the skin of your hand.
And there wasn't any?
No sign. A lot of dirt. No burned powder.
So that's what you were doing in there, giving him the burned powder test.
Yeah. Get on your horse, Reggie.
What? You've got to go out in that hot glare again?
We're going over and see Bud's grandmother.
If my grandmother finds out I brought anybody
She's
home...
not going to know. You're going to stay here with Mary Kay.
I don't trust her.
Hey, why do you say that?
She's got that soap and water look in her eye. She's going to wash me.
Why don't you let her? You might get to like it.
Go on, Reggie.
Coming. Take care of each other, you two.
Look, I'll make a deal with you.
Yeah? What kind of a deal?
You don't wash me, I don't run out on you.
Hey, why the big beef about washing? Doesn't your grandmother ever wheel the wash rag?
My grandmother don't ever make me do nothing.
Oh, but she must care about you. But why does she give you injections to make you sleep?
I didn't know. But it's not because she cares about me.
Oh, that's too bad.
No, it ain't. It's okay. She don't care about nothing, and I don't care about nothing. And it's okay, see?
This is the house.
What a fire trap. Look out if we don't break our necks getting up on the porch.
Well, come on.
Don't rap too hard. It'll knock the door off its hinges. Maybe Grandma isn't home. Maybe she's out playing bridge at Beverly Wilshire, having tea with Mrs. Gibson.
Hey, hold it.
See you something?
Somebody's answering the door.
I don't hear anything.
He's listening just inside the door.
Why don't you try them again?
Well,
You, Mrs. Crawford?
the name be Mrs. Crawford, and why shouldn't it be?
We represent an insurance company.
Oh, do I look like a good risk, young man?
Oh, no, we're not trying to sell insurance.
No?
No. My name's Jack Packard.
Well, how do you do, Mr. Jack Packard?
This is Reggie York.
Hello, Grandma.
Do tell. I've always been very partial to educated young men with broad shoulders and the way with the girls about them.
Well, Grandma, what a beautiful smile you've got.
Oh, and from England, too.
An English lad if there ever was one. How about Mr. Packard and me coming in and talking a little?
Just a minute.
Oh, I see. No?
You said you was from the insurance.
That's right. We're detectives for an insurance company.
Oh, detectives.
Yes,
What's an insurance company need of detectives?
Why, I don't know whether I should tell you this or not.
Yes?
Well, you see, when a person insured by our company dies and leaves a large amount of money for us to pay to his relatives...
Somebody done that? Died and left a lot of money?
Happens every day. Well, you see, then Reggie and I are sent out to find the proper relatives to which our company will pay the face of the policy.
Well, maybe you young men better come right on in. Open the screen door. Now, you have to excuse me with no carpets on the floor on account they've been sent to the cleaners for weeks now.
What she really means is pawn shop.
Okay, cut it out, Reggie.
Come on right in, gentlemen. Come right in. There ain't much furniture, I grant you, but what there is, you're welcome to.
I think this apple box will hold me up.
Well, suppose I am poor. There ain't no call to make fun of a poor old lady who's doing the best she can, is there?
Oh, look here. Honestly, Mrs. Crawford...
I know how it is. I was young and thoughtless once myself. Young folks forgets how hard the world can be to old people. Tolerated, that's all. Just barely tolerated. And let her hang on a little while longer.
Jack, why don't we get out of here and mind our own business?
Oh, well, no. No, you don't want to go. What were you saying about somebody leaving a lot of money?
Mrs. Crawford, that was just another...
Yes, Miss Crawford. Just an old acquaintance of yours. At least so we're led to understand. You know, or should I say, you did know a gentleman by the name of Robert Macaulay?
Robert? Oh, you'd be meaning dear old Robbie Macaulay, why, of course. And would it be Robbie who's died and left me the money?
Yeah, but Mrs. Crawford...
Of course I knew Robbie Macaulay. Knowed him all my life. Grew up with him. Nearly married me.
Oh, great.
He did so 3 different times.
He almost married you 3 different times.
He did. And if he left me money, it's no more than right that he should. Us being what we were to each other.
Okay, Jack, witness is yours. Before we can go any further towards getting Robert Macaulay's money for you, I'm going to have to ask you a few questions.
Well, if they're about Robbie...
No, they're not. They're about your grandson.
What's my grandson to do with it?
Everything. His name's Bud, I think. Bud Crawford?
That's right.
Well, there's one stipulation in Miss Macaulay's will. Money goes to you only providing you've been a good grandmother to Bud.
Well, who says I haven't been a good grandmother?
Nobody, no. It's just in the will. See, Mr. Macaulay loved children.
Oh, yes. I remember. He always did, yes.
So we've got to make sure in our own mind that you love and care for Bud. Could we see him?
Why, I think the loving lad is at his studies in school at the moment.
Oh, I see. Well, I don't suppose it's really necessary to see him personally. Maybe if you'll just show us around the house, show us his room and his toys.
What for?
We got to have something in which to form an opinion of your relations with your grandson.
Did you ever know a grandmother that didn't love her grandchildren?
Oh, well...
Did you?
Well, no, not that I know of.
Well, there you are. I love Bud, and I give him all the mother care I know how. And he'd tell you the same if he was home. So what more is there?
Oh, by the way, Reggie, is that other appointment...
Other appointment?
Oh,
yes, that.
Look, it's almost 4 o'clock. I wonder if you'll stay here and finish up with Mrs. Crawford while I run along.
Well, what about the money?
Well, Reggie will finish talking with you about that. It's nice meeting a kind old gentlewoman like you, Mrs. Crawford. Take good care of Mrs. Crawford while I'm out, Reggie.
Will do.
Well, he certainly had to get up and go in a hurry.
Yeah, that's Jack. Abrupt. You know what I think, Mrs. Crawford?
What?
I think Jack just got up and left because he wasn't getting anywhere with him.
Getting anywhere?
Sure. The minute you laid eyes on me and saw I was a bit of brawn and bone from England, you weren't interested in what he was saying at all.
But what about Robbie Macaulay's money?
No. See here, you aren't interested in money when you've got a broad-shouldered lad.
Who says I'm not interested in money?
Why, Grandma, what greedy eyes you've got. You wouldn't by any chance be one of the original 1890 gimme girls, would you?
What is this, anyway?
Grandma, could I ask you something?
Don't call me Grandma. And you get on out of this house.
Going to get tough, huh?
You want me to call the police?
Sure. Want me to get them on the line for you?
Well, what do you want to ask?
Grandma, what's that stuff you've been shooting into Bud's arm at night? That syringe. Hey, Grandma, don't look so scared.
Where's Bud? Where's my boy?
Just take it easy now. Nothing's the matter with Bud.
Now, Bud's a sickly boy. Bud's not well. And they... What's that?
What?
Somebody in my bedroom.
Maybe you've got burglars. Maybe you're just hearing things.
Listen. He's standing just on the other side of that door.
What big ears you've got, Grandma.
Look. The doorknob's turning. The door's opening. You!
Well, if it isn't my old sidekick, Jack Packard himself.
You look pretty upset, Miss Crawford.
What are you doing in my bedroom?
You're no lady, Miss Crawford. You shouldn't get so upset.
Get out of my house. You hear me? Get out of my house.
Sit down, Grandma.
You let go of me.
Sit down. Jack wants to talk to you. That's it.
You can't do this to an old lady. You can't, man.
All right, that'll be enough of that. You recognize this narcotic needle?
Doggone syringe, big enough for a horse.
You do recognize it, don't you? It's the needle you've been using to give your grandson injections. What was the hypnotic drug you used?
You're wrong. You're wrong.
Well, never mind. The police laboratory will tell me quick enough. Where'd you get the stuff?
Oh, I'm a very old lady.
Well, it's a good thing you are, because I feel like mussing somebody up good. Shooting a kid full of hypnotic drugs and then sending him out to do your dirty work for you.
Sure, Jack. What sort of dirty work?
Purse snatching, for one thing. When he was shot full of that stuff, he responded to any suggestion his grandmother made to him. That's how the old lady's been living. Look, here's a couple of women's purses.
Those are my purses. They're mine.
There's no such thing. Look, this one's got the initials JJB stamped on it. The other one's got a personal card inside. Mrs. H.S. Edwards.
Aren't you ashamed of yourself? An old lady like you.
Persecuting an old woman.
Cut the crocodile tears, Grandma.
But here's the most interesting item. I found it tucked in the back corner of a bureau drawer.
Uh-oh. Gold watch.
Yeah, and on the back of it is engraved the following. To Patrolman John S. Redmond from the Los Angeles Police Commission for his excellent work in the performance of his duties connected with the control of narcotic traffic.
Patrolman Redmond? But he's been missing for almost 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Well, the police department's been like a bunch of caged wildcats.
What's the matter, Miss Crawford? Nothing to say? Under the circumstances, I doubt if I would either. But that was a dirty business trying to make an 11-year-old kid think he did it. You had him full of that hypnotic stuff. You had him with you. You heard the shot. You heard the officer's death cry. You told him over and over he'd killed. When he woke up, he believed it.
Very well, Mr. Packard. If you are going to persecute me, there's not much I can do about it.
Hello. What's come over the old dame?
You say all this isn't true?
If I've done all this, there's got to be a body someplace.
That's right.
Have you found a body?
Grandma, you should have cleaned Bud's muddy shoes the next morning.
Shoes?
That's right. Where would a boy get muddy shoes walking around this neighborhood in June?
I don't know.
I didn't either until I went out and looked around. There's been some new street work not so long ago. What happened? Did a water main break?
I don't know what you're suggesting.
I'm suggesting that Patrolman Redmond was onto your little narcotic business. He told his office he was onto something, and I think he came out here, put the bee on you, and you took care of him.
Took care of him?
Yeah. Then planted the body out in the street excavation where they were repairing the water main. It was at night. Bud told us that much. And that's how Bud got his shoes muddy.
So you think somebody shot somebody?
That's right.
Sit down, Grandma.
You take your hands off me!
I told you.
All right, just a minute, Reggie. Let her up.
Manhandling an old lady.
If you think you're going to walk out on it...
Who's walking out on anybody? You come with me.
Where?
Calling a body a murderess. I'll show you.
Watch out, Jack. She doesn't give you the slip.
Who's giving anybody the slip? Stand aside so as I can open this door.
Oh, will you look at this? The old shack's got a basement.
And what if it has? I'll show you if I'm a murderess or not.
Keep on her heels, Jack. It's tricky.
Oh, well, you needn't walk on the hem of my skirt.
What's supposed to be down here?
There now.
Ah, just a dirt floor.
Yeah. Dank and soggy as a marsh.
And now you know why my grandson had mud on his shoes.
Well, he must have an underground spring. No. Watch me a step. Darker than the inside of a cow.
Is that why you brought us down here, to show us this soggy basement?
Turn your flashlight over in the corner there.
Give me a flash, Reggie.
No.
Now, there you are. Now say I'm... Where is he? He's gone.
Who's gone? What are you talking about?
I had him tied up down here. How did he get away?
You had who tied up down here?
That snoopy policeman.
You had Officer Redmond tied up down here in this basement for 3 weeks?
He was hurt. I was nursing him back to his health.
Tied up down here in this pneumonia hatchery? And you were nursing him back to health? You're nuts, Grandma.
Reggie, call the homicide squad. Tell them to bring their picks and shovels.
And I swear, Mary Kay, they have more cops swarming over that old lady's house than locust time in Kansas.
Mrs. Crawford is under arrest for murder?
Well, they haven't booked her yet. They're looking for Officer Redmond's body.
Oh.
Digging up the street in front of the house and in the basement. Buried there someplace.
But why's Jack got Bud in his office?
Well, I'm supposed to be catching you up on what's happened while he's trying to pry something else out of the boy.
Now that his grandmother's in hock, what's to become of him?
Bud? Juvenile hall, I guess.
Gee, that's too bad. Honestly, he's nice people, Reggie. Once I got some of the dirt off his hands and face.
What? He let you wash him?
Sure, we got to be pally as... Hey! I got a grandmother, too.
No kidding.
A nice girl like me? Of course I have. She and Grandfather live in the country.
Are you talking about wishing Bud Crawford off on your grandparents?
Well, why not? They got lots of room. They'd show Bud what real grandparents are like. Uh-oh. Jack wants us to come in.
Yeah, looks that way.
No kidding, though, Reggie. What's the matter with the idea?
Don't ask me. Bud likes it, and your grandparents like it.
All right, come on in, you two.
You got anything new, Jack?
Bud and I have been talking about where he's going to live.
Yeah. I know she wasn't very much of a grandmother, but... Well, golly, when she's the only grandmother a fella's got.
Hey, Bud. I was just thinking.
Yeah?
Yeah. I got a swell grandmother. A country grandmother. How'd you like to have a share of her?
Think she'd want me?
I'll make you a bet.
You mean real country with cows and butter and stuff?
Honest to goodness cows and honest to goodness butter.
Hey, that's something I always wondered about. When you get butter right out of a cow, how does the cow know to make a quarter-pound cube right on the nose?
Uh-oh, boss.
I'll take it, man. Hello. Yeah, this is Packard speaking. Oh, hello, Inspector. Hey, what's that? You don't say. Well, that's better than... Out of his head, huh? Yeah, but he's going to be... Good. Yeah, murder always leaves a bad taste in my mouth. Yeah. Well, thanks for calling. Check.
Hey, what are you grinning about?
Officer Redmond's alive.
Oh, no
What do you
kidding,
know?
boss.
Yeah, the old lady did have him tied up. She fired at him, but only creased him. Tied him up and dragged him into the cellar.
Well, you said something about out of his head?
Yeah, he's in the county hospital. Picked up wandering, dazed on the street. Out of his head with fever.
He's gonna live?
Yeah.
Oh, but how did he get away?
Old lady got careless or something. But he's alive, Bud. And you know, that's a wonderful thing for you.
Yeah?
You bet. Murder is a tough thing for a kid to carry around on his shoulders, even to the third and fourth generation.
Hey, you know something? I'm nuts about the way you talk, Mr. Packard.
Yeah?
Even to the third and fourth generation. Someday I'm going to talk like that.
You could do a lot worse, Bud. Talk like him, act like him.
Hey, I think you're in love with him.
He thinks she's in love with him. Talk about your Department of Understatement.
Well, what's the matter with that, you dope?
I'm not the dope. Jack's the dope. D-O-P-E, dope, with double palm and oak leaf cluster.
You have just heard I Love Adventure, a new Carlton E. Morse production, featuring Michael Raffetto as Jack Packard and Tom Collins as Reggie York. Next week, adventure number 8, entitled The Man with the Three Green Eyes. Jeanette Nolan was the grandmother in tonight's show. Jean Bates was Mary Kay Jones, and Henry Blair was Bud Crawford. But Grandma, What Big Teeth You Have was written and produced by Carlton E. Morse. Organ music by Rex Corey. Your announcer, Jim Butters. Now, a listening reminder. Stay tuned for the Johnny Fletcher Show. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The following program is transcribed from an earlier network broadcast.
The American Broadcasting Company presents I Love Adventure. Incident number 8, The Man with the Third Green Eye, a new Carlton E. Morse production featuring Jack, Doc, and Reggie. O'clock in the afternoon in the A1 Detective Agency just off Hollywood Boulevard. The cutest secretary in Hollywood, Mary Kay Jones, was down at the corner drugstore having a Coke. Doc was still out on the firebug case, and Reggie was someplace around. Jack alone was in the office when a well-dressed man came in, laid credentials on his desk, and made the following proposition.
I'm representing a certain branch of the Federation of Free Nations, which will pay you $1,000 now and $4,000 more later if you will undertake the job of recovering a stolen 4-cent centennial stamp.
Federation of Free Nations.
Didn't you do some work for a group of 21 old men at 10 Gramercy Park, London?
What about it?
You didn't know they were an arm of the Federation of Free Nations?
21 old men sent you out here to Hollywood to see me?
No. But if you will cooperate, you'll be doing an important job for them.
Let's hear more.
About my connection with the 21 old men?
No, about this 4-cent stamp.
Well, on the back of the stamp is a map showing the location of a priceless outcropping of conatite, or of uranium, somewhere in the Philippines. The man who found the ore and drew the map has been murdered. The stamp, which had been put on a letter directed to the Federation's Department of Science, has vanished.
If the map on the back of the stamp falls into the hands of the wrong people...
We can forget about peace, security, international harmony. Personally, I'm taking myself and my family to the high hills before civilization blows up.
Oh, that important, huh?
That important.
Why do you come to me if the 21 old men didn't send you?
I have two clues, one of which concerns you.
Oh?
The first bit of information says the stamp is right now someplace on the Pacific coast. It'll be offered for sale in San Francisco.
Oh, how soon?
Well, that's not definite. Right away, we think. The stamp seems to be in possession of someone identified only as the man with the third green eye.
Well, it shouldn't be hard to pick up the trail of a three-eyed man. Anything else?
You ever see a man with three eyes?
No.
Do you ever hear of a man with three eyes?
No.
Neither have I.
You think it's a gag?
I don't know.
No. What else you got?
One thing more. I received a phone call early today. The voice said he had some important information that I could use, but he didn't trust me.
Yeah?
He said if I put you and either Mr. York or Mr. Long on the case and give you $500 to be paid to him aboard the Lark out of Los Angeles tonight, he'd come out with the information.
I see.
Here's the $500 for him, and here's the $1,000 down payment for you.
Check. We'll be on the Lark headed for San Francisco. My favorite city, San Francisco.
Say, Jack, where is that belly compartment of ours anyway?
Must be in one of these cars, Reggie. We'd have had plenty of time to find it before the train pulled out of Los Angeles if you hadn't been so late.
I know, Jack, but you look so beautiful. That is until she took that ruddy veil off her face.
Yeah, they usually do. Maybe this car coming up is the one.
Right, huh? This is our car, isn't it? You have the tickets.
This is it, all right. Compartment 9, 8. Here's ours, 7.
Well, hello. Well, we have company. And a good deal of it, too.
Come in, gentlemen, come in. My bulk is considerable, I admit, but there is still room for all of us.
Hey, this is a private compartment, mister, or didn't you know?
Oh, yes. Yes, I was quite aware of that, Mr. Packard.
Say, Jack, your identification must be showing.
Allow me to explain, gentlemen. My name is Dimitro Touros, but that is not important.
What is important, Touros?
The fact, Mr. Packard, that I am a philatelist.
I say, ruddy old stamp collector.
Precisely, Mr. York. A ruddy old stamp collector. So you see, gentlemen, our interests are the same.
Then you're the chap we were to meet.
All right, save it, Reggie. He can tell us who he is.
No, quite. Sorry, Jack.
No harm done, Mr. York. My identification is of minor import. The reason for my being here is, of course, the 4-cent centennial stamp and the man with the third green eye.
Yeah, just what and who is he, Touros?
Then you do not know, Mr. Parker.
Would I ask you if I did?
It would be conceivable, sir, if you still had doubts as to my identity.
Well, don't be shocked, Touros, but I have.
Mr. Packard, you delight me, sir, delight me. It's refreshing to meet one with such candor.
You know, you're having a great deal of difficulty getting around that bush you're beating.
But I had no intention of getting around, Mr. York. At least not at this first meeting. I have here in my inside pocket a little...
All right, hold it, Touros.
You know, Mr. Packard, that looks suspiciously like a gun you have in your hand.
Yeah, doesn't it? Reggie.
Yes, Jack.
Speaking of guns, you better reach inside our fat friend's coat and get the one he was about to pull.
Right on. Hope you're not ticklish, old boy.
What's the matter?
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Jack, but no arsenal. No gun. Not even a cap pistol. Mr. Touros was either going to merely scratch himself or was reaching for this card case.
As a matter of fact, that is precisely what I was after. Please help yourself to one of my cards.
Take one, Reggie, and give him back the case.
Right on. Here you are.
Thank you, sir. I trust you will visit me one day soon at my home in San Francisco.
Oh, must you go?
I'm afraid so. Thank you again, gentlemen, for a very interesting evening. I am certain our next one will be equally so. Good day. Good day.
How about that? Well, say, what do you think his purpose was? Why make such an abrupt departure?
That was an expensive suit he was wearing. Bloodstains are hard to remove.
Oh, I see. Now, you wouldn't really have shot him?
He knew that. It was the blood seeping out from under that seat that bothered him.
From under... Jove, you're right. Blood.
There's luggage space under that seat, Reggie.
Let's take a look. I say.
That's what I thought.
The poor beggar's crumpled up like a blinking pretzel. Wasn't a very sporting duffer who did him in. Knife in the back. Who do you suppose it is?
The man we were expecting to meet.
What, the green-eyed chap?
No, look at that tattoo on his forearm.
What? I say, Jack, it's a replica of a 4-cent stamp.
A 4-cent centennial stamp tattooed on his forearm.
Then he was our contact and not Touros. And we let the fat boy go.
Don't worry, he can't get off the train. But this means whoever we're after in San Francisco is onto us. We can't let anything hold us up now or that stamp will be gone.
May we come in, gentlemen?
Hello, what's this?
Jove, looks like a blimmin' train robbery.
That's not quite correct. I'm Lieutenant Hudson of the State Police. The two men in the corridor with their weapons drawn are my deputies. Don't attempt any resistance, please.
I wouldn't think of it, Lieutenant, but what's your interest in us?
The corpse under that seat makes my answer superfluous. I'm placing you both under arrest for murder. Raise your hands, please.
Oh, come now, that's a bit thick, old boy.
Raise your hands, please.
Oh, but look here.
All right, raise them, Reggie.
But, Jack...
Don't argue with a gun shoved in your teeth. It's easier to give a man enough rope to pull, and he won't hang himself.
All right, Jack, but you've got to twist it a bit, haven't you? It's not pulling a rope, Oh, quite. You mean like this one right here?
That's the emergency cord, you fool. Don't pull it. Don't.
Good work, Reggie. I'll lock out the other.
That lieutenant banged his head. He's knocked out.
Good. Let's hope he stays that way.
Yeah. You know, emergency cords are wonderful things at times.
We haven't got time to fool around with a murder charge now.
Then might I advise leaving hurriedly via the windows? The lieutenant's men are still out in the corridor, you know. Listen to the beggars. You'd almost think they were upset about something.
Okay, Reggie. Let's go.
Right. Imagine all this trouble for a 4-cent stamp. Lovely city, San Francisco, despite the trouble we had getting here. But I must confess I don't feel a jot closer to that stamp, nor the blighter with the extraneous green orb.
That's why we're paying a little visit to our fat friend Touros. He's the only lead we got.
This the address?
Yeah, it looks like it. There you are. Keep the change.
Thanks a lot, pal.
Give it a thought. Let's say, our plump partridge does himself well in living abodes. Looks like a miniature Taj Mahal.
Being a stamp collector seems to pay off, huh? Let's ask him how he does it. Try again.
Sorry, Jack. He's either extremely bashful or not at home. Now what?
Well, we still go in.
Uh-oh, we bought our skeleton keys, did we?
Yeah. Standard A1 detective agency equipment. One of these should do it.
Wonderful invention, keys. Not nearly as messy as a crowbar. Now where?
Looks like a den or a library there on the right. Let's try it.
Joe, the place is darker than Lieutenant Hudson's heart.
Should be a lamp somewhere. Yeah, here's one.
I say, it's a bit of all right. Egyptian palace sort of thing. Didn't know San Francisco sported a mansion like this. Here, and that painting over there. Well.
Yeah, he looked like the type who'd go in for dancing girls.
With one like that around, who wouldn't? I say, you don't suppose the original would be around anywhere on the premises?
Let's concentrate on stamps right now, Reggie. Starting with that desk. Looks like an album on it.
Yeah, what an album. Tooled Moroccan leather, inlaid with gems. You'd hardly think these colored bits of paper inside were worth that kind of setting.
There's one 4-cent stamp I can think of that's worth a few million. It would... Hold it, Reggie. Look at that page.
Say nothing on it but 4-cent stamps. Now, you don't suppose that...
Let's check them carefully, Reggie. You never can tell.
Right, Jack. We'll check them carefully, all right. Never fear.
Watch the backs. That's where the map's supposed to be.
Say, I can't see the belly things too clearly.
Hey, what's wrong, Reggie? You're weaving on your feet.
Get heavy-eyed, sleepy-eyed. Look, Jack, the lamp. Smoke's coming up from it.
Reggie, we gotta get out of here. We're being drugged.
Sure, Jack. We'll get out. All right. We'll get... Oh.
Hey, Reggie. Get up, Reggie. Get up. That lamp. Drugs coming from the lamp. Gotta turn it out. Oh.
Oh, Mr. Packard. You are regaining consciousness at last.
Yeah. It looks as though... Hey, wait a minute. Who are you?
My name is Erdre. Does it mean anything to you?
Erdre? No, but your face does. That picture on the wall, the dancing girl.
I am flattered that you recognize me, senor.
It wasn't too tough. Reggie, where's he?
Still sleeping comfortably in the cabin next to this one.
So we are aboard ship.
Yes, the Abdullah Bay. Anchored well out in San Francisco Harbor.
How about that? You mind briefing me on the fast switch of locale?
The answer is simple. You were drugged by a form of hashish that was spread on the bulb of that lamp.
So that's it. When the lamp was turned on, the heat activated the drug, and we went out cold under its fumes.
When you were unconscious, I had you removed and brought here to my husband's yacht.
Husband?
You have already met him. The Metro Toro.
But you're a Spanish girl. Tourist is... You know, you don't make much sense, baby. How about a few answers to why?
Is it so difficult to fathom, senor? We are all after the same thing. The 4-penny stamp.
Yeah, but something about all this doesn't gel. Are you working with your husband or against him?
The Metro is a pig. Does that answer you?
It gives me a general idea, yeah.
Then I will give you some particular ones. On the San Francisco waterfront, near the Embarcadero, is a nightclub called the Rusty Sword.
Oh.
You have heard of it. Once it was called the Curved Sword of Heaven.
And now it's the Rusty Sword. Yeah, I know it. A real dive in the worst sense of the word.
That is right. I know. I dance there.
For a guy who can afford his own yacht, Dimitri's got funny ideas about his wife's occupation.
He has many funny ideas. But what I wish to tell you is this. Tonight, in the Rusty Sword, you may find the man with the third green eye.
You're being pretty generous with information. Again, I'm asking why.
I am giving you an opportunity to get that stamp. In return, I ask only your word that if you succeed, you will come back here to the yacht with it. So I may be certain that it has not fallen into the Metro's hands.
You know, Erdre, that sounds like a setup for a great, big, juicy double cross.
You're quite right. It could be one.
Then why should I go for it?
I have heard that there are 2 men wanted for a murder committed aboard the night train from Los Angeles. A certain Lieutenant Hudson might be interested as to their present whereabouts.
Come to think of it, he might be.
Well, Senor Packard, would you care to borrow a speedboat?
You better keep the riding lights burning tonight, Erdre. You may have visitors with a 4-cent stamp. If that isn't just my blasted luck,
I mean to say, I didn't even get a single gander at the beauteous damsel.
Well, don't feel too bad about it, Reggie. I got a hunch you might see her later, maybe dancing at the Rusty Sword.
You realize, of course, that all this might turn out to be a deliciously baited trap.
Could be.
But just be a good fellow, will you?
Meaning what, Reggie?
Well, at least be decent enough to introduce me to the fair lady before we get our throats cut. Say, Jack, looks as though every cutthroat from the four corners of the globe's here tonight.
Few high-class ones, too. I've been watching them trickle through that rear door behind stage.
What do you suppose goes on back there?
Well, if something doesn't break pretty soon, we'll wander back and have a look.
Colorful. Bit of dress and decoration right out of Arabian Nights.
Pardon, Effendis, your order. For you, our best coffee, black, thick, and hot. And for you, Effendi, Halib, milk, pure and sweet from the cow.
Well, congratulations, old chap. Getting that milk must have been a minor miracle in this place. What do we owe you?
Nothing, Effendi. It is with the compliments of the management.
That's mighty nice of them. Who arranged it?
The proprietor, Effendi. Abdul Hafizbend. That is he standing over there, near the stage door.
Well, we'll have to thank him. I say, Jack.
Oh, yeah. Here, waiter.
Thank you, Effendi. May the blessings of Allah descend upon you, even unto the 10th generation.
Jack, that Hafizbend bloke. Do you see what I see?
You mean that brilliant green emerald in his turban?
Well, it must be 50 carats. Look where that stone is, sitting almost in the center of his forehead.
Yeah, a guy with an extra drink or two under his belt might almost think it was a third green eye.
Your surmise is quite correct, Mr. Parker.
Hello there.
Abdul Hafizbend is the man with the third green eye.
Oh, our philatelist friend, Dimitru Touros.
Where'd you pop from, Touros?
What does it matter, sir, as long as I am here?
Oh, doesn't even wait for an invitation to sit down.
It is so nice of you to allow me to join you.
That napkin on the table in front of you says we didn't have much choice.
So, is that an ugly little snub-nosed gadget you have hidden beneath it?
Be quiet. Only 32 caliber, Mr. York, but it would be quite deadly at this distance. Well, gentlemen, shall we indulge in some friendly conversation?
What's the topic tonight, Touros? As though I didn't know.
You have a fine sense of humor, Mr. Packard. A fine sense of humor. You are quite right, of course. I do wish to speak of the four-penny stamp.
Oh, we don't mind, old boy.
Excellent. You realize, of course, that I want it, sir. I want it very badly.
Yeah, you proved that with your knife work on the tray.
As a matter of fact, Mr. Packard, the poor fellow under the seat was already dead when I entered your compartment.
I said, would you mind informing Lieutenant Hudson of that? It would take us off a rather awkward spot, you know?
No. I do not think I shall bother. You see, I suddenly find myself academically uninterested in the two of you.
Meaning you found the stamp?
Let us say I know where it is, Mr. Packard. And before this evening is out, I shall possess it.
Well, bully for you. But why waste your time then with us? Uh-oh. Lights are going down to the stage show.
Oh, yes. The darkened cafe will be my cover as I remove the last obstacles in my pathway.
You know, Touros, I think you mean something nasty by that remark.
Really, sir? Please allow me to clarify then. Within 60 seconds, you shall be both dead.
Say, that's an unhappy thought.
Yeah, it doesn't even give us time to catch the floor show. By the way, how's this going to happen?
You will notice, gentlemen, that the music grows louder. It will shortly reach a pitch where the sound of two shots will go entirely unnoticed. Two dead men at this table will seem to be merely two sleeping drunks.
I say, a devilishly clever idea, eh, Jack?
Very. Too bad we can't even enjoy this coffee.
Look out, you idiots! That coffee scalding.
Oh, sorry, Touros. Let me wipe it up with
your napkin. Go up. That gun. I'll kill you, Packard. I'll kill you.
Here, keep him propped against the table. Use this other chair.
Okay, Jack. Pull Dimitro. Shoot himself while his wife dances.
Well, better him than us. Okay, let's go.
Right up. Where?
Backstage, through that door. out the way Abdul Havizbin went with his third green eye, so we can keep our promise to Demetro Touris's new widow.
Say, are we going to hide in this backstage dressing room forever? Can you see?
Yeah, the two guards made up and dressed in Arab costume just admitted a Chinese and a fez-wearing Turk.
So that's a half dozen we've seen enter that room the past 5 minutes. Looks like a ballet meeting of the United Nations.
That's just what it is, Reggie, only these are international gangsters from all over the globe.
What's it all about, do you suppose?
I'd say Havizbin's holding an international auction sale.
You mean selling that stamp to the highest bidder?
Right. We got to get in on the bidding.
Well, suits me just fine. Any suggestions as to how?
What's wrong with just leaving this dressing room, walking up to those guards, and taking them?
Jove, the direct approach. I love it. Let's go.
Wait till I check the cord. All clear, Reggie. Let's move. Make it clean, no noise.
You can depend on it.
Good evening, sir.
And a good evening to you, too, my friend.
What the hell, right, old boy?
Nice work, Reggie. Now into the dressing room with them, quick. We'll put on their cafe costumes, borrow a bit of makeup, and two gentlemen from Araby will enter that auction.
I have heard a bid offered of $200,000. It is regrettable that the bidding should have started so low on such a fabulous deposit of conatite. However, the bid is in. Who will be the next offer for the stamp?
Say, Jack, they've already started.
Yeah, move to the right. Those 2 seats apart there.
What's on these? Now $300,000 have been offered. Who else wishes to enter the bidding for this stamp? Here's 100,000.
Say, Jack, these chaps mean business, all right.
Yeah, looks like there's only one chance for us. We got to win the bid.
Look here, Jack, we have no authorization to buy that stamp, even if we had the money.
I know, but we have to outbid them just the same. Look, you see where Havizbin is standing?
Right on that dais, right in front of those drawn curtains.
Check. That's where we go to pay off and collect the stamp. It's in that little box on the pedestal. Only we pay off Havizbin with a gun butt instead of cash.
Say, Jack, keep talking. You please me no end.
I'll take care of Havizbin. You grab the stamp box.
Where do we go from there?
Through those closed curtains. There must be a passageway behind them.
And if not, old boy? Oh, well, why dwell on that?
It is but a paltry sum to offer for great wealth and fortune. Who among you wishes to raise that figure?
Wahid Malyuin.
$1 million have been offered for the stamp. Who will be the next?
$1 million, 100,000. Ifneun Malyun.
Hit him over the head when he comes around.
It would seem that the sons of the prophet have a close appreciation of this stamp's worth. $2 million have been bid. Who is there among you to surpass it?
2 millions, 100,000.
2,100,000. And you, O noble sheik.
Oh, come on, Jack, don't be a piker.
Salazar Malyun.
$3 million. The noble son of the prophet has offered $3 million. Who among you will surpass it? Is there anyone else with the foresight to bid? Then, gentlemen, the auction is over. Advance to the dais, O noble sheik.
Here we go, Reggie. Right, let's make it short, sharp, and simple. Get set, never fear.
You are to be congratulated, noble ones. The stamp will be yours upon payment of the agreed upon sum in American dollars. A token payment now is to be desired.
Our thanks, Abdul Havizbin. And here is the payment you request.
The stamp, Reggie. Got it, Jack. Then let's go. Oh, I say, there is a passageway.
Well, then take it. Don't spare the horses.
Oh, pity. Robes weren't designed for speed.
There's a door ahead, if we can make it.
So, those beggars are really nasty. I mean to say, I should return their calling card.
Here.
Is there a bolt on it, Jack?
No, honey. A bar and a catch.
Yeah. Whew. Well, that should hold the beggars for a while.
Yeah, we're only 2 blocks from where we tied up the speedboat. Come on.
Joe, we got away with it.
Not yet, Reggie.
Oh, missed something?
You're forgetting a little rendezvous aboard a yacht with a dancing girl named Erdra and the chance of a great big final luscious double cross.
Oh, Jack Packard. You did return as you said you would.
That's right, Erdra. And there's the stamp you wanted to see.
The 4-penny stamp with its priceless information on the back.
See, it's not priceless now. It's been paid for in bloodshed. Besides that, we put a nice round figure of $3 million on it.
Bloodshed? Did you say bloodshed?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. Packard, whose blood?
The agent whose body we found under our seat on the train, for one.
That's not who Mr. York meant.
Your husband.
The Metro is dead.
Oh, look here.
You can assure me that my husband...
We were fighting over his gun in the cafe.
I don't care how. All I want to know is it true?
It's true, all right.
So, the Metro not only did not get the stamp with which to blow up the world, but he paid for his plotting with his life.
You seem happy about that.
Yes. I did not like the Metro for very long after I was so foolish as to marry him. But when I found out that he was plotting things more evil than the world has yet known...
So you really were working against him?
Not only him, but all like him. My father and my 2 brothers died at Tobruk, fighting on the side of free people against another gang of international gangsters. Take this stamp with its map to the Federation, to your 21 old men. Maybe it will work for happiness.
Good girl. If there's anything we can do for you...
Yes. There is one thing.
Oh?
Do not leave San Francisco too soon. Spend some time with me here on this yacht.
Uh-oh. Picture of Reggie York retiring on tiptoe.
He is a nice one, that Senor York. You understand, Senor Packard. I would like to forget so much of my past. Help me to forget. That would be good for me and not too bad for you, no?
Not too bad at all.
Ah, yes. I have helped you to recover the stamp. Now I receive my reward. Oh, you are most generous, Senor.
You have just heard I Love Adventure, a new Carlton E. Morse production featuring Michael Raffetto as Jack Packard and Tom Collins as Reggie York. Next week, incident number 9, entitled The Girl in the Street. Lou Krugman played tourist in tonight's cast, and also in the cast were Alma Lawton, Don Morrison, Harry Lang, and Frank Richards. The Man with the Third Green Eye was written by Sidney Marshall. Organ music by Rex Curry. Your announcer, Jim Butters. Now, a listening reminder. For an exciting, laugh-provoking detective drama, be sure to hear The Whispering Master on Johnny Fletcher, starring radio favorite Bill Goodwin. Listen to Johnny Fletcher tonight.
The preceding program was transcribed from an earlier network broadcast. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. The following is transcribed from an earlier network broadcast.
The American Broadcasting Company presents I Love Adventure. Incident number 9, The Girl in the Street, a new Carlton E. Morse production featuring Jack, Doc, and Reggie.
Just to keep the record straight, I'm Jack Packard. And the red-headed Texan seated there with his feet on the desk is Doc Long. It's 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the A1 Detective Agency, just off Hollywood Boulevard and one flight up. Reggie York is down at the Federal Building getting some information on a recent smuggling activity on the Mexican border. And Mary Kay Jones, the cutest secretary in Hollywood, is with him to take down the data. That leaves Doc Long and me in the office.
I don't get it, Jack. Why you have to go sending Reggie out on cases which involves having to take along Mary Kay?
You said you didn't want that smuggling case.
Well, if I'd known it involved taking Mary Kay out for the afternoon...
Are you interested in work or in women?
Women? That's a silly question.
I should have known better.
Ain't nothing I'm more interested in than women, and there ain't never going to be nothing I'm more interested in than women. And I just wish there was more little old female women in the world for me to be interested in.
You're wasting your time in a detective office.
Oh, I am?
If you're so all-fired interested in women...
Ain't you forgetting Mary Kay Jones?
Yeah.
Mary Kay Jones. Cutest little secretary that ever crossed her knees to hold up her dictation book. Remember her, son?
Yeah. Just your size, huh?
Jack, that gal has got just about everything a man could ever hope to expect out of life. And all tied up in one bundle as neat and as trim as 40 cents. I think
It was at that moment that Fred Locke entered the A1 office and started the wheels going on one of the most insane cases I ever had. It involved Mrs. John Fraser from the very beginning. Mrs. John Fraser, better known as Satin. That she wasn't killed at once is... But there was Fred Locke just entering the A1's office, and this is where it began.
I want to talk to Jack Packard.
That's me.
Privately.
This is Doc Long, one of my partners.
Alone. Private. You mind?
Well, yeah, sport, we mind a lot.
Look, you two, take a gan at this paper. Here, feast your eyes on it.
Oh, that's it.
Excuse me for being alive. Go ahead, you two. Talk just as darn private as you want to.
Come on. Go ahead. All right, so you're a federal man. What's the pitch?
The government wants a case broken fast. It's developing right here in Los Angeles, and we've got to put a man at the head who's completely unidentified with government work.
And I'm it, huh?
Yep. You won't appear in the case much, not on the surface. But you'll be working like a two-tailed cyclone behind the scenes.
Are you in it?
I'm in it, up to my ears.
Who else?
Satin Fraser, for one.
Who?
Satin Fraser, Mrs. John Fraser. If she comes out of this alive, she'll be the luckiest young woman ever to breathe air.
Here I am, Satin Fraser, Mrs. Johnny Fraser, standing in the evening fog on the street corner at Muirfield and Rossmore. A June evening with the sea fog hanging among the newly leafed out trees like gray smoke, and circling around the dim street lamps like moist, glistening halos. I was all alone on the corner, just standing there, so that the headlights of the occasional traffic spotlighted me with sudden brilliance. Just now, 2 15 or 16-year-old bobby soxes joined me on the corner. Their white shoes and socks looked cheap and dingy under the streetlight, and their bare ankles glisten. Their white peekaboo waists give them a naughty girl and glad of it feeling. And here comes a car.
Hi, Mousemate. Going our way?
Maybe. Which way you going?
You hear that, Jim? She wants to know which way we're going. Come on, climb in.
Okay. Come on, Julia. Well, open the door, stupid.
Here, you two girls, don't do that.
Why?
Well, do you know these boys?
What business is it of yours?
Sure, Grandma. What a big nose you got.
Well, come on, open the door.
Door don't work. Come on, Julia. I'll pull you up over. Up you go. Hey, you got a lot of girl under that kimono. All right, sweetheart, you're next.
Hey, go easy. I'm the only daughter my mother's got.
Up you come. Nothing to you but a handful of feathers. Give her the gun, Jim.
So I just stood there and watched the beginning of another sordid little tragedy of the city streets. Foolish, ignorant, tawdry little butterflies. Don't think I'm a moralist. I'm not. But as I stood there in the lights and shadows of the changing traffic, with the wet fog making my face cool and forming little beads of moisture on my eyelashes, I couldn't help thinking of my own love that glowed so warm and bright inside, and contrasted so terribly with the ugly little scene I just witnessed. Uh-oh. Here's a man in uniform.
I beg your pardon.
Well?
I'm pie-eyed.
You don't need to apologize to me.
You busy this evening?
Yes.
No, that's too bad. Hey, you don't need to back up from me. I've been eating a lot of breath sweetener.
I just don't want you to fall on me.
Hey, you mind if I lean up against this electric light pole?
No.
Mind if I unbutton my blouse?
It's your blouse.
I guess I'm awfully spifflicated.
I guess you are.
Mind if I go over and lay down on that lawn over there?
Not at all. I'm sure the owners are patriotic citizens and would love to have a uniformed sleep on their lawn.
Oh, what's the use of being sarcastic? The world's full of sarcastic people. Well, what's the use of it?
Poor kid. Probably a lonesome, unhappy boy in a strange town at loose ends. On the other hand, sometimes if you give a lonesome boy a little leeway, you don't get gratitude. All you get's trouble. I was wondering just how long I was going to have to stand here at Muirfield and Rossmore waiting when it happened.
Well, if it isn't our little friend Satin. Hello, Satin.
Here, wait a minute.
Take her other arm, Ernst. Of course you're coming with us.
Let go of my arm. What are you two trying to do?
Hang on to her, Nick. You don't need to be ashamed of her, Satin. We put on our dinner jackets just especially for you. Maybe she wanted white tie and tails.
Where are you taking me? Who are you?
Satin, how can you? And after all these years.
I never saw you before in my life. Don't you know this is kidnapping? Don't you know they execute people? You two men must be insane.
All right, here's the car. Slide in the front seat between us. Ernst, you drive. I want to sit with my arm around Satin.
No, I don't want to.
Please?
You're breaking my arm. Oh, don't. I'll get in.
That's the girl. She smells nice. Ernst, why do you suppose it is that a beautiful girl always smells so much more exciting when she's in an evening gown? Because she is more exciting. My brother, you're so prosaic. I've always had a sneaking suspicion that before she put on her gown, she slips into some mysterious, fragrant, invisible garment that gives her special perfume.
Who are you two? How do you know my name?
Satin Fraser? Why, we've known Satin Fraser since she was a little girl, with skinned knees and a missing tooth right in front, and pigtails down to her waist and freckles on her nose when it wasn't sunburned.
Who are you? Who are you? Either you must be crazy or I am.
That's Ernst Gorman at the wheel? Don't let her fool you, Nick. She knows us all right.
I never heard of Ernst Gorman in my life. Who are you?
I'm his brother, Nick.
Ernst Nick Gorman. I'll remember that.
You hear that, Ernst? She's really going to carry it off, pretending not to know us. She knows us all right.
You're trying to drive me crazy. That's what you're trying to do. You're kidnapping me and pretending something that's not so. You're trying to make me believe something I know isn't so. Maybe you're deliberately trying to drive me crazy.
Now, why doesn't she want to know us, Ernst? We're really quite presentable. Remember how we were sought after in Buenos Aires last spring? And the girls in Mexico City were mad about us.
What's the reason? There's got to be a reason. Why did two strange men kidnap a girl and try to drive her crazy?
I don't think she's listening to us. She will. When we get her there.
Please. Hurting my arm.
I'm afraid we can't trust you, Satin. Did you notice her trying to communicate with a clerk as we came through the lobby? Yeah, I've got the key.
I'll kill you if you don't stop hurting me. Let go of my wrist.
Right down the hall here. And that wicked attempt to attract the attention of the elevator operator.
Utterly vicious. You torture animals and love it.
Watch it, Nick. You don't make her yell before we get in the apartment. Oh, she won't yell, will you, Satin? Get the door open. Women and children first. That's it. Now you can have your wrist all to yourself.
If you haven't torn the ligaments loose.
The same little crybaby as always, huh, Satin? Look around. Look at the apartment. Now do you know where you are? And who Ernst and Nick Gorman are?
Of course. It's my own apartment. How did you get a key to it?
Ernst, tell her. How did you get a key to Satin's apartment?
Although she didn't know.
I don't like the way you said that.
Oh, come on, Satin. You're not going to tell me I wasn't here in this apartment last evening.
You were not?
Then where did I get this key?
I don't know.
Don't you have a convenient memory?
No.
I'm very broad-minded. You don't need to cover up with me. If you gave Ernst a key to your apartment...
What are you people trying to do to me? What is this horrible business?
Do you deny that you flew into San Francisco from Tokyo last Friday?
No.
That you left a husband in the military diplomatic service behind in Tokyo?
No.
That you came to Los Angeles on the lark on Sunday and reopened this apartment here in Beverly Hills Monday?
Yes, I did that.
Then give us the letter.
Letter?
The letter your husband sent home with you. The letter we are supposed to have.
Letter?
Yes, the letter. It's our letter. Your husband meant for us to have it.
No.
What's the idea of pretending you don't know us? Who are you saving the letter for? Who's got a better right to it than we have?
You're all mixed up. There isn't any letter. Oh, no, my wrist. Oh, please.
Who's that?
I don't know.
Well, go find out. Invite him in.
You want me?
Of course. Your friends are our friends.
Well, all right. Oh.
Well, so you are home. I heard you were back and had opened your apartment. Hey, you don't remember me, do you? I'm Fred Locke, who had the apartment just under you.
Oh, yes, Mr. Locke. Won't you come in?
Thank you. Oh, you have company. I didn't mean
Quite
to.
all right. The more the merrier. We were just welcoming Satin back to the United States. I'm Nick Gorman. This is my brother Ernst.
I'm sorry. This is Mr. Locke. He has the apartment under us. My husband and I knew him quite well before we went to Tokyo.
Yes, that's been, let's see, almost 2 years ago. You know, I came up here on a goodwill mission. Knowing you were just back and alone, I had intended asking you to have dinner with me.
Oh, yes, thank you. I mean, how thoughtful.
Satin. And after Ernst and I...
Don't let me interfere with...
Well, it's perfectly all right. Ernst and Nick just dropped in for a cocktail.
Well, then, if you gentlemen will excuse us while...
Oh, no! Please!
No! Well. Mr. Locke's carrying a gun.
So put him up to the chair while I lash his arms and legs.
What are you doing with him?
There you are.
What are you doing with Mr. Locke? Mr. Locke? Mr. Locke, are you hurt?
That's the $64 question. Put a gag in his mouth before I can tell her.
Oh, he's coming out of it. He knows what's happened to him.
Well, let him mumble in his handkerchief. Tie it tight.
Criminals. Humaniacal criminals.
There, that'll do it.
Now then, Satin, darling. I'm sure you don't want to see an innocent man murdered.
What's that in your hand?
Fancy that, Ernst. Satin never saw a gun equipped with a silencer.
Silencer?
When the gun goes off, it sounds like the pop of a champagne cork.
You couldn't kill him. Not with his hands tied behind him. Not with a gag in his mouth and his feet tied to the legs of his chair.
Are your knees wobbling? Here, you'd better sit down. Fix her a cocktail, Ernst.
I could do with one myself.
Please, what's Mr. Locke to you?
Not a blessed thing. But unless you give us that letter, we're going to have to kill him to prove to you we mean business.
You wouldn't.
Come on, Satin. Be a good girl. Give us our letter.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know you. I don't know anything about any letter.
Easy. Well, that's it, Ernst. Give her the cocktail.
Drink this.
No.
Drink it.
There. Now, you feel better.
What was in that cocktail?
You've got one more chance to save Locke here. One more chance. Where's the letter?
There isn't any letter. There isn't.
At the sound of the first champagne cork, Mr. Locke will have a hole in his stomach.
There is no letter.
At the sound of the second cork, Mr. Locke will be dead.
What did you put in my drink?
The letter.
I don't know. I don't know.
Poor Mr. Locke. Poor Satin.
She's out.
Get the ropes off Locke. Leave him sitting in the chair.
I'll take care of the girl while she's unconscious.
I knew from the moment I began dreaming that it was all a dream. And if only I could wake up, everything would be all right. I was back in Tokyo saying goodbye to my love, to Johnny, to Captain John Fraser of the Occupational and Reconstruction Force. Johnny was sending me back to the United States in my dream, just as he actually did only a week ago. Here we are out at the Royal National Airport outside of Tokyo. There's the same giant DC-6 that brought me so swiftly, so gloriously back across the Pacific. And there's Captain Johnny holding me in his arms. Oh, Johnny. Oh, Johnny. It's only a dream. I know you're still in Tokyo, and I'm back in Beverly Hills, California. But before I wake up, before I stop dreaming, tell me about the letter. You didn't give me a letter, did you? There isn't any letter, is there? Why do they keep asking me for a letter? What letter? Johnny, what letter? What letter?
Mrs. Fraser. Mrs. Fraser, wake up.
I'm in charge of the apartments on this floor, and when I seen Mrs. Fraser's hall door standing open, naturally I looked in. When I seen the dead man,
Mrs. Fraser, wake up.
naturally I called the police.
Joe, take that woman out.
Now look, I'm in charge of this floor.
Come on, sister.
And if Mrs. Fraser's got drunk and shot that man...
Joe, get her out of here. Call an ambulance. Looks like this girl's doped herself.
Come on. You mean Mrs. Fraser shot the man and then tried to commit suicide?
Mrs. Fraser. Mrs. Fraser, wake up.
What is... Oh. A policeman.
Here. Can you sit up in bed?
A policeman?
Yeah. Put this robe around you. Yeah. Yeah, wait till I fix a pillow behind you.
What's a policeman doing in my apartment?
There you are. Now lean back.
What are you doing here?
Where there's a corpse, there's usually a policeman.
Corpse. Then it wasn't a dream. They did kill Fred Locke.
They?
They shot Mr. Locke twice. They gave me poison to drink.
Your breath smells more like scotch.
That was poison, I tell you. The minute I swallowed it. The body. Body.
If you look over the edge of the bed...
Oh, no.
How long have you had a gun with a silencer?
I haven't.
There was one in your hand when I came in.
What is it? What's happening to me?
I think you'd better tell me. Naturally, anything you say may be used against you.
But I don't know what it's all about. I only got home from Japan a few days ago.
Japan?
Yes. I was visiting my husband, Captain John Fraser. The next day after I opened my apartment here, Mr. Locke came to see me.
That's the name of the dead man?
Yes. Fred Locke.
Mm-hmm.
He's a member of the FBI.
What?
Yes. He said if I was patriotic and wanted to do a really important job for my country...
Hey, Joe! Joe!
Yeah?
Call the Federals. Get them up here quick.
Oh, something hot, huh?
Hurry it up. Okay, go on.
All I know is Mr. Locke said if I wanted to do the Federal Bureau a good turn, I'd put on a dinner gown and evening wraps and go to the corner of Rossmore and Muirfield Road in Hancock Park and wait.
Yeah?
Honestly.
Any particular time?
Between 9 and 10 on the evening of Wednesday, the 19th. That was last night.
That's a pretty funny story, lady.
I know it. I don't understand it. All I know is I did what Mr. Locke asked me, and I was picked up by two young men in dinner clothes.
Two?
Brothers. Nick Gorman and Ernst Gorman. They were terrible. Look at my wrist. Black and blue. They laughed when they did that. Nick said a silencer made a gun sound like a champagne cork. He said with the sound of the first champagne cork, Mr. Locke will have a hole in his stomach. There he was, gagged, tied to a chair with a hole in his stomach.
Holy jumping catfish, girl.
With the sound of the second champagne cork, Mr. Locke would be dead. And he was.
What was the idea?
That they picked me up and brought me back here to my apartment. They had my key, and when we got inside, they said they'd not harm me if I'd give them the letter.
What letter?
I don't know. They said my husband in Tokyo gave me a letter to deliver. They said the letter belonged to them.
You denied there was a letter?
But there wasn't. There never was.
And then?
that's when they turn vicious. They laugh, just the same. Anyway, Mr. Locke came to the door and pretended he was an old friend of my husband's. They jumped on him and tied him to a chair and said they'd kill him unless I gave up the letter.
And you stood by and let him?
But what could I do?
Well, if I had a letter,
There isn't any letter. There isn't. Don't you understand? There never was.
Yeah? One of the boys from the FBI. Go ahead. I'm keeping an eye on the door till the district attorney's boys get here.
Hello, Mr. Martin. I'm Jim Peters, homicide.
Yeah, I remember you, Peters.
This is Mrs. John Fraser. There's the body. Mrs. Fraser says it's what's left of Fred Locke, who told her he was a Federal.
Yeah, mind if I have a look under the sheet?
No, go ahead. Anything the matter?
Must be.
Yeah?
Yeah. First place, there's nobody in the apartment named Locke. Second place, I never laid eyes on a man under this sheet before.
Well, Mrs. Fraser.
But he said...
Mrs. Fraser, you better climb out of bed and put on some duds.
Duds?
You don't want to go down to the station like you are, do you? You've got 5 minutes to get dressed. Don't try anything funny because every exit's guarded. You better step on it because I'm coming in 5 minutes, ready or not.
And there I was, trying to scramble into my clothes and be decent by the time the officer opened the door again. Garter belt. Slip. Oh, it's the one that shows. No time to change. Shoes. Stockings last, just in case. The white waist. Brown wool skirt. I wonder if it's cold in jail. Oh, loose button. Do they let you sew buttons on in jail?
Morning, Satin.
You... How did you get in my bedroom?
Aren't you going to say hello to Ernst, too? He's behind you.
No.
No, don't turn around. Stand just as you are.
What are you trying to do to me? The police are right outside the door. All I have to do is
All
scream.
you have to do is scream, and your head will be split wide open.
You wouldn't.
Want to see my little hatchet?
What did I ever do to you, too? Look what you're doing to me. You kill a man before my eyes. You drug me and make it look like I did it.
Don't look so woebegone, Satin. All we want is the letter.
Letter.
One more screech out of you like that, and I'll do more than put my hand over your mouth. Promise not to lift your voice? Take your hand away.
Don't you understand? Please believe me. There isn't any letter. There never was a letter.
Hold her hands.
No.
Yank them behind her.
Oh, you devil.
Why, you...
I hate you.
Careful, you don't black her eye. It might not look good on the corpse of a suicide.
Suicide?
We want that letter, and we want it now. Unless we get it, Satin Fraser's going to jump out of that bedroom window over there.
Jump?
Yes. It's 1 story down to a steep slate roof, then 9 stories to the pavement. It should be spectacular.
Now, there just aren't any men like you. There can't be.
Drop 1 story to the steep roof. A nice long roll down the slates, and then out into space.
Stop it.
Satin Fraser. Suicide from bedroom window while police wait to take her in for questioning in murder.
No.
Where's the letter?
No.
Pick her up. I'll take her feet.
No.
Put your hand over her mouth.
That's so. There she wriggles like a wet fish.
I left the window open.
Head first or feet first?
Feet first. They always drop feet first.
No.
All right, now.
So,
when I say 3, 1, 2, 3.
And then I was over the edge. Over the edge. But I wasn't falling. I was over the edge, but I wasn't falling. My belt had caught on something. I was hanging from the eaves. 9 stories up, and I was hanging by my belt. 9 stories up. 9 stories up! I don't know you.
You're in a private room in St. Mary's Hospital. You fainted while you were hanging up there, 9 stories.
Oh.
I'm sorry. It took the combined efforts of 2 fire department ladder companies to get you down. Your belt caught an iron vent pipe. You're a very lucky girl.
I don't know you.
I'm Jack Packard of the A1 Detective Agency, doing a job for the State Department. I have orders to say to you that your husband, Captain John Fraser, gave you a large bloodstone ring when you left Tokyo. I have orders to say that the stone is hollowed out, and inside is a letter photographed on microfilm. Bloodstone and microfilm are the key words.
Why didn't you come sooner? Why didn't you come sooner?
Because if I'd come any sooner, we wouldn't have caught Nick and Ernst Gorman.
You caught them?
Red-handed. And the rest of the gang who are working on you.
There were others?
You didn't think those two policemen were real, did you?
Yes.
Fakes. They thought you might give the letter to the first man in police uniform you met.
But the FBI man who came in to identify Mr. Locke's body.
Another of the gang. So was a woman who said she was the housekeeper. It was all set up to make you think you were safe so you'd give up the letter.
I couldn't. Johnny said to guard it with my life.
Johnny's got a very brave young woman for a wife. If he ever does this to you again...
I don't know what's in the letter, but Johnny said we wouldn't want to live if its contents fell in wrong hands.
Johnny was right. I'm sorry I can't tell you more. You deserve to know.
I don't want to know. Why do they want to kill me? Killing me wouldn't get them the letter.
It might have prevented us from getting it. You see, there were two parts to this business. One, the delivery of the letter safely to us. Two, the capture of the Nick and Ernst Gorman gang under circumstances that would prove they were the traitors we knew them to be. That's why Fred Locke and I used you as bait.
Then Mr. Locke was a federal man.
And died.
Yes. How did Nick and Ernst know to meet me on the corner of Rossmore and Mule?
We tipped them off.
You told them I had the letter?
You were protected as long as Locke was alive, but when they put him out so ruthlessly, we did rather leave you out on a limb.
Yes, 9 stories up.
I'm afraid so. The minute I learned Locke was dead, we moved in.
Here's the ring with the microfilm inside. It was on my finger all the time.
Thank you. You should be very proud.
I'm not. I'm just scared. I need Johnny.
It's a pleasure to tell you that if you can wait 3 hours, you can have Johnny.
But Johnny's in Tokyo.
Johnny was in Tokyo. Because of courage beyond the call of duty, certain people in Washington decided you needed Johnny more than the Army of Occupation.
Oh, I do.
Yeah, the lucky dog.
You have just heard I Love Adventure, a new Carlton E. Morse production featuring Michael Raffetto as Jack Packard and Barton Yarborough as Doc Long. Next week, incident number 10, entitled The Kwang Moon Dagger, an affair of Chicago's Chinatown. Betty Lou Gerson was Satin Frazier in tonight's show. Other players included Peggy Weber, Louis Van Ruten, Russell Thorson, Lou Krugman, Frank Richards, and Dix Davis. The Girl in the Street was written and produced by Carlton E. Morse. Organ music by Rex Corey. Your announcer, Jim Butters. Now, a listening reminder. High comedy and hilarious adventure go hand in hand on the wonderful Johnny Fletcher Show, starring Bill Goodwin. So stay tuned. The Johnny Fletcher Show follows next.
This program was transcribed. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
This program is transcribed from an earlier network broadcast.
The American Broadcasting Company presents I Love Adventure. Incident number 10, The Kwang Moon Dagger, a new Carlton E. Morse production featuring Jack, Doc, and Reggie. It's late afternoon of a lazy day in the offices of the A1 Detective Agency just off Hollywood Boulevard. Doc Long is casting a rather disgruntled glance in the direction of Jack Packard, who is slumped back in his chair with his feet atop the badly scarred desk.
Jack, you realize ain't nothing been stirring for 3 whole days now?
No, something will come along.
Well, man needs a little excitement once in a while.
Why not rent an alligator from one of the movie studios? You could wrestle with it.
Maybe you got yourself an idea, son. It might be... Uh-oh. Did you see what just walked in?
Yeah. 5 of them.
And all of them fair size, too.
Fair size, the man says. 8 to 5, they average 7 feet in height apiece.
Oh, well, please remain seated right where you are, gentlemen. Yes.
What's the pitch, friend?
We wish to search your office, Mr. Packard. You will oblige by remaining quite still. Yes.
No, pal, we haven't time. A previous engagement.
Yeah, with an alligator.
I regret, gentlemen. You will go nowhere.
If you think you hombres can come in
All
here
right,
and
take
start...
it easy, Doc.
Well...
The gun that just popped out of his sleeve says he can.
Whoa. And all 5 of these Hong Kong sports seem to have.
So, gentlemen, with your permission, we will search the office.
The door to the right hides a wash basin. The one to the left leads into a closet. You find 2 broken golf clubs and 5 years' accumulation of dust.
It is well, gentlemen. My men report there are no enemies concealed on the premises.
Well, you've no idea what a load that takes off our minds. Now, what gives, friend?
You'll prepare yourselves to be honored by the presence of the Mighty One. Make obeisance, please, to the flower of the 7 heavens, the ruler of the temple of Kwang Moon, Princess Myling.
Well, smack me pink and call me baby.
Uh-oh.
Please pardon the air with which my servant, Qin Lu, guards person of his princess. For 100 generations, his family has watched over well-being of royal ones of Akaobang.
Well, that's a job I wouldn't mind undertaking myself.
Take it easy, Doc.
I do not mind, Mr. Packard. The flattery of your friend, Mr. Long, quite pleasing. Oh, you are wondering why I have come here, yes?
Well, that don't matter. If you'd care to sit down over here next to me, Princess...
Suppose we let the princess have her say, Doc.
You are right, Mr. Packard. My business here is of utmost urgency. I wish to engage your service to recover for me Kwang Moon dagger.
Kwang Moon dagger?
Oh, you have heard of it?
Not never. How about you, Jack?
This Kaobang is a small independent kingdom lying in the jungles between Cochin, China, and Yunnan. Kwang Moon is the god worship there. I'd say somebody made off with a dagger belonging in his temple.
You are exactly right, Mr. Packard. 2 months ago, a certain person visited our village. When he depart, dagger depart with him.
Well, why would he want an Oriental peg sticker?
Oh, blade of dagger of Kwang Moon is solid gold, Mr. Long. The hilt is encrusted with most perfect of emeralds, rubies, and diamonds.
Well, ain't no wonder you folks are doing a slow burn.
More important is the fact that my people fear that Kwang Moon angry with them. Our crops have been blighted. Disease and famine threaten entire nations.
This will all be corrected the minute the dagger's back in the temple, of course.
So my people believe. That is why I follow man responsible to United States. But this country is very unfamiliar to me and my bodyguard, Qin Lu. We need assistance of men we can trust, who know its customs and habits.
Well, you come to the right spot, Prince. Is that right, Jack?
You will be rewarded, of course. Upon the hilt of dagger is Kwang Moon ruby, a most perfect gem of its kind in all world. You return dagger to me, and the ruby is yours.
What's the name of the character who took the dagger?
He was known to us as Paul Cavanari.
And you've traced him to the United States?
Oh, yes. Even more definite than that. To Chicago.
Oh, Windy City, huh? Any address there?
We found the envelope among his effects. It was addressed to him on a street known as Wentworth. Here is address.
Well, that should help. Anything else?
Only one little thing. A dagger was seen yesterday by one of our countrymen in Chicago.
Well, now you really bring us up to date. Where was it at?
Falling from small bridge into Lincoln Park Lagoon.
Falling into the lagoon? How come? Was it thrown in?
Oh, no, Mr. Packard. He was buried between shoulders of Paul Gavanari.
Some looker, that princess, huh, Jack? And that perfume she wore, oh, it does things to a feller.
Yeah, maybe that's why we're in something a little deeper than we figured, Doc.
What's that supposed to mean?
A report from Chicago said that somebody slipped Paul Carbonieri a Diger Mickey and dumped his body into the Lincoln Park Lagoon.
Sure, but the police closed in before her buddies could recover it. What's wrong with that?
Nothing. Only while you were getting our plane tickets, I called Chicago Homicide. No corpse by the name of Carbonieri has turned up, and nobody reported a stabbing in Lincoln Park.
Well, Jack, if there's such a strong suspicion of double cross about this case, why we're taking it on?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe curiosity. Maybe to keep you from having to wrestle alligators. Or maybe that perfume got me, too.
You know something, Jack? Darn colorful street, this Wentworth Avenue.
Yeah. Tourist's eye view of Chicago's Chinatown.
What you reckon that Cavalieri hombre was doing in this part of town?
Well, we'll know pretty quick. Here's the address now.
Yeah, gents?
Here, keep the change.
Thanks, pal.
Uh-oh. Jack, this can't be the right place.
It's the address the princess gave us.
But take a gander at that neon sign. Blue Celestial Mortuary. It's a high-class burying parlor. That Cavalieri fella can't have lived there.
Only one way to find out. Let's go in.
Little depressing, ain't it?
What'd you expect, dancing girls?
No, but they'd help.
Good evening, gentlemen. Is there some service we of the Blue Celestial Mortuary may perform for you?
Well, we hope so. We're looking for a Mr. Paul Carbonieri.
Mr. Carbonieri. Of course, gentlemen. This way, gentlemen.
And he does hang out here. Now, if we can get him to crack about that dagger.
Don't worry about that when we meet him.
Here you are, gentlemen. Mr. Carbonieri.
Thanks.
Hey.
Yeah. If I do say so myself, the Blue Celestial Mortuary has done a magnificent job. One would swear he was still alive.
Wouldn't they, though?
Oh, poor Paul. Last place I wanted to see him was in a coffin.
Yes, a sad case. Very sad. Cut down in the bloom of manhood.
Well, accidents can happen to anybody.
Accident?
Well, of course accidents. You don't think Paul just deliberately jumped off that bridge in the lagoon, do you?
Bridge? Lagoon? Someone must have misinformed you, sir. Mr. Carbonieri died of natural causes. A heart attack.
You sure of that?
Certainly. We have a copy of the death certificate.
You remember who signed it?
Why, a Dr. Jansen or Jenkins, something like that.
Well, would you mind getting it for us? It would relieve our minds so much to see it. You know how kin folks is.
Why, I'd be happy to, sir. It will only take a moment. I'll be right back.
How about that?
The whole darn thing don't make no sense, son. You don't reckon somebody's pulling our leg, do you?
I'll buy that, but who and why?
You've got me. Did Cavalieri get dunked into the lagoon or not? And what about that Kwang Moon dagger in the back business?
Well, that's one thing we can settle right now.
But, Jack, a death certificate, you heard him.
Nobody can forge a stab wound, Doc.
Oh, you mean have a look for herself?
What else?
Well, it's darn distasteful, but it's got to be done on me boy.
Then let's go to it. Our mortician friend will be back any minute.
Jack, that was a 45.
Come on, run.
Which way?
There's the office, the end of the corridor.
Somebody's starting to play kind of rough around here.
Yeah, he's dead, all right.
But who done it? Don't look like there's nobody around.
The open window explains that. Come on, let's get back to the chapel. I want to talk to that organist.
Think he might be in on to know about all this?
I don't know, but he's the only one left still alive around here. There's the chapel. We'll hit the organ loft first, and... Uh-oh.
Yeah, we kind of late. Our little bird seems to have flowed his musical cue.
It's not the only one. Take a look at the coffin.
At the Jack, the corpse is gone.
Yeah. Our pal Cavagnari won't stay put, apparently. There it is, Doc. The Hung Shu Moo, the Red Tree Flower Shop.
But I don't see what we're doing going to a flower shop, son.
Somebody sent a carload of flowers to Cavagnari from this place. If we can learn who it was, we may have a lead on what to do next. Come on, let's go in.
Good evening, gentlemen. Is there something I could do for you?
Yeah, it could be. You delivered a load of flowers to the Blue Celestial Mortuary recently, didn't you?
Yes, that's right. Did you wish to order some similar ones?
Well, it depends on how cooperative you can be.
We pride ourselves on our service, sir. I'm sure we can supply you with whatever you wish.
Mm-hmm. Well, then try this for size. Who sent those other flowers?
I'm sorry, sir. I am not at liberty to say.
Now, look, Hangtown Fry, you ain't no doctor nor lawyer. Ain't no professional secrets in your business.
If a client of yours wished to remain anonymous, would you disclose the identity, Miss Long?
Oh. Hey, Jack, my fame must be spreading. Doggone, Fu Manchu, how'd you know my name?
I was told to expect your arrival.
Who was your interested informer?
And if you say Paul Cavagnari, I ain't gonna believe it.
No, it was the person whose identity you seek.
Hey, what'll it take to make you come across with something besides double talk?
Nothing, Mr. Packard. And a message was left for you at the same time.
Okay, let's have it.
The northwest corner of Wentworth and Fowler.
Come again, sport.
The northwest corner of Wentworth and Fowler.
What's that supposed to mean?
I'm afraid I do not know. However, the corner is only a few yards from the shop. Why not investigate and see?
Jack, this kid made me making sense of that.
Yeah, maybe. Come on, Doc. Thanks for your trouble.
Do not mention it, Mr. Pocket. We like to build up goodwill for future business.
Oh, man.
And do not forget, gentlemen, we specialize in funerals. Good night.
That hombre gives a good deal more than he takes.
I mean, he knows a good deal more than he says.
Well, that seems to be a fact about everybody in this case, with the exception of us.
Well, there's the sign. Wentworth and Fowler, and this is the northwest corner. Now what?
Well, don't seem to be nothing interesting here, just a vacant lot with some signboards around it.
That message meant something. Hey, Doc, that car.
Jack, that fellow leaning out the window, he's got... Down, Doc, get down!
Hey, Doc. Doc, you all right?
What you mean, am I all right? I landed on my doggone crazy bone and spoiled my aim. Must have missed them gunmen a mile.
Yeah, I didn't do so well myself. Well, we know what that message meant now.
Yeah, some message. Hey, did you get a look at that polecat that was shooting that Tommy gun?
Yeah.
Something mighty familiar about him, wasn't it?
It should be. He was Princess Meiling's bodyguard, Chin Lu. Back to the flower shop, quick.
Yeah, man. Flower man don't seem to be around.
Maybe in that back room. Let's hit it.
Well, come on. I'm right eager to exchange a few words with that son of Satan, punctuated with a right cross or two.
Well, leave him enough lift to talk about that message, son.
Yeah. Don't seem to be in here neither. Now, where are you supposed to...
Hey, hold it down. The door to the refrigerator room's open. Somebody's in there.
Refrigerator room? Oh, for the flowers. Hey, hold it, fella. I can see his shadow in the looking glass.
He hasn't heard us yet. Must be almost soundproof in there.
Well, why deprive him of our company?
Just what I was thinking. Come on.
Yeah. Yank that door open and surprise him, son. He got it coming after the little party we just had.
Check. Okay, here we go. All right, pal. How about... Look out, Doc. Catch him.
Oh, too late.
How about that?
So it wasn't the flowers leaning against that door. It was our missing pal, Paul Cavagliari.
Yeah.
Now, what was he doing in here, you reckon?
Take a look at his clothes.
Why, they half tore off of him.
Which means that whoever hijacked him from the mortuary put him in here to give him a good frisking. And incidentally, he wasn't killed by the Kwang Moon dagger.
Yeah, so I see. Him punctures in his chest looks like it's made by 38 caliber. What'd you pick up there, son?
Ticket or something. Punched by a timestamp. Here, take a look.
Boat concession, Lincoln Park Lagoon, timeout 5:17, time in 5:29. What in thunder do you suppose that means?
Looks like he took a rowboat ride on the lagoon sometime before he died.
Couldn't have liked it very much. He was only out 12 minutes.
Hey, Doc, I got a hunch. Let's get out of here.
Oh, not bother to turn around, Mr. Packard.
Well, so Carbonieri had company in the refrigerator room.
You been crouched down among them flowers all the time?
Keep facing the wall and do not offer any resistance as my men disarm and bind you. Those are gun barrels you feel pressing against your spines.
Well, I'll take your word for it, but is there any particular reason for the pistol massage? And who are you?
I am Dr. Jen Keene.
How about that? I knew there was someone else we should have checked on.
You will have your chance now. You and I are going to have a talk. A long overdue talk about Paul Cavagnari and the Kwang Moon dagger. I trust you are quite comfortable here in my quarters, Mr. Packard.
I'll do. Where's Doc?
He is being held in the next room. But do not be concerned. No harm will come to either of you as long as cooperation is the keynote of this little meeting.
Okay, cooperation it is. You begin. What's your business with us?
I am Dr. Jen Kin, Mr. Packard, head of a large hospital in Hanoi, French Indochina.
Haven't you got your professions mixed up a little? That was a gun I saw in your hand, not a scalpel.
There are times, Mr. Packard, when it is necessary for a man of medicine to take up arms in defense of his profession.
That pitch was a little wide, Doctor. Come again.
Very well. 2 months ago, my hospital was robbed of over $1 million worth of radium. I suspected a man I had known casually in Hanoi by the name of Paul Cavagnari.
Seems to me I've heard this somewhere before. You trailed him to the States, learned he was in Chicago.
Yes, Mr. Packard. But I could not locate him here. I was about to give up the search 2 days ago when I received a phone call from him.
8 to 5, he was giving you a chance to buy your radium back.
Precisely. At a price considerably lower than I would have to pay to replace it on the open market. However, he also mentioned the possibility of my having to buy the Kwang Moon dagger. I agreed to discuss the proposition with him and went to meet him. The place he had chosen was a most unusual one.
I can take the ball from here, Doctor. The place was the Lincoln Park Lagoon.
Yes.
Cavagnari was dead when you got there.
That is correct.
And there was no radium.
There was no radium.
And so you had him picked up by the Blue Celestial Mortuary, signed a fake death certificate, and left him lying in state to see who might show up.
I still had hopes of recovering that radium, Mr. Packard. And it occurred to me that if the people who had killed him for it found no mention of his murder in the paper, they might wonder why. Might be driven by guilt and fear to learn what had happened to him.
Pretty long shot, Doctor.
It paid off, Mr. Packard. You and Mr. Long visited the mortuary.
Who was your stool pigeon there? The organist?
Oh, that is quite correct. Unfortunately, he ran out to try to intercept the mortician's murderer and did not see or remove the body. However, he did trail you to the florist shop, where he learned your identity and got in touch with me by telephone. So, and now, Mr. Packard, it is your turn to cooperate.
Okay, I'll get your radium for you.
As I thought. You do have it.
Nope, but neither do the lads who bumped off Cavagnari.
How do you know that?
Because he'd hidden it. That's why they came back to snatch his body. They hadn't been able to find the stuff and were looking for something to tip them off as to where it was.
And do you know where it is, Mr. Packard?
No, but I can find it and get the Kwang Moon dagger for myself if you release us right away. If not, it'll be too late. It's your last chance, Doctor.
You are presuming rather heavily upon my gullibility, are you not?
I'm presuming you're a doctor, that you realize what that radium means to your patients.
Yes. Yes, there are thousands of my countrymen now doomed to die who will live if I bring it back to Hanoi with me. Very well, Mr. Packard. You shall be released at once.
Well, Jack, you believe this Jim Kinfeller story?
Makes sense, Doc.
Well, I sure am happy to know that, son. I wouldn't never have guessed.
You won't have to guess much longer.
You mean there's some action coming up?
Well, there should be a little excitement.
Well, where and when?
In about 10 minutes, near the boathouse, on the Lincoln Park Lagoon. We'll take the rowboat on the end, Doc.
You mean we going rowing at this time of night?
Why not? Cavaniari went somewhere. It took him 12 minutes to get there and back.
But where could a feller go in this overgrown wading pool and that... Oh, that little wooded island at the upper end. Is that spot you mean?
I don't know, Doc, but we're going to row over there and find out.
Look, Jack, if this is the action you promised me, let's take a crack at guessing again.
Don't give up the ship. We're almost there.
Yeah.
And I got a hunch we'll have enough action in the next few minutes to... See what I mean? Hey, over the side, Doc. Quick.
Jack, the water's awful darn cold from a Saturday night tub.
Yeah. Well, he's trying to make it hot enough for us.
Well, the boat's a pretty good shield. Shall we kind of ease it islandward, maybe, huh?
Yeah, that's the general idea. Let's go. We're nearly there. When we touch bottom, make a dash for it.
Yeah.
Hit the deck at the first cover we come to.
You bet you. Shared the Omaha Beach on D-Day.
Okay, Doc, let's go.
You still okay, son?
Yeah, no complaints. What about you?
These here bramble thickets ain't my idea of a feather bed. Otherwise, I'm just fine.
Good.
Wonder what's happened to our bloodthirsty gun.
Probably got his spot. Moving in for the kill.
Let's make that our happy thought for the day. Ought to be some way to upset his plan. You got any ideas?
Yeah. Last time he fired was from behind that elm tree. I'm going to shove off for it.
But he ain't there now. If he's moving in on us, he... Oh, I get it. You'll draw as far so I can shoot at the muzzle flash.
Right. Keep your eyes open.
Just leave it to your Uncle Dudley. Good luck, son.
And there I go.
Hey, Jack. Hello, Jack, can you hear me? Jack, are you all right, fella?
Okay, Doc, come on. Everything's under control.
Well, say so then. How'd I make out with a firecracker king?
You'll have a pretty sore shoulder for a very long time.
Hey, well, it's our old friend Chen Lu, so he was the one sniping at us.
Yeah, if you take a gander on the ground behind this tree, you'll see why.
Well, look at that. There on the ground beside that hole.
Yeah, the Kwang Moon dagger, right where Paul Cavaniari had hidden it.
You mean our job is done?
As soon as we get Chin Lo to a hospital and fly back to L.A. Take a deep breath, Doc. The next one you take may be filled with Princess Mai Ling's perfume.
So, Mr. Packard, my own servant, Chin Lu, tried to obtain Kwang Moon dagger behind my back?
That's the way it looks, all right.
Yeah, don't take it so hard, Princess. After all, we did bring the dagger back to Los Angeles with us.
You have done really much to make my people happy again. I do not know how to tell you how grateful I am. You have dagger?
Yeah, here in this drawer. You know, Princess, this dagger's not only ornamental, it's a pretty good weapon. Sharp point, keen steel blade. Yeah, I was a little surprised. I thought you said the blade was solid gold.
I did, Mr. Packard, but I had not seen dagger in recent years. My memory played tricks on me.
Oh, played tricks about the gems on the hilt, too.
Oh, I had not forgotten your fee, Mr. Packard. The giant ruby will be yours?
Don't bother. There's not much of a market for paste these days.
Paste?
She acts surprised, yeah?
But I surprised. I had no
I
idea.
suppose you didn't know that the hilt was hollow and that Paul Cavagnari smuggled the stolen radium into this country inside it.
Stolen radio? What are you talking about, Mr. Packard?
Come off it, Princess. You, Cavagnari, and Chin Lu were in on that robbery together. Only Cavagnari tried to slip you the double cross and sell the stuff on the hot market in Chicago.
What is this fantastic story?
When you heard the red hot, he tried to sell it to double-crossed him and bumped him off. You came to us, hoping we'd find out where he'd hidden the stuff.
But your number one boy, Chin Lu, got to Chicago ahead of us and hijacked Cavalieri's body to search it for clues that might have been meth. When he found that boat ride ticket and figured out what it meant, well, me and Jack was superfluous property.
That's why you baited that trap at the florist and tried to bump us off. After that, you came back to L.A. while Chin Lu tore out to the lagoon to pick up the loot. That's why you...
Okay, you dirty double-crossing shame.
Look out, Jack.
You won't let the pin on...
Let's have that sticker, baby.
I'll tell you, Packard, I'll tell you.
Drop it, baby, drop it. That's better. Doc, open the door.
With pleasure.
And now, Princess, you can make your exit.
I'll have your stinking eyes for this. You won't get away with it, you rat. You won't.
Wow. And my sentiments, exactly. What a hellcat to lovely damsel turn out to be.
Yeah, the stolen goods detail outside and take care of her. Oh, well, Kwang Moon dagger, just as false a piece of guilt as Princess Mai Ling's soul.
But what kills my soul is that the beautiful ruby on the hilt is false, too. All that brain work and gun shooting and no payoff.
Oh, I don't know. The hospital in Indochina will get its radium back as fast as Dr. Jen Kin can get it there. And when you think of some thousands of people who'll get another crack at life now...
Yeah, maybe you got something there, son. Oh, well, mark down another two-fisted experience in the tarred old files of the A1. By the way, let me have that telephone, will you, son?
Huh? Oh, sure. Yeah.
Thank you.
Who are you calling now?
RKM Studio, about an alligator.
Hey, wait a minute. You're not taking that gag seriously.
Why, of course I am. After the Princess Mai Ling, I ought to be able to throw one of them amphibious critters 2 out of 3 falls with a Kwang Moon dagger tied behind my back.
You have just heard I Love Adventure, a new Carlton E. Morse production featuring Michael Raffetto as Jack Packard and Barton Yarborough as Doc Long. Next week, incident number 11, entitled Assignment with a Displaced Person, an affair of a girl and a black market operator. Other players in tonight's show include Lillian Baya, Lou Krugman, Russell Thorson, and Harry Lang. The Kwang Moon Dagger was written by Sidney Marshall. Organ music by Rex Corey. Your announcer, Jim Butters. Listening reminder. For a laugh-provoking detective drama, stay tuned next for Johnny Fletcher, starring popular radio personality Bill Goodwin. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Broadcasting Company presents I Love Adventure. Incident number 11, Assignment with a Displaced Person, a new Carlton E. Morse production featuring Jack, Doc, and Reggie.
I was sitting out front in the A1 Detective Agency office with Doc Long pestering me to get more action in our business or else more women.
Look, Jack, you can't expect a number one Texas boy like me to just sit around the office twiddling his thumbs. Let's go get ourselves a rough and tumble shooting case. Either that or let's close up shop and hunt ourselves up a couple of good-looking Hollywood extras.
You're girl crazy.
Of course I'm girl crazy. All Texas boys is girl crazy. Any man with red blood in his veins between the age of 7 and 7 is girl crazy. Or you ought to get his head examined. Look, couldn't you rush around somewhere and hunt us up a case with lots of action in it and lots of women?
You rush around.
Yes, sir, that's my idea. Lots of action, lots of women, and lots of money for a big payoff at the end. I was just thinking...
The door came open aggressively, and there in the outer office stood a tall, blond, nervous young man. His manner determined, but a look of uneasiness in his eyes and a queer twitch around his mouth. It was the beginning of the strangest manhunt we ever attempted. A manhunt with a beautiful young girl as the wanted person. A lovely young thing named Mary Travers.
I'm looking for Jack Packard.
That's me.
Why don't nobody never come in here looking for me?
Who are you?
I'm Doc Long, doggone it.
Oh.
Well, you don't need to get so dadgame indifferent about it.
Please, Mr. Packard, I've got to have your help. I've got to find a girl. I've got to find her before somebody else gets to her.
Who are you?
John King.
Who's the girl?
Mary Travers.
Who's Mary Travers?
This is her picture. At least this is how she looked in 1941.
Hey, she ain't no more than 10 years old.
Well, she's 17, almost 18 now, if she's alive.
If she's alive?
Yes, and I know she is. I'm sure she is.
You better throw a little more light on this. What's it all about?
Yeah, is this Mary Travers any kin to you?
Oh, no. In 1938, Mary's family and my family lived next door on Hudson Street.
Hollywood?
Yes, that's right. Then Mary and her father and mother went to Europe. They got caught someplace in the invasion of Poland, and, well, that's the last anybody ever heard of them.
Well, that's 10 years ago.
I know it. One report came back that Mary and her mother and father were killed. Well, everyone believed it.
But what about the Travers family back home? Didn't they do no investigating?
There isn't any family back home, just Mary and her parents.
But why bring the matter up at this late date?
Here. Look at this second picture.
Second picture?
Oh, hey.
Hello. Same girl.
Same girl growed up, man.
You see what I mean? Mary's alive. She's in danger, but she's alive.
Danger?
Yes, and you've got to find her. I don't know where she is, except I think she's in Mexico.
Oh, why do you think that?
Well, that's got nothing to do with it, but she's in Mexico and she's in danger.
Where'd you get this picture? This grown-up picture of Mary?
Stop asking questions and get busy.
What'd you say your name was again?
John King.
John King? Where have I heard that name before?
Look, it isn't John King you're interested in. It's Mexico and Mary Travers. That's where the trouble is.
Ave Maria, gratia plena. Dominus tectum, benedicta tu in mulieribus, et benedictus fructus ventris tui, Iesus. Sancta Maria.
How can I thank thee, O Father, for sheltering me here in this beautiful, secluded convent all the troublesome years of my childhood, all the troublesome years of the Great War, all the years I've been growing from child to girl and from girl to woman. But, oh, Father, I thank thee most of all for bringing me Andrew King. I thank thee for selecting this American boy from across the border for me and sending him to this isolated sector of Mexico that I might meet him, speak to him, and thereby learn to love him. For all thy graciousness and understanding of a girl who has now come to womanhood, who will presently leave this shelter to go out into the world. For all of this, and much, much more, I thank you. Amen.
Sed libera nos a malo. Amen.
Lovely service this morning, Carlota.
See?
Oh, I am a lucky person. Do you realize this is the last time you'll probably ever wash the back of Mary Travers? The water's beautifully warm.
The last time.
Oh, what would the sisters say if they ever caught you in here giving me a tub bath?
How many times have you said that these past 10 years? But they never have caught me.
They would look at you severely and say, Carlota,
Does the convent pay you to cook the food and scrub the floors, or does the convent pay you to scrub Mary Travers' back? Oh, the sisters try so hard to be severe with their duties. Their hearts are so good.
Sit up, so I may wash the back of your neck.
Oh, Carlota, he's so handsome. Do you suppose he'll love me all my life?
Who?
Who? Who, she asked. Who do you suppose? My young man. My American senor. My Andrew King. Oh, shame on you, Carlota Bettina Perron. I think you're jealous.
Jealous. It is only that I could shake the shoes off the sisters for keeping you so innocent and untouched in this big, wicked world which feeds on such as you.
Oh, pooh. Ouch! Right on my unprotected back.
Do not say pooh to Carlota. You are a small child sticking out an impudent tongue at an unleashed tiger. You say pooh to the world in the vastness of your ignorance.
Today I leave the convent. What is there to fear?
Men?
But I will have Andrew King to protect me.
Perhaps it is he whom you should fear most.
Oh, Carlota, what a one to worry. Today I leave the convent. Tomorrow I will be in Los Angeles, United States.
You are a little idiot. Anda, put your head over the edge of the tub so I can dry your hair.
Oh, I love it. Why do you say I'm an idiot?
You barely know this Andrew King.
My heart knows him.
Puppy love. Why should the Sister Superior let you go out into the world to meet this man whom you have met but 3 times in your life?
4 times, and the sister's right.
The sister is a babe in the arms also when it comes to men. What does she know of this Andrew King?
He came to see her. She could see that we were in love. And just to look at him told her what a fine man he is.
Is he a millionaire?
No.
Is he a capitan of industry?
No.
Is he then perhaps a great political figure?
No, he's just a boy from America.
You see, a miserable loafer. Has he no grace at all to throw himself at such as you, with only a workman's pay in his pocket?
Oh, come on, Carlota. Give me a kiss.
What is this kiss business? Is that going to heal your hurts?
Por favor.
Bueno, now you have had your kiss.
Thank you, darling.
Now get out of that tub and let me dry you before these sisters descend on us and give me my notice.
As Mother Superior of this convent, Mary, it has been my duty to collect and keep records of all those who abide here. I think you must have known all along in your heart that you were left orphaned by the war just done. If there is anyone anywhere in the world left carrying your name, we have not been able to find that person.
Yes, Mother.
You came to us here in Mexico from a Spanish refugee ship with $50 in gold coins tied in a handkerchief.
I'd forgotten.
Gold is not a medium of exchange in the world any longer, so we have translated it into Mexican pesos and American dollars.
Oh, you should have it. It's little enough for all these years.
Take it, child. It is yours. Here, put it in your pocket.
Yes, Mother.
My child, it is with misgiving that I let you go out into the world. Los Angeles is a big city.
But I'm going right to Andrew King. I have his address. He said he would be there. You have met Andrew King. What harm can come to me?
You're sure you wouldn't like to remain here, take your orders, and become one of us?
Thank you, Mother.
But you do not wish it?
No.
Then go to Los Angeles. Marry your Andrew King. But remember this, Mary Travers. Keep your heart pure. That is your best defense against the world.
And men?
Men are the world, Mary. Men are the world.
Excuse me, lady.
Yeah, of course.
I was just going to get me a drink of water and the train lurched. I hope you don't mind finding a Texas boy in your lap. Now, you mind if I sat down for a minute?
Tenga la boda de sentarse. Wait, is this Los Angeles we're coming to?
Yeah, and it is some town. Oh, I've been watching you ever since you got on the train.
Yes. There was a look in your eyes.
Yeah, I bet there was. What an anvil-headed dope I was not to speak to you sooner. Hey, how about spending some time with me in Los Angeles and Hollywood?
Oh, that would be nice, but I cannot.
Oh, you can't, huh?
No, thank you, just the same. But I am going to marry a man.
Oh, lucky man.
He also is an American. Perhaps you would know him.
Well, what's his name?
Andrew King.
Andrew King. Hey, not Andrew King.
You know him?
Well, what a meeting this is. So you Andy King's girlfriend.
Oh, that is wonderful if you know him.
Look, honey, what is your name?
Mary Travers.
Huh? Did you say Mary Travers?
Yes.
Well, what you know. Look, Mary, you just put yourself in Papa's hands when we get into Los Angeles. We'll dig up Andy King. We get you a marriage license. You're going to be queen of the May.
Oh, but I have his address.
Just leave everything to me. Just put yourself in the hands of a man that knows.
Aren't we beginning to slow down?
We're coming into the station. You got much baggage?
Just one case.
Oh, straw suitcase, huh? I got me a duffel bag and overnight kit up ahead. I've been down in Mexico a couple of weeks doing some investigating. Oh, what a train.
This is Miss Honey.
Yes, it's her. I'll go up front and get my baggage, and I'll meet you on the platform in just a minute.
Hurry, little girl. You can lose yourself in the crowd.
But I'm waiting for a friend.
Friend? Poof, that one is no friend. Run. Next to the crowd. You can lose him.
Who are you?
I am one who sat right behind you. Everything that Texas man said, I heard.
Oh, he was friendly.
I saw the look in his eyes. So did you.
He knows Andrew King.
No, he does not. Whoever Andrew King is, he does not know him. It is you he wants.
Well, I don't know.
Hurry. Lose yourself. Yes. He's coming. He's looking.
Yes.
Go to the address you have. Go to you, Mr. King. Lose yourself. Quickly.
It is the voice of the vehicle of death.
Vehicle of death?
Ambulance.
Somebody has died?
To the north there has been an explosion. Would you like a bag of hot popcorn?
No. Is that what you have in your wagon? Popcorn?
Sure. Peanuts, popcorn.
Please, I will have a bag of popcorn.
That's good tonight. I see you got an old straw suitcase. I guess you just come to this country, huh?
Oh, please. I cannot find the avenue called Sunset. Do you know it?
Sunset? See, the longest street in America. Stay with the main street here. Go to the north and must stay with the main street. You lost, maybe?
If only it wasn't getting dark. No, if I can find the avenue called Sunset, then I'm not lost.
The vehicle of death.
The vehicle of death.
The dead ride well, young lady. I have never ridden in a carriage half so grand. Your popcorn, miss.
What? Oh, thank you.
You're welcome. Eat with a clear conscience.
Good night.
Good night. Peanuts, popcorn, fresh popcorn with the salt and butter.
Such a big world. I could have stayed with the sisters in Mexico. I could have stayed at the convent. Night is a dangerous time for women. That's what Carlota said. In Los Angeles, night is a dangerous time for women. The dead ride well, young woman. I've never ridden half so well. Half so well. Mary Travers, that is childish talk. That is not what the sisters taught you. You are not lost. Not really. You are walking to meet your lover. Keep to the north. Walk on Main Street. You will come to the avenue called Sunset. 37 North Maiden Lane. Just off Sunset. There you will come to Andrew King. And there you will come to protection. And there you will... Oh, no! Take your hands off me.
What's the matter, honey? You're not too receptive.
Go of me. No.
If I took you by surprise, I'm sorry.
Please take your hands off me.
Be reasonable, honey.
I don't want to scream. I don't want to make trouble, but I can't help it. If you don't let go of me right away...
Okay. It's too bad we can't get together.
Carlotta meant. A woman rushes from the arms of one man to the arms of another. It's what the Mother Superior meant. Men are the world, Mary. Men are the world. I'll never find it. The night is dangerous and I'll never find it. The night is dangerous and I'm lost. The night is dangerous and I'm lost.
This is the end, lady.
What?
You can't go no further this way.
Who are you? Why do you stay then?
I'm a city guard. Don't you see the red flares? This street's blocked off.
But I must.
Now, look. There was an explosion this afternoon. The crew was cleaning up the wreckage of a chemical plant which blew up 3 weeks ago. There still were some explosives buried in the mess. When the machinery hit it, wham.
We had ambulances.
Yeah, you sure did, Aunt Lady. The last of them cleared out only a few minutes ago. All the dead taken away. But the big tragedy was the wrecked houses.
They blew up houses?
Yeah, one whole block on both sides of North Maiden Lane. Hmm?
No.
Oh, here. Sit down on the steps. You sick? You had too much to drink?
North Maiden Lane.
Every house from number 22 to 44.
37?
In the very heart of the explosion.
And where's Andrew King? And where's my love? What have they done to my future?
Get out of the way there. Get out of the way. Let the girl through. Make room. Get out of the way there.
Hey, what is it? What do you want here?
This girl's ill. You run this place?
Why do you bring her here? She don't belong here. Get her out of here. Who are you?
City guard for the restricted area on North Maiden Lane.
Where the explosion went off this afternoon?
Yeah. This girl lost a friend at 37 North Maiden Lane.
In a daze, is that it?
Yeah. Take her in the back room and call the police.
This is no place for a nice girl like her.
Well, I gotta get back with the red flares to warn others. I'll have to leave her here with you.
All right, I'll do what I can with her.
That's good enough. Haven't to wait too long now.
This way. Come on.
What is this place?
The Cafe of the Blue Pig. Enter this room, please, and make yourself comfortable.
It smells wicked.
Didn't I say it was no place for a dame like you? Here, sit down. I'll be back in a minute. I'm going to call the cops.
Men are the world. Men are the world.
Yeah, sit there until I return.
What must I do? 37 North Maiden Lane is destroyed. Andrew King is no more. I'm lost in the world. Lost in the world. The Mother Superior said, men are the world. Men everywhere. Carlotta said, there is no protection against men except your man. Your own man. And he is gone. No protection except your own man. And he is gone. No protection. No protection. And he is gone. Yes. Somebody knocking.
Hello.
What do you want?
So this is where you've been hiding from me, eh?
Who are you?
Oh, hey, honey, you remember me. I'm a Texas boy you met on the train.
Oh, yes.
She's going to wait for me on the platform, and you didn't do it.
You've been following me.
Sure.
You didn't have any intention of taking me to Andrew King at all. You didn't have any such honest intention, did you?
Oh, now, look, honey, let me have some more dope about this Andrew King. What goes with you and him?
I don't want to talk about him.
Oh, no, huh?
He's dead. I don't want to talk about it.
He's dead?
It was at 37 North Maiden Lane where the explosion was this afternoon.
That's the address he gave you, huh?
Why do you care? You didn't even know it.
Why, sure I knowed him. What makes you say that? I told you on the train.
The girl hasn't got a chance, is she? Men everywhere. The bad ones trying to take you from the good ones never around when you need them.
Hey, now, wait a minute. What gives
you
here?
You just said you knew Andrew King to get me to go with you. You were just using him for a lure.
Oh, so that's how come you dashed off into the crowd.
Why don't you go away? I'm not the kind of girl you think I am.
Oh, come on. Now, give with this Andrew King business. Where'd you meet him at?
At Torreole.
Is that a town in Mexico?
A village. Near the convent St. Boniface-le-Beau.
Uh-huh.
Twice I met him in the marketplace. Then at the convent, when he met the Mother Superior. And the last time, he came again, and his sisters let us walk in the garden together.
You mean you just only met him 4 times?
But it was love the first time. 1 time, 4 times. 1,000 times, it is no different.
Mm-hmm. How long ago was the last time?
2 months.
How come he neglected you like that?
He's an American. He had to return across the border to Los Angeles. You must not say anything against him. The Mother Superior talked with him. She trusted me to come to him. We were to be married.
Did he write to you during them 2 months?
One, he sent the address where I was to come.
This 37 North Maiden Lane address, huh?
Yes.
Well, why didn't you come back to Los Angeles with him right away if you're so much in love?
It was my wish, but the Mother Superior would not let me. I must stay 2 months more at the convent to be sure, to know for certain through prayer and meditation that I was doing that which I should do.
Oh, I see. I want you to come with me.
No.
Oh, now listen.
No, I have been warned.
Look, you're just a little gal alone and lost and scared in the middle of Los Angeles.
And for that reason you think I'm at your mercy.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
Well, I'm not.
Hey, you can't do that. Come back here. Wait a minute. Hey, don't try to run across the street. Look out! Look out! Okay, Jack, now you know why the name John King rung a bell in your head.
Yeah, brother of Andrew King, wanted for smuggling and black market operations across the Mexican border.
Check. Now, about this babe, Mary Travers.
Is she in custody?
Yeah.
You don't say that as though you liked it much.
I don't. I'm almost sorry now that I met her on the Yuma L.A. train.
By accident?
Yeah, after combing Mexico for 3 weeks looking for her, I find her riding on the same coach on the same train I am.
Then what?
Well, she tries to give me the slip at the Union Station, and I trail her to 37 North Maiden Lane.
Oh, wasn't that where the chemical laboratory blast went off this afternoon?
Yeah, right in the middle of it.
That's great.
Don't nobody know whether Andrew King was at home or not when the neighborhood blowed up. Mary Travers thinks that he was.
Where is the girl?
Well, I tried to bring her here, Jack, but you know what she thought.
How would I?
Well, she thought I was a Hollywood wolf, and she run out onto Sunset Boulevard trying to get away, and she got hit by an automobile.
What? Dead?
No, she's banged up, but she ain't dead. She's at the St. Catherine Hospital under police guard.
I've dug up some more dope in her background. Parents killed in police concentration camp. She was about 9 years old then. Escaped camp with other inmates and was next heard of in Spain.
Yeah, she told me that. Sisters of a convent near Oriol, Mexico, tucked her in. She was raised there. That's where she met Andrew King at, in the Oriol marketplace, while he was down there on a smuggling job. Well, she fell in love. First American boy she ever got to know since her kid days.
And King took advantage of it.
Yeah, played on her innocence and on the unworldliness of the sisters, so they was willing to let her come to Los Angeles.
To meet King?
To marry him. Can you imagine Andrew King marrying any gal?
Maybe he's dead in that explosion.
Maybe he is. I hope so, for Mary's sake. What about this brother John, the one that was in here and got us started on this business?
Well, he's just as right as Andrew is wrong.
Oh, nice kid, huh?
Surprising, isn't it? Twin brothers, one a dog, the other straight.
And John found that grown-up picture of Mary Travers in Andrew's possession, and that's why he knowed she was in so much danger? He knowed Andrew would use her, is that it?
Hey, of course. Doc, did Mary Travers have any baggage with her?
What's the matter, Hugh, son?
Did she?
Why, sure, battered old straw suitcase.
Well, where's it now?
Well, at the hospital with her.
Well, come on. If Andrew King wasn't killed in that blast, he'll want that straw suitcase, and he'll want it bad.
Oh, Andrew, my darling, how did you find me? How did you know I was here in this hospital?
Mary, listen to me.
But you died in that explosion. I think that's why I ran out into the street, into the traffic. I didn't care about anything.
Mary, you gotta listen to me. Did you put those packages I gave you down in Mexico into your straw suitcase?
Of course, Andrew.
Did you bring them across the border all right?
Well, they didn't even stop me. So why should they? There was nothing wrong. You said there was nothing wrong.
Where's the straw suitcase?
I don't know, Andrew.
You don't know?
Please. I think my shoulder was broken when I was hit.
You gotta know, Mary.
I was unconscious.
You gotta know. You hear me? Tell me where it is.
Andrew.
Hey, what's going on in here?
Yeah, what? Oh, it's only John King. Honey, what you crying about? This here's John King, who is a sweet guy.
Yeah, I'm John King.
Hey, Doc, you fool, get back to that door. This is Andrew King, his twin brother.
Hey, no, you don't. Stop him, Jack. Hey, don't let him get down those stairs.
Andrew!
sure hung at me. I don't never mean no girl no harm, no time. He shares my sidekick, Jack Packer.
Oh, yes, I've seen you in my dreams, too.
Dream?
The last couple of days. I've told Andrew here all about them.
Andrew?
That's all right. If she wants to call me Andrew, what difference does it make? John, Andrew, as long as Mary loves me, and as I've loved her ever since she was 9 years old and lived next door.
Yeah, but this dream...
Well, when I tried to run across Sunset Boulevard and was hit by a car, I guess I was out of my head here in the hospital. I had dreams.
Oh?
I thought Andrew came in here and threatened me. He wanted my straw suitcase. I thought he hurt me, and then you two came running in. I heard gunshots and running. I thought Andrew was killed. Wasn't that an awful dream?
No, terrible.
I'd still think it really happened. Except here he is standing right by my bed holding my hand.
Andrew, John, what does it matter?
Oh, but what did happen to the suitcase?
Oh, the hospital attendants put it away. Some policemen came and got it. It must have been very important. They handled it like it was full of gold.
It was important. Evidence in that suitcase is going to smash one of the biggest narcotic smuggling rings in the country.
Mary's not involved.
No. All Mary's involved in is getting well.
And getting married to Andrew.
Oh, by all means, getting married.
That's what the Mother Superior at the convent said. It's a man's world. To belong to the world, a girl must find her man and belong to him. And I found my man. Haven't I, Andrew?
That's right, Mary. Call him what you will. You've found the right man. But definitely.
You have just heard I Love Adventure, a new Carlton E. Morse production featuring Michael Raffetto as Jack Packard and Barton Yarborough as Doc Long. Next week, incident number 12, entitled A Hearse on the Highway, an affair of hijacking and death. Other players in tonight's show included Peggy Weber, Lou Krugman, Russell Thorson, Jay Novello, Janet Scott, Nan Boardman, and Frank Richards. Assignment with a Displaced Person was written and produced by Carlton E. Morse. Organ music by Rex Curry. Your announcer, Dresser Dahlstead. Reminder. When Johnny Fletcher gets mixed up in mystery, the results are 30 minutes of laughs and thrills for you. So stay tuned. Johnny Fletcher follows next. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. American Broadcasting Company presents I Love Adventure. Incident number 12, Hearse on the Highway. A new Carlton E. Morse production featuring Jack, Doc, and Reggie. O'clock on a cold, rainy night on a state highway curving along the coast of Southern California. Jack Packard and Doc Long are in the cab of a 2-ton delivery truck. attired in the khaki uniforms and peaked caps usually worn by truck drivers. Doc is at the wheel, peering anxiously through the foggy windshield at the barely visible white line down the middle of the road. Jack seems more interested in the side roads intersecting the main highway and adjusts the wind wings so he can see out as they speed along.
Jack, you have to keep that wing open. This cab's like an icebox already.
Bear up a little longer, Doc. We've almost finished our day's work.
Night's work, you mean? And just what is our work?
Why, we're truckers, of course. Anybody can tell that from our clothes.
Oh, what's the idea, Jack? Why are we wearing this disguise? Why are we driving up and down the highway for 3 nights running looking for something? And what are we looking for? And why don't you let me in on it?
Well, I had what I thought was a pretty good reason for keeping you in the dark, but it doesn't seem to be working out.
You keep telling me to keep my eyes open, but what for?
Hijackers.
Hijackers? Is that what we're looking for?
That's it.
Why didn't you tell me? I might have noticed something.
Well, I knew what we were looking for, and I haven't noticed anything.
Hijackers, huh? I've been reading about it in the papers. They having a regular epidemic down here, ain't they?
Yeah, I've been going on for months now. Local police have been yelling for help. That's why we're here.
Well, are we working with the police?
No, we're working for the Citizens Welfare Committee.
Well, who are they?
It's a local welfare organization, semi-political, I believe. Anyhow, they think this hijacking business is a reflection on the fair name of Southern California, and they want it stopped.
You mean they want us to stop it?
That's about it. We report to Xavier Carmichael, chairman of the committee.
Well, son, how'd they happen to pick on us?
Well, we got a telegram from this Mr. Carmichael. Asked me to come down here for an interview last week. He's got headquarters in an office building in downtown Santa Lorenzo.
So you come all the way down here to see him?
Yeah, I came down to see him.
Come in, Mr. Packard. I know you by reputation, and it's a pleasure to meet you.
Well, thanks, Mr. Carmichael. I'm flattered, I'm sure.
Well, we're not as far out of the world as you might think. We know what's going on. Now, sit down, please.
Oh, thanks. What's it all about?
Well, undoubtedly, you've read about the wave of hijacking going on down here.
Yes, I have. Several truck drivers murdered, I believe.
That's right. Well, Mr. Packard, as chairman of the Citizens Welfare Committee, I'm prepared to offer you a good fee and expenses to get at the bottom of this hijacking for us.
You mean to work with the local police?
Absolutely not. Let the local police follow their own clues. As citizens whom I represent have sent for you to do the cleanup job alone.
Well, what's wrong with the police?
We're just tired of this hijacking and nothing done. We don't blame the police, but we want some action.
I know you're Sheriff Hunley by reputation. I always thought he was a very capable man.
Well, you see how capable he is. Practically every load of liquor and cigarettes that leaves the Santa Lorenzo Consolidated Warehouses is hijacked. In fact, it almost looks like a put-up job. And with us being so close to the border, we're stymied.
You mean you think Sheriff Hunley...
Perhaps not Hunley himself, but someone under him. I'm not accusing anyone until I get the facts. That's what I want you for.
I'm interested, Mr. Carmichael. It may take time, but I'll have a try if you like.
We're willing to stand a reasonable amount of expense. I've made out a check for your first week's services.
Well, that's pretty generous. And by the way, have you any suggestions, any place where you want us to begin operations?
That's your business, sir. I won't attempt to tell you how to go about it.
Play it any way I see it, huh?
Exactly.
Well, that sounds all right. Good afternoon.
Good luck, Mr. Packard.
So that's how we happen to be here, Doc.
I bet you the police will yell bloody murder if we break this case. Oh, say, son, I thought that Sheriff Huntley was a friend of yours.
It was. Still is, I hope.
Well, does he know we in town?
Sure. I went to see him, too.
Well, if it isn't Jack Packard himself. Haven't seen you in a coon's age.
Well, how are you, Sheriff? I thought you'd be back in the Army now. They're looking for good top sergeants again.
I tried, but they said I was too old. What are you doing down here anyway, Packard?
Don't you know?
Well, now that you come right out and ask me, yes, I do. You're working for Xavier Carmichael.
I can see he doesn't keep a secret very well.
What can you expect from amateurs?
Any objections to my new assignment?
No, not at all. I'm just as anxious to get this hijacking business cleared up as Carmichael. More, in fact.
Just what is Carmichael's racket?
Oh, he's made a pile of dough in the drug business. He's organized this Citizens Welfare Committee as a hobby. Yeah, they do a lot of good and help the veterans and write to the newspapers and all that.
I wouldn't say you two were exactly working together.
No, opposite sides of the political fence.
Well, I'd like to cooperate with you on this business, Sheriff, but my orders are to go it alone.
Oh, I understand, Jack. You can't always pick your clients. It was nice of you to come and see me. Under the circumstances, I doubted if you would.
Well, don't spill my play, huh? I imagine Carmichael would hit the ceiling if he knew.
You can depend on me. If you need any help, don't worry on that score.
Well, that's fair enough, Sheriff.
Well, I meant it when I said I'm anxious to get to the bottom of these hijackings. Several drivers have been killed, friends of mine. Just between ourselves, we haven't been able to get a single lead on the gang that's doing it.
They specialize in cigarettes and liquor, I hear.
Yeah, and then a fast trip across the border. They seem to know every time a load of the stuff hits the road. There's a leak somewhere.
You've already checked the trucking companies?
Every one in the district.
How about the drivers themselves?
They don't know what they're carrying until they're on the road. They know it may mean their life if they talk. And too many of them have been killed. No, it's not the drivers.
Well, Sheriff, if you haven't been able to crack it, I don't know what I'm doing here, but the fee is good, and a job's a job in this game.
Well, glad to have you. And don't forget what I said. If you get into any trouble, need any help, just yell.
Thanks. And don't think I haven't got the voice for it.
Well, I feel a little bit better knowing the sheriff's office ain't gunning for her.
Sheriff Hunley's all right.
Hey, here comes the truck. He's blinking his lights.
He's saying hello. Blink back at him.
You okay? Hello there, feller. Hope he ain't carrying no cigarettes or liquor.
If he is, I bet he's none too happy.
Gets mighty lonesome on this stretch of highway at night.
Not getting nervous, are you?
Oh, no, I'm just tired. Plenty of strain watching this white line.
Yeah, I know. I'll take the wheel on the way back.
When we going back?
As soon as we have a bite to eat. I think there's a cafe along here somewhere.
Yeah, down the road a piece there. A roadside cafe. We ain't tried it yet.
Yeah, there are the lights up ahead. Roadside cafe.
I can always remember places to eat.
Popular place. A lot of trucks parked around.
Must be good. That's one thing I've learned about the trucking business. Trucks stop where the eating is good.
I hope you're right.
Here we are. And am I hungry?
Hey, there's a space in between those two trucks.
Hey, look it, son. Ain't no wonder there's so many trucks outside. It ain't the food, it's that beautiful blonde.
Watch it, Doc. She may not be so dumb either.
Yeah. Hey, there's a couple of vacant stools down the far end of the counter.
Lead on.
Hey, Goldie, how about another egg sandwich and toast?
Egg pan. Burn it.
Nice shape, huh, Jack?
Remember what I told you.
Yeah, gosh, it's nice to sit down and not have no wheel in your hand.
You said it, brother. I see white lines in my sleep.
Yeah, I'll be satisfied if I can see 'em when I'm awake. Hey, Goldie, how's about a couple of cups of Java?
Okay. Java coming up.
And a menu.
Menu's on the blackboard.
Yeah, up there on the wall.
You fellas haven't been trucking long, have you?
No, just breaking in. How'd you know?
Oh, I haven't seen you around, and you ain't been here before. You've known about the blackboard.
Yeah, we didn't know about this place.
Oh, all the truckers hang out here.
Here's your Java. This'll thaw the ice out of your bones.
Honey, I thawed out the minute I laid eyes on you. How about a date on my night off?
You're talking out of the wrong side of your mouth, pal.
Pull the chili for me, please.
What'll be for you, Yardbird?
How about Saturday night?
Booked up 2 months solid. Get your mind on your eat.
I'll buy him a chili. I'm starving.
Medium. On 2.
Hey, don't go away. We just getting acquainted.
I got better company to keep. How you doing, Bing?
Hey, I brought you a little present, Goldie.
Hey, Doc, look.
Bottle of bonded stuff. Oh, you're a pal, Bing.
I got a whole case for you outside.
Oh, I'd have been happy with a quart. Hot shot trip, huh?
How do you think I got it?
I knew you'd make it. You can afford to take me into Los Angeles now.
I'll be back Saturday night.
I'll be waiting. Excuse me, your sand's ready.
Hot shot trip. That's what they call carrying an important load, Doc.
Yeah, I get it. Oh, I'm sorry, Bing. I didn't know Goldie was your gal.
That's all right, fella. I've been trying to make the grade a long time.
Yeah, she's worth waiting for. If you ever get fed up, let me have your place in the line.
2 chilies and egg Sam.
I'll eat on the way, Goldie. I got to step on it now.
Okay. Bye, Bing. Be seeing you.
I'll leave the case in the storeroom.
Oh, swell.
Bye, Goldie.
Hey, honey, does this radio work?
Sure. But you gotta turn it on. Takes a minute to warm up.
Took me less than that to warm up to you, baby. I bet you're wonderful on a dance floor.
I can stomp a little, if that's what you mean.
Well, look, now that Bing's gone, we can get down to business. Hey, don't go away.
Sorry. I gotta phone my mother.
Well, let me treat you. Here's a nickel.
Why not? I'm thankful for small favors.
Well, when you get through talking, can I come see you in the phone booth?
No, not tonight. There's onions in that chili.
You don't seem to be going over so well.
Oh, she's just playing hard to get.
We don't want any trouble with this fella Bing. The less attention we attract, the better.
Oh, Goldie's just being nice to him on account of the bottle goods. Yeah, lots of static around here.
No, that's Goldie calling her mother.
On my nickel, too. It better be her mother.
Well, I've had enough. How about you?
I could stand a piece of pie.
You mean you want to hang around that waitress?
Well, it'll probably break her heart if I don't wait to see her.
Come on, Doc, forget it.
Well, how about paying her check?
I left money. Here we go.
Now you can see for yourself how hard it is to drive in this rain.
Yeah, kind of tough on the eyes. Glad we had that hot chili.
I wonder what drivers done before they had windshield wipers.
Hey, what's that up ahead?
Looks like a fire. Somebody's burning trash.
In this rain?
Oh, yeah, that is kind of funny.
I think it's a flare. Yeah, there are 2 of them.
Sure, somebody's truck's broke down.
Uh-huh. Parked to the side of the road.
Flares front and back. Slow down. Maybe we can help.
You know anything about trucks?
Only just enough to drive again.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Hey, Jack, there's a guy underneath working on it.
We'll pull alongside and sympathize anyway.
Hey, under there, you need any help?
Guess he didn't hear you.
Hey there, you in trouble? He must be deep.
Can you see him?
Yeah, well, what you know? It's a friend Bing.
Bing? You mean the fella at the cafe?
Yeah, the guy give Goldie that liquor.
We better take a look.
Hey, you don't
Get
think...
out. I got a hunch something's wrong.
Hey, Bing. Bing, can we help you?
He hasn't moved. I'm going under there.
Hey, look, son. That wrench is taped to his hand.
Yeah.
Well, shake him.
No use. He's dead.
Dead? You mean...
Yeah. Shot through the heart.
Oh, poor hombre. I guess he was carrying cigarettes and liquor, all right.
Come on, we got a job to do.
Doing what?
I got a hunch. Let's get on it. Slow down. Here's the highway.
Well, where to now, son?
Turn right to the roadside cafe.
The roadside? Say, now, ain't that a mean trick on Goldie?
Goldie? Oh, the blonde waitress. Well, why is it a mean trick?
Well, being dead and all, she's probably feeling pretty bad. I wouldn't want to take advantage of her. She's a nice kid.
How are you going to take advantage of her?
Well, son, she kind of likes me, and now that her date for Saturday night is busted, I could probably step right into Bing's shoes.
And that's just what you're going to do.
Jack, you mean that you approve of my interest in Goldie?
I not only approve, I'm encouraging it.
Well, hey there. You have had a change of heart.
Look, you know what's in this package here?
No, I don't. I've been wondering. Looks like a Christmas present.
Well, not exactly. It's a gift for Goldie.
Oh, a gift for Goldie. Hey, now, you don't mean that
No, I'm not trying to beat your time. You're going to present it to the fair young lady yourself.
Oh, I am? Well, it must be a catch somewhere. Well, what's in the package?
A couple of bottles of scotch.
No kidding. Oh, man, is she going to like that?
Very much, I think.
Well, wait just a minute now, son. Bing, that other driver, he give her a whole case of liquor just before he was found dead.
Well, you wanted to step right into Bing's shoes, didn't you?
Not all the way, if you know what I mean.
And when she asked if you're hauling cigarettes and liquor, you answered just like Bing did.
Well, how was that?
Just say, where do you think I got this stuff?
Hey, you don't think Goldie had anything to
Well,
do
I'm
with
going to find out pretty quick. If she's the leak, we're going to be hijacked tonight.
You mean you think she finds out from the drivers when they're hauling stuff that the hijackers want?
Why not?
Oh. Hey, I don't think I like Goldie nearly so much.
Well, don't go jumping to conclusions till we prove it.
But if we prove it, I won't be here not to like her.
You got your gun handy, haven't you?
Right here in my shoulder holster. That's how come you asked me twice tonight if I was set for target practice.
That's it. And if Goldie says anything about Bing, we know nothing about it.
Only what we read in the paper.
Right. Even the police don't know we found him.
Oh, hey, you didn't identify yourself when you called in from that gas station.
No, just told him I was a motorist passing by. No point in our getting mixed up in it.
Well, here's a roadside cafe. I'm pretty excited, but not in just the same way I was last night.
Pull in here. That's it.
Ain't many trucks here tonight.
Well, a little early yet, I guess. Don't forget your package.
Yeah, give it to me.
Now, do your stuff, Doc. Remember, this may be the break we've been waiting for.
And about time.
Well, if you ever made a play for a girl, do it tonight.
Oh, now you're talking about the kind of work I was cut out to do, wooing the women. Not that I think you're right about Goldie.
Maybe.
There she is. Hi, Goldie.
Hello.
Not so crowded tonight.
Never is for 7.
Have you missed me, honey?
Look, I haven't had to throw anything at you yet, but when I do, I won't miss.
Oh, ain't she the kidder?
Well, let's sit down. Anywhere, Goldie?
Sure, no reserved seats here.
Hey, I've been carrying your picture around with me ever since I seen you last, Goldie.
Picture? I didn't give you no picture.
It's in my mind. I can't see nothing else.
Then all I gotta say is, you better let your friend do the driving.
Truer words were never spoken. He almost ditched us last night.
Okay, what'll it be, gents?
Slab of cheese on rye for me.
You eating, Hanson?
Well, thank you for them kind words, Sugarfoot. Oh, I'll just sit right here and look at you.
What's eating you? You look as sick as our beef sandwiches.
He's in love, Goldie. For Guy's sake, give him a date so he can do his share of the trucking.
American on rye. Java?
Yeah, one for the love lawn, too.
Colored?
No, we'll take him black.
Just made up a batch. I'll see if it's ready.
How am I doing?
Not bad. You better eat something, though.
No, if we're going to have action, I shoot better on an empty stomach.
You don't seem to be worrying about Bing, any.
No, but that's always the effect I have on widders.
Here she comes. Now, don't forget your package.
Here you are. First 2 cups out of the kettle.
Have you thought any more about Saturday night, Goldie?
What about Saturday night?
Well, I sort of thought that maybe you might have changed your mind about going out with me.
Oh? You got a car?
Well, no, not just exactly.
I ain't going nowhere in no truck.
Well, it gets you there and it gets you back. What's the difference?
My chinchilla don't look good in a truck. No thing.
Oh, Goldie, now that ain't no way to treat me. After what I brung you, too.
Yeah? What did you bring me?
Here. That's a present for you.
Oh, gee, thanks. What is it?
Open it up and see.
Well, Scotch. This is a surprise.
I thought maybe you might like it. It's best brand on the market.
Yeah, it's swell stuff. So you're not hauling these?
Well, where you think I got it at?
Gee, a hot shot already,
Important to slow down the highway. You can't keep a good man down.
Yeah, I guess you got a future, all right.
Well, I finished my feed bag. You ready, Doc?
You ate that sandwich already?
Sure, but you wouldn't know. You've been in a trance.
Hey, Goldie, I'll get automobile for Saturday night. I'll rent one.
Okay, handsome. Okay, it's a deal.
Come on, Doc. We're behind schedule.
All right. Bye, Goldie. I'll see you Saturday.
Yeah, I'll be waiting.
Good work, Doc.
Done all right, huh?
I'm in. Let's get going.
Am I still driving?
Yep.
Yeah, got me a date, too. You know, Jack, there's something about me.
Yeah, sure is. It takes a dizzy blonde to see it.
Oh, you just jealous.
Oh, sure.
Oh, I can't wait till Saturday.
Aren't you forgetting the reason for your little act in there?
Oh, yeah, that's right. It was just an act, wasn't it? I forgot for a minute.
Keep your mind on your driving. Now turn around and go back to the cafe.
Go back? What?
I forgot my cap.
Oh, guess I ain't the only one that's always forgetting.
Yeah.
I hope there wasn't no cop seen me make that U-turn.
Turn out your lights as we drive up.
Well, why?
Don't want to attract Goldie's attention.
Well, okay, they're off. Where you want to park at?
Out here on the road. I'll be right out. Goldie.
Just went in the telephone booth.
Oh, I forgot my cap. I thought you might have put it away.
Listen to that static on that radio. Always does it if anybody telephones.
Yeah. My cap must be around here somewhere.
There's a cap on the floor under that stool.
Oh, yeah, that's it. Thanks. Okay, get going quick.
North?
Right, and step on it. Keep your eyes open.
Don't see nothing yet. What are we looking for?
Keep your eye peeled. Don't relax for a minute.
You think we're sure enough going to get hijacked tonight?
I'm sure of it.
Son, the more I think about it, the more I think you got Goldie pegged wrong.
She was in the telephone booth when I went back to the cafe.
Well, she might have been calling her mama.
Called her mother the night Bing was murdered.
Hey, you don't suppose there's a chance of us being murdered, do you?
Who knows?
Still don't see nothing. We must have come a good 60 miles.
58 to be exact.
Maybe they missed us. Maybe we spent too much time back here at that gas station.
I don't think so.
Son, seeing as how I might not be alive to talk this over with you, why, tell me, how did you know all them police would be waiting for us at the gas station?
It's a little plan I worked out with Sheriff Hunley.
I darn near fell out of the cab when I seen them. Must have been a couple of dozen of them.
20. And every one of them handy with a machine gun.
Won't them hijackers be surprised when they find out we carrying a load of police instead of cigarettes and liquor?
That's the general idea. Hey, what's that up ahead?
Looks like a flare.
Yeah, it is a flare. 2 of them.
You reckon there's a truck in trouble?
No. This is what we've been looking for.
This the hijacking gang?
Yeah.
And you better warn our machine gun crew in the back.
Right. 3 knocks on the back of the cab.
They hear you?
They haven't answered yet. Yeah, there it is. They're ready.
We're getting pretty close. What I do now?
Slow up for the flares, just as they expect we will. A couple of thugs will probably jump on the running boards to try to open the cab doors. Sure yours is locked?
Oh, you're tighter than a drum.
So is mine. Now, when they hit the running boards, be sure the truck is stopped. Throw on the emergency brake and then duck. You understand?
Yeah, I got it.
When the truck stops, Hunley and his men will pour out the back and start blasting away with their Tommy guns.
Well, can't we get in on the fun?
Not unless we have to. They'll be covering us. We're depending on surprise.
Hey, there's somebody in the middle of the road.
Signaling with a flashlight.
Yeah. I guess this is it, all right.
All right. You're going to slow down now.
Only seems to be just one man.
The others are probably hiding behind the truck. Remember your instructions?
Yeah. Here we are.
I'm in trouble, pal. Can you give me a hand?
What's the matter?
Hey, what is this?
I need some liquor, pal. Stick 'em up.
Get 'em up, both of you, and get out of the cab.
This is stick up?
You said it. Open those doors before we drill you.
Duck, duck!
Come on in, Jack. Here in my office.
You don't mind if Doc comes along, too?
Yeah, how about me?
Oh, not at all. Come on in. Want to congratulate you both. Fine work.
Well, same to you, Sheriff. Any of your men hurt seriously?
No, that's the best part of it. Only a couple of scratches. And we got 10 hijackers. 4 dead and 6 wounded.
Well, then I guess we're washed up here.
Well, I think we've broken the back of the gang all right. But I do wish we could have gotten the brains behind it.
None of the wounded hijackers will sing?
Yeah, they claim they got their orders from Bugs Thompson. He died back there on the road.
That's too bad. What about the girl, Goldie? Did you pick her up?
Yeah, we're working her over. She says she always called Bugs Thompson on the phone.
Well, now, maybe Thompson was the brain.
No, Thompson was just a thug. He could do the rough stuff, but somebody else did the planning. It was too clever.
Oh, then Goldie was a member of the gang?
Sure, she admits it.
You're breaking Doc's heart, Sheriff. Doc had a wolfish eye on Goldie. Even gave her a couple of bottles of scotch.
Oh, so that's it, huh? Yeah?
Mr. Xavier Carmichael's here, Sheriff. Says you sent for him.
Carmichael? Uh-oh. This probably means trouble for you, Jack.
Oh, I don't think so. In fact, I took the liberty of sending for him in your name, Sheriff.
You want him in here?
Yeah, do you mind?
Yeah, show him in.
Yes, sir. I'll get him.
What's the idea, Jack? Got something you haven't let me in on?
Maybe.
This way, Mr. Carmichael. Sheriff's right inside.
Pretty late hour to be getting me out of bed, Sheriff. Must be something important. What? Packard.
Oh, so you know Jack Packard.
Packard, what's the meaning of this? I thought I told you.
Carmichael, I accuse you of being the mastermind behind the cigarette and liquor hijacking gang. I accuse
What?
you...
Hey, Jack.
I accuse you of murder and robbery on the highway.
Packard, you must be out of your mind. You must be drunk.
Yes, what is this, Packard?
This is your mastermind, Sheriff. Carmichael, your gang was rounded up tonight, and Bugs Thompson is dead.
Bugs Thompson? Never heard of the gentleman. Who is he?
I know it seemed like a foolproof setup, Carmichael. None of the gang knew who they were working for except Goldie.
Goldie?
Yeah, we got her, too. She gave away the whole show.
Oh, that two-faced little brat. Well, okay, Sheriff. I guess that's that.
Well, looks to me like a friend Carmichael's about ready to sign a confession, Jack.
How about it, Sheriff?
Yeah. Deputy, take him outside and give him pen and paper.
It's a pleasure. Come along, you.
Jack, what goes on here? You throw me a curve. How'd you happen to suspect Carmichael? He's got wealth, position. What was his motive?
Greed. Just plain greed. He was rich, but he wanted to be richer.
Yeah, but Goldie, Jack, how come you know she knew Carmichael?
Because I listened to a telephone call.
But she always called from the booth. How could you hear her?
Remember the static on the radio?
Yeah.
Remember I told you it was the telephone dial?
Yeah, I remember.
Well, when I went back for my cap, Goldie was dialing a number. I listened to the clicks over the radio. I counted the clicks and got the number. Granite, 9854.
And that was Carmichael's number?
I checked with the telephone company and found out the number was a private wire leased to Carmichael.
And from what Carmichael said, Goldie not only worked for him, she must have been his girl.
Sorry, Doc. Better luck next time.
Oh, that's okay, son. She was only a strawberry blonde after all. I never did go for a strawberry blonde very much. Now, you take a real flaming redhead.
Not me. You take her.
You think I won't? Whoop. I'll take a flaming redhead every time.
You have just heard I Love Adventure, a new Carlton E. Morse production featuring Michael Raffetto as Jack Packard and Barton Yarborough as Doc Long. Next week, International Incident number 13, entitled The Ambassador Ricardo Santos Incident, an affair of death in the African jungles. Other players in tonight's show included Lou Krugman, Peggy Weber, Russell Thorson, Frank Richards, and Frank Gerstle. Curse on the Highway was written by Thomas J. Ahern. Organ music by Rex Curry. Your announcer, Dresser Dahlstead. Now, a listening reminder. Laughs and thrills go hand in hand on the wonderful Johnny Fletcher Show, starring Bill Goodwin. Stay tuned. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. The American Broadcasting Company presents I Love Adventure. Incident number 13, The Ambassador Ricardo Santos Affair. A new Carlton E. Morse production featuring Jack, Doc, and Reggie. It was 6 o'clock on a hot evening of a sweltering July in the A1 Detective Agency office just around the corner off Hollywood Boulevard. Doc Long and Jack Packard were lounging in their shirt sleeves, and Mary Kay Jones, the cutest secretary in blouse and skirt, was trying to keep her makeup on straight before the mirror over by the water cooler.
Don't you know where Reggie's at, Jack?
I'm sorry, old boy.
Well, don't nobody know where Reggie's at? Mary Kay, don't you know?
Don't I know what?
Where Reggie's at? Hey, are you a secretary or just a makeup artist?
Well, the girl's got to look her best, hasn't she?
Mary Kay, if you looked any better, mere male man couldn't stand.
Hey, that's my line, Jack.
Oh?
Sure it is. Who named Mary Kay the cutest secretary in Hollywood? I did. Who makes like a wolf when Mary Kay's in the neighborhood? I do.
Amen, brother.
So you lay off Mary Kay, son. Let a Texas boy that knows how to take care of the beautiful secretaries around this detective office. You just take care of playing like Sherlock Holmes.
Listen to the man flex his cerebral muscle.
I beg your pardon.
Hey, a customer.
Well, won't you come in and have a chair?
This is the A1 Detective Agency.
This is her. Here, sit down. What can we do for you?
This young woman, who is she?
Oh, that's Mary Kay Jones, our secretary. Don't pay no attention to her.
Well, I like that.
Which of you is Senor Packard?
I am. This is my partner, Doc Long.
Ah, yes. I am Juan Carlos, a representative of a certain Central American country which shall go unnamed.
Well, speak right up, Senor Carlos, you among friends. What can we do for you?
You will leave for Istanbul, Turkey tonight.
Hey.
Where did you say?
Isn't Istanbul, Turkey quite a long way from home?
Here are $5,100 bills to make it worth someone's while.
I'll take that.
Please, senorita.
Mary Kay, give the man back his $5,000.
Yeah, honey, shame on you for grabbing like that.
I'm not only secretary, I'm treasurer of this agency. All you boys get is expense money until I get caught up on my back paychecks.
But we haven't even accepted the assignment yet.
Oh, yes, you have. They'll go to Istanbul, Senor Carlos. Just tell them the setup.
Well, how you like them apples? What's the pitch, anyhow, fella?
This is how it is. Senor Ricardo Santos, my country's ambassador to Turkey, is coming home. You have been selected to escort him from his post in Istanbul, Turkey, to his homeland, together with his wife and daughter. He is returning home because it is quite possible that he will be the next president of his country, and the election is near. It is important that he be closely guarded because there are many who are opposed to him, and it is quite possible that the assassination is in order.
You mean somewhere along the route between Istanbul and Central America, some of his own people try to rub him out?
It is quite certain an attempt will be made, Senor Packard.
Oh, so that's what you got on the far. Get the ambassador and the ambassador's wife and the ambassador's daughter safe across home base. Well, hey, by the way, I hope the ambassador's daughter is young and good-looking and unmarried.
I can assure you she is all those things.
Well, hot sock, what's holding us back?
Air transportation has been arranged for you to Istanbul. Now, at the Turkish capital, my country has arranged for a two-motor plane to be put in your hands for your return flight across French West Africa to Freetown. It is my understanding that both of you are expert pilots of large aircraft.
Oh, you looking at the two hottest flowers this side of paradise.
Just a minute. A flight across French Africa will require several refueling stops.
They have been arranged. Once you have reached Freetown, you will take passage on the first transatlantic plane schedule.
All right. Well, that's good enough for us. We leave the office to you, Mary Kay.
Yeah, man. Istanbul, Turkey. Next up. All right, Senor Santos, there goes the last of your boxes and baggage. All that stuff will go by cargo boat.
It is a relief. This packing and unpacking and shifting from place to place, I do not like.
Yeah, I sure do know what you mean.
Just now, I am more interested in getting myself, my wife, and my daughter safely back within our own borders.
Well, that's our job, son. Hey, Mr. Santos, you taking medicine?
Quinine capsules. They are required for my health.
Oh, quinine, huh? Well, Mr. Ambassador, we leave this here suite at the hotel in about 10 minutes. Then... Hey, what become of Jack? I thought he was here with us just a minute ago.
I think my wife took him by the arm and led him into another part of the suite.
Oh, she did she?
Say, my wife has a way with a gentleman. It is one of her little Spanish tricks.
Oh, hey, now, Mr. Ambassador, all women of all nations got a way with men. It's human nature.
Beware the tricks of a Spanish girl. They are more subtle than all others. I, personally, I'm of Portuguese descent.
Oh, yeah, so I've been told.
Portuguese without adulteration. Likewise, my daughter Lola. She, too, is Portuguese, without taint or blemish. My first wife, who was Lola's mother, was a fine Portuguese family.
Well, I don't get it. Is that so important?
To me, to my daughter, it is everything.
Well, that kind of leaves Miss Sanders out in the cold, don't it?
That one is never out in the cold. The Spanish women have ways of warming themselves beyond an American's knowledge.
Does this hotel furnish an orchestra every day like this, Senora Santos?
No, this is a special. They're playing outside the window of our suite today because we are going away. We have been guests here for nearly 2 years.
Oh, I see. Well, all the luggage and boxes have gone to the wharf. I'd like to leave with you and your husband and daughter for the airport as soon as you're ready.
Lola is not my daughter.
Well, I spoke
Do I look to be a woman old enough to have a 19-year-old daughter?
Oh, by no means.
No. In fact, I'm barely 1 year older than Lola. Ricardo married me out of the arms of my mother when I was only 15.
Yes, I understand early marriage is the accepted thing in most South and Central American countries.
But that is not the point.
Oh?
No, it is. It is that I'm barely 20 years old. Ricardo is old enough to be my father. See, to be truthful, he's more to me a father than a husband.
Oh, good. Now, can you be ready to leave and...
You are not interested?
Oh, but I am. I'm interested in every little thing about all the Santos families. My job to get you all back home safely.
No, is that interest?
My job and your husband's life may depend on Doc and me. I should be interested.
You do not think I'm beautiful?
Oh, positively.
See. And you are strong, virile man.
Well, see here. I came here to rescue you from possible assassins, not from ennui and boredom.
Boredom? What worse assassin is there for a young and beautiful woman?
Well, Senora...
Senora. That awful conventional word, Senora. Please, do not keep reminding me I'm a married woman. My name is Carmen.
Ah, yes, Carmen.
Which means red. Also fiery. Also blazing.
Ah, so. I am interrupting something?
Oh, no, not at all. Come in.
Senor Packer, this is my husband's daughter, Lola.
Yes, I've met Lola.
Si. Please, mamacita. Father wishes you to make ready to depart.
How dare you call me mamacita? I'm not your mother.
I am obedient daughter.
Since when? Never once since I married with your father have you been obedient. Now, with good-looking man present, you say mamacita. You try to make me old woman.
Look, you two, we've got to get to the airfield if we're going to take off.
I'm not old woman.
Oh, I can see that, but your family
Father
troubles
will be
us.
angry if you do not hurry.
Conspiracy, always conspiracy between you and your father.
You must not take that Spanish woman seriously, Senor Packer.
What goes on here?
My father and I, we are Portuguese. Carmen, she is only Spanish woman.
Yeah, a very pretty Spanish woman.
Oh, in a Spanish way, I suppose so. But not so pretty as young Portuguese girls, no?
Hey, what kind of a household is this, anyway? Doc and I come here to save your father's skin and get you safely home, and what do we find?
Me, senor. You find me. Is that not pleasant?
Well, I find a couple of women knifing each other. Are you all dressed and ready to go down to the car?
Si. Even to my perfume. If you come close, you will smell how beautiful...
Hey, Jackie. Whoa, look at what I find going on in here.
Good work, Doc. You're right on cue. We ready?
Well, I got Mom and Papa under control if you can handle daughter, which I see that you can.
Another crude American. Please, let's get started for the airport.
Yeah, come on, crude American. Gather up an armful of bags.
Yeah, you bet you. Now I know what makes Istanbul so hot. It's women. Well, here we're on our way, son. Across the Mediterranean, halfway across Liberia.
Farther than that, we'll be over Tomo in another 3 or 4 minutes.
Tomo? I never heard of
It's our first refueling point on the Liberia-French Equatorial African border.
Hey, we are making fast, huh?
I'll take over the controls while you go back into the cabin and see that Ambassador Santos and his 2 passionate females strap themselves into their seats for the landing.
Oh, leave it to me.
It's about time we were seeing someone from up front. How are we progressing, Senor Long?
We're just about to come down at Tomo on the border for refueling.
We will have time to leave the ship and exercise ourselves a little.
That's right, Lola. Now, will you all please strap yourselves into your seats?
It will be a relief. I like to fly, but I also like it better on the ground.
Senor Santos, your seat belt, please, ma'am. Lola, fasten your belt, too, honey. We're going to land for refueling.
Hey, what kind of a place is this Tomo?
Oh, it ain't going to be much. I can promise you that. Uh-oh. Jack's begun to take us down. I got to go on up front. Keep your straps on till the plane stops. See you all in a jiffy. Hey, Jack, you sure that's our destination?
This is it. Miserable place. We'll be down and back up again in no time. Who's that?
Is I, Carmen?
You're not supposed to be up here.
Senor Doc Long is sleeping out in the cabin. You are up here at the control salon.
Yeah, he's got to get some sleep so he can relieve me. We're flying all night.
Please. Then may I not sit down beside you?
Sit down.
Gracias.
Why aren't you asleep?
Ricardo is asleep. Lola is asleep. Senor Long is asleep. Me? I cannot sleep.
You say the ambassador is sleeping?
See. He took 2 of his medicine capsules. Dropped right off. Where are we now?
That last stop we made was at Sokoto, Nigeria.
Oh? That place we stopped this morning. Tomo?
Yeah, Tomo, Liberia.
See. Never been in so terrible a place. Sand that blister your skin, heat that suffocate you with every breath, sunflies to swarm over you.
Well, we got out of there in a hurry.
Do we stop again before we reach the coast?
Yeah, Timbuktu, French West Africa.
Ah, we're over French West Africa now, huh?
That's right. Jungle country.
Jungle. That is better than the desert.
Not to land in.
We're not landing, are we?
Well, if you can give me a written guarantee that...
What was that?
Go back and wake up Doc.
But what does it mean?
I don't know. Maybe nothing.
Hey, Jack. Jack, them engines get the hiccups.
Well, for a minute,
Holy cow, where we at?
Jungle. Take Mrs. Santos back to the cabin. Get her tied in her seat and wake up the others.
You bet you.
Better make it fast.
Dios mío. Senor, are we going to die?
Get this seat buckle fastened while I wake up others.
What is it? What is the matter? The engines are stopping. We're going to fall.
Santos, hey, Santos, wake up. Here, fasten your safety belt. We got engine trouble. Fasten yourself in. You too, Lola.
Where are we?
Jungles, hundreds of miles of jungles. I got to get back up front.
There she goes, Doc.
Jack, you got yourself strapped in?
Yeah, take care of yourself.
Hey, that's a pretty good-sized moon. Will it help any?
I won't have much control by the time we get low.
Hey, look, Jack, right ahead there. Ain't that the moon shining on the river?
Hello, maybe we got something. If I can make it...
You darn well better make it, or we're going to smack the good earth with a splatter.
Protect yourself as much as you can. Here we go. Yeah. So miracles do happen.
Yeah. You all in one piece, son?
Alive and kicking.
Doggone, the way you just skimmed the top of the water to slow us down and then brought us up from the sandbank, I was just as pretty as a picture. Could you see anything?
Never mind that. Come on back and see how our passengers are doing.
Probably suffering from shock.
Well, it's all right. You can open your eyes, Ambassador.
We are safely down?
Safe as you're ever going to be. We come down the river and rode up onto the bank.
I was so afraid.
Not I.
Lola, what are you saying?
Not I. I say to myself, if this is good enough for Senor Packard and Senor Doc Long, then it is good enough for me.
Come right along with us through fire and brimstone, huh? That's a nice thought.
But where are we?
We'll have to wait until morning. We're on a river in the jungle. Come morning, we'll know how desperate it really is. Well, that's that.
A doggone deliberate attempt at murder.
No doubt of it. Too much water in the gasoline to make it an accident.
Yeah, somebody knowed we was going to refuel a Sokoto Nigeria and just deliberately gummed up the gasoline.
No doubt of it.
They was willing to kill his wife and his daughter as well as me and you just to get Ambassador Santos.
That's how it looks.
Well, whoever it was must have watered the gasoline before we got there. I stood with the ship every doggone minute while we was on the ground.
I know. Where are the two women?
Oh, they went down behind some bushes on the river bank to wash up a little bit.
Did you warn them about the water?
Yeah, Oh, here comes the ambassador and his everlasting quinine capsule. He also has been combing last night's snarls out of his whiskers.
Well, it's a good morning for it.
Yeah. Gonna be a hot day, though.
Good morning, senores.
Morning, Ambassador.
You, find the trouble with the engine, yes?
Well, we found it.
Oh?
Somebody gave us adulterated gasoline. Naturally, the engine's conked out.
Well, do not hold yourself responsible. You saved my life when you bring the plane down safe. I am full of gratitude.
Well, thanks. Doc and I have had the maps out. There should be a narrow gauge railroad about 50 miles to the north of here.
50 miles on foot? Is that possible in this jungle?
It also says not to get mixed up with no natives because that is bad medicine.
That makes our situation difficult, no, senores?
Yeah, to put it mildly.
Hey, listen at that. That's a lion. Hey, Jack, they must have been attacked.
Hold it, Doc. Put the rifle down. It's all right.
But, senor...
They're just scared by the lion roar. Those lions are a quarter of a mile away. All right. Hold it a minute.
Yeah, sure. Catch your breath.
You're laughing at us.
Those lions are a quarter of a mile away.
Nevertheless, I do not like being loose in a jungle with lions.
You're going to like it a lot less after you've walked 50 miles.
50 miles? In these shoes?
Haven't you two women got walking shoes in the plane?
Here I have. I have golf shoes.
I'll go put them on.
Well, but Senor Packard, why we do not ask the help of the natives
What natives?
who are playing the drum?
Drum?
See, down by the river. It is easier to hear down
Listen.
Doggone.
That's our cue to get out of this neck of the woods. Doc, you get the supplies. I'll get the camping essentials. The rest of you get into your easiest walking clothes. We're going places.
Senor Packard, are you certain you can get us out of this jungle?
Well, save your breath. We'll make it.
But for 3 days, Senor. 3 whole days we fight through the jungle. And 2 nights we sleep on the ground.
Yeah. Cheer up, Lola. We're 20 miles closer to the railroad.
I wonder.
Well, of course we are. 20 miles on our way and 30 miles to go.
Hey, hold it a minute.
What is it?
What now, Jack?
Some kind of a path. Don't see any signs of human footprints.
But plenty animal track.
Looks safe enough.
Oh, see, it will be better than beating our way through the jungle.
All right, we'll follow it for a way. As long as it goes in our direction.
Listen, Senor.
Those awful drums again.
Senor Packard, those drums are following us through the jungle.
You get that impression, but I doubt it.
But day after day they're behind us. We will all be killed. We will all die.
Mrs. Sanders, stop that.
I'm sorry. Those drums, they frightened me.
Perhaps they do not frighten Lola also.
Oh, see, I know you and your daughter. You are Portuguese, I am Spanish. You are brave, I'm not so
All right,
brave.
that's enough of that.
Will I tell you, Senor Ambassador Santos, I'm sorry for the day I married with you. I was sorry that day, and I've been sorry every minute of every day since that first
Carmen,
day.
please. Did you hear what I said? Come on now. We've got at least 2 miles more before we make camp tonight.
I wouldn't be surprised if this trail led to some watering place.
Probably. Matter of fact, I thought I caught the gleam of sun on water through the jungle back a little.
You mean we must wade the river?
Hey, walk up here beside me a minute, Lola.
See?
Hey, what is that up ahead? A conspiracy?
Never mind. Hey, Lola, has your mother...
Carmen is not my mother.
All right, your stepmother, then. Has Carmen always acted this way towards your father?
Not at first. It lasts maybe 18 months. See?
You have any idea why?
No. Sometimes I do not blame her, maybe. My father, he keeps rubbing her nose, in fact, that we are Portuguese, and she's only Spanish.
Hey, Jack. Jack, look ahead there. It's a river.
It's great.
It is not a very big river.
No, it's not. And it looks shallow.
We are going to wade this river, senor?
Yeah, it looks shallow, not too wide. Got a fairly sandy bottom.
What about crocodiles?
No, not in this kind of water. Doc, you and I'll each carry one of the women. Ambassador, you'll have to do the best you can.
If you, senores, do it, I will do it.
Good. Say, Ambassador, you think you should take so much quinine?
It is required for my health.
All right, Miss Santos, hop up into my arms.
No. Senor Packard will carry me.
Oh, you want Jack, huh? Okay, come on, Lola.
See, if Carmen wish it that way.
See, I do.
You are making an obvious display of yourself, Carmen. That I will not forget.
All right, here we go. Up with you.
All right, up we go, Lola.
Senor Doc Long, but you are strong.
I'll lead the way. You follow with Lola, Doc, and the Ambassador.
Very good.
Is it getting much deeper?
I don't think it's gone much over our knees.
Nice, convenient river. Hey, keep close behind, Mr. Ambassador.
See, I will do. Strange. I am suddenly feeling dizzy from the sun.
Well, you can't stop now. Keep her coming. We'll give you a rest when we get on the other side. Hey, Jad.
What's the matter?
Senor Santos got himself a touchy son. Better get set for a stop when we get across.
All right. You shouldn't have a touch of sun. Can you see him?
Yes. Over your shoulder.
Does he seem to be all right?
Oh, see. Why should I care for what happened to him when I'm in your arms?
Well, you're in my arms only because I'm your pack horse across this river.
Perhaps I can persuade you differently.
I doubt it. I've got the idea that Senor Ricardo Santos is a pretty decent man. Maybe he'll be president of this country.
So?
So I'd prefer him to have a wife worthy of him in his high office.
This high office you talk about, that is a cold, hard bed for a lonely woman.
Here we come up. There. Didn't even get the soles of your shoes wet.
Father, where's my father? He's gone.
Hey, Jack. Jack, Santos has disappeared.
Save him. Save my father.
Doc, what happened? Put Lola down. What happened?
Well, he was right behind us. The next thing we knowed, he wasn't there.
He said it was dizzy.
Come on. If he fainted, he must be drifting down the river with the current.
Yeah. Ain't much current. He couldn't have drifted far. Hey, son, what you think's the chance of him having sunk to the bottom?
No, I don't think so.
Don't leave us here.
We won't get out of sight.
Jack. Hey, Jack, look out there in the middle of the river.
Hey, that's him. Come on.
He's floating face down.
Cut in ahead of him.
If it was only just a little bit deeper, I could make better time swimming.
Get him, Doc. Get him.
You bet. Here. Got him.
Good work. Here, hold him up out of the water and head for shore.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Jack, he's a dead duck.
Yeah, afraid so.
Is he all right? Is he all right?
Don't answer. Come on up on the sand. That's it. Lay him down.
Yep. Can you tell anything?
That's queer.
What happened? Is he all right?
Now, just stand back. Now, stand back, will you?
He's dead.
Yeah.
Jack's examining.
He's very dead.
Oh, no.
He drowned.
That's the queer part. He didn't drown. No water in his lungs at all.
What does that mean?
Means he was dead before he hit the water.
But how could a touch of sun kill that quick?
It couldn't. Look at the pupils of his eyes. Your father died of poison. You the French official I wired ahead to have join us on the train?
Oui. And I would like a full report, which I can file at police headquarters when we arrive at Timbuktu.
Where are the two women?
In the adjoining compartment with my partner, Doc Long. Just as well if they don't hear my story to you.
Oui. What is this story?
There's no doubt in my mind that Carmen Santos poisoned her husband.
So?
After I examined the ambassador and saw that he died of poisoning, I removed all articles from his pockets to be held for the French police.
You are familiar with poisons?
Well, look, let me tell the story my way, do you mind?
Please, do so.
Yeah. I cleaned out all his pockets and put the articles in a little heap on my handkerchief. Suddenly, when Mrs. Santos thought I wasn't looking, she reached down and snatched a bottle from the pile. Doc saw her, too, and jumped for her. She tried to throw the bottle in the river, but he knocked her off balance, and it fell in shallow water. When I recovered it, I found it to be the ambassador's bottle of quinine capsules, which he doctored himself with incessantly.
You have those capsules?
Yes, I examined them all carefully, and it's obvious that some of them are filled with deadly poison. Apparently put in the bottle by Carmen Santos, and she was trying to dispose of them.
Not a very clever woman.
Well, if she'd succeeded in throwing the bottle in the river, you might have had a different opinion.
Perhaps. You saw him take a quinine capsule shortly before his death.
Yeah, I even suggested he was overdoing his medication. Anyway, here are all the effects I took from her husband's pocket, still tied up in my handkerchief.
Uh-huh.
And Carmen Santos is now your prisoner. Also the daughter Lola. She'll make a good material witness if you can make her talk.
Neither woman will talk.
Not a word. And yet I know they don't like each other.
And what will you and Monsieur Long do now?
Well, get back to Hollywood and make our excuses to Senor Carlos, who paid us 5,000 berries to protect the ambassador.
Ambassador?
Yes, Ambassador Ricardo Santos. I thought you knew his name.
Hey, look. Look at this newspaper.
Newspaper? What's this? Ambassador Ricardo Santos arrived safely in Central America this morning with his wife and daughter.
Yes.
You know all the time I've been talking that the ambassador was safe, and these people Doc and I have been carting around the country are imposters?
I knew only after the ambassador had arrived safely home. The whole world only knew it then.
You mean until this morning the public actually thought Ambassador Santos was lost in the jungle here with us?
It was a beautiful job of drawing the ambassador's political enemies off the trail.
They were so sure we had him with us, they even sabotaged our plane in Sokoto, Nigeria, huh? But see here, if our family isn't Mr. and Mrs. Santos and daughter Lola, then who are they?
Read the next paragraph of the news story.
Huh? The three people thought to be lost in a plane crash in French West Africa are the ambassador's aide and his wife and daughter. The ambassador's aide? Each has been given $5,000 for impersonating a member of the ambassador's family to draw attention away from him. In case of the death of any or all three in line of duty, an added $50,000 indemnity had been guaranteed. Hey, there's your motives.
Sir?
Of course. If Carmen's husband didn't come through alive, she and Lola got an added $50,000. And Carmen certainly hated her husband, whether it was under the name of Santos or his right name, whatever it is.
You do not have much sympathy with Madame Santos.
Well, if she killed her husband...
We, I know. In France, we have much sympathy with an unhappy wife.
Well, what about a dead husband?
Most unfortunate, oui.
Well, you do whatever you want with Carmen. She's your baby now. All Doc and I want is to get back to Hollywood. We like American girls. They kill you, but not dead.
You have just heard I Love Adventure, a new Carlton E. Morse production featuring Michael Rapetto as Jack Packard and Barton Yarborough as Doc Long. Others in tonight's show included Peggy Weber, Alma Lawton, Gene Bates, Don Morrison, and Lou Krugman. The Ambassador Ricardo Santos affair was written and produced by Carlton E. Morse. Organ music by Rex Curry. Your announcer, Dresser Dahlstead. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery. Transcribed.
Yes, sir, Jack. A bunch of doggone heroes. Every doggone one of us.
Oh, look here, Doc.
Yeah, I know how you feel, Reggie. I wouldn't believe it myself. Only here it is, spread over the front pages of every newspaper in the country.
You believe everything you read?
Well, of course I do. A newspaper wouldn't dare print anything that wasn't true.
Doc, you haven't done a thing but read those papers since they were taken on at San Francisco.
Darn interesting reading, too. Looky at this picture of me. Doc Long, the modern Tarzan, who slew a mountain lion with his bare hands.
All right, Tarzan, fold up the newspapers.
What you mean, fold up the newspaper?
Stop reading that stuff before you begin to believe it. Remember, Reggie and I have got to go on living with you.
Well, what's that got to do with it?
You keep patting yourself on the back, and you're going to break your arm, and we're going to have to feed you again.
Hey, you know something that makes me kind of mad?
I thought you weren't mad at anybody.
Well, looky. We took on a new stewardess at San Francisco, and she ain't even give us a tumble.
Well, why should she?
Why, a pretty girl like her should ought to be interested in a bunch of he-fighters like us.
Oh, yeah. Now, look, Doc, you bored the other stewardess from Seattle to San Francisco with your story. Will you let this girl alone?
Oh, all right. Of course, if she asks me, I'm going to have to tell her.
Well, she won't ask you if she knows what's good for her.
Doggone, I can't get over it. The insurance company are giving us 25,000 potatoes just for bringing Alexander Archer back alive. 25,000 good round simoleons.
That was little enough. If Richard Cooper had killed Archer, the insurance company would have been out $1 million.
Yeah. And now here we are on our way to Hollywood to live like three doggone kings.
I still don't know why you wanted to come to Hollywood.
Well, Hollywood is good as any place else to spend 25,000 smackers, ain't it?
Yes, I suppose so. But, Doc, we really don't have to spend it, do we?
Of course we do. What good's 25,000 if we don't spend it?
You agree with him, Jack? Well, it's certainly true that he won't be good for anything else until the money's gone. Quite. And it is a bother.
Oh, it ain't gonna be no bother to me. Not for long, it ain't. What's the best hotel in Los Angeles?
Oh, there's several.
Yeah, but the most expensive.
I don't know.
Well, anyway, that's where we're going.
Yes, but, Doc, we're not dressed for that sort of thing.
Then we'll get dressed for it. And we'll get the most expensive automobile we can find and eat in the most expensive eating places and go to the most expensive shows.
And the 25,000 will last us just about 1 month.
Well, that's just about right. I don't think I could stand being so darned expensive much longer than that. Do you like it, Reggie?
Well, as a matter of fact, I don't.
Now, there's gratitude for you. I work out a swell way to spend our 25,000. Well, just think, Reggie. Folks are waiting on us, breakfast in bed, waiting around in pretty women up to our armpits.
I was wondering when that was coming out.
Pretty women?
Yes.
But, Jack, that's the best part of the whole idea. Why, there ain't nothing I like...
We know there isn't anything you like as much as a pretty woman.
Well, they ain't. There's one thing, though. I'm just wondering with so much whoopee if I'm going to be able to get home every morning in time to have breakfast in bed. Looky, you fellas, promise me something?
Well, let's hear it first.
I want you two to promise me, no matter what happens, no matter what, you get me? That we ain't going to take no adventure nor solving a mystery nor nothing like that until every last penny of the $25,000 is gone.
I see. You don't want business to interfere with pleasure.
You bet I don't. You promise?
Well, now, that's a funny thing to ask, Doc. Adventure just doesn't come up and smack you in the face. You've got to go out looking for it.
Yeah, but I know Jack. He smelled something and away we go.
But if we do run into something...
No, sir. If we run right smack into something, we're going to turn our backs and start walking the other way.
Well, what do you say to that, Jack? I say the worst is about to happen.
Huh? Well, what you mean?
That stewardess has spotted us. She's coming this way with a newspaper in her hand.
Hey, that's all right.
Well, get ready, Reggie, to hear the story of our great adventure all over again. Quite.
Hello, honey.
Are you Mr. Long?
Oh, that's all right. Just call me Doc.
Oh, I say.
Then this is your picture in the paper.
Yep, that's right.
And, these other two men?
Yep, Jack Packard and Reggie York.
Oh, but it's wonderful. You're the three who were almost murdered and fought those mountain lions.
Yeah, would you like to hear about it?
Oh, please. And that poor girl, Linda Joyce. You were wonderful to save her from the mountain lion the way you did.
Oh, shucks, it wasn't nothing. Sit down a minute, and I'll tell you all about it.
Oh, will you please do?
It's his pleasure.
What's that?
I say you don't know what you're letting yourself in for.
Hey, Jack, she asked me, not you.
That dreadful Richard Cooper and Dr. Thorne. Thank goodness they're safely in jail.
Yeah, they're locked up so tight they ain't never going to get out.
But there were so many of them. I mean, besides the two leaders. How did you ever get off the island?
Well, while me and Linda was out fighting the lion, Jack and Reggie here captured Cooper and Thorne and locked the rest of the gang up in one of the rooms down in the cellar.
Oh, you two should be so proud of yourselves.
Hey, what about me out there fighting the lion?
Yeah. But after all, you did have a knife.
It wasn't a very big knife.
And anyway, I've heard that mountain lions are cowardly.
Hey, when I got through with that cougar, I was in the hospital for 2 weeks.
You don't look like you'd ever been sick a day in your life.
Oh, wonderful.
Well, I swear to Grandma, I ain't never seen a girl like you before. Ain't you impressed at all?
Of course I am. The way Mr. York and Mr. Packard locked up 13 men single-handed, I think it's wonderful.
Yeah, but maybe you don't understand about mountain lions.
Mr. Packard, what happened after you locked those men up?
Well, we found Alexander Archer and loaded him into the launch with Cooper and Thorne and brought them into Port Forest and turned them over to the authorities.
Oh, but what about all the men that were locked down in that underground room?
Oh, the police went out the island and got them.
Well, I suppose you know you're famous.
Well, newspapers have to print something, I suppose.
But I still don't see why they made so much of Mr. Long and the mountain lion.
Hey, looky, are you just plain trying to make me mad?
Why, no. Of course not.
Well, whether you believe it or not, fighting mountain lions ain't no child's play.
Oh, Pooh. My folks live on a mountain ranch up in Washington. My mother scares mountain lions out of her chicken yard by shushing her apron at them.
Hey, that ain't so.
I beg your pardon.
Well, hey, I didn't mean to say that. I'm sorry.
Don't
only...
apologize. I shouldn't have come back here.
Yeah.
But my mother did too scare mountain lions with her chicken apron. So there.
Well, what are you two sitting there grinning about?
Too bad Cooper didn't arm you with a kitchen apron instead of a knife, Doc.
All right. So it's funny.
Now I come to think of it, Reggie, I wonder if maybe Linda didn't scare that lion to death by shaking her skirts at him.
Yes, quite. But in that case, how did Doc get those scratches and bruises?
He might have fallen down a ravine.
Yes, that would account for it, all right.
Well, you two guys shut up.
Well, naturally, he couldn't say that Linda killed the cougar.
Naturally not.
Looky, you two smart guys.
I beg your pardon?
Yeah?
I'm a passenger on the plane.
Well, so what?
You look like the fella whose picture I got here in my paper. See?
Oh, okay, so I'm the fella. What about it?
Is it true you killed the mountain lion with your bare hands?
No.
It ain't? But it's right here in the paper.
I can't help that.
Then that mountain cougar's still alive?
No, he ain't. He died of being scared to death.
My goodness, you don't tell me.
Sure, I'm telling you. My mama come along and waved her kitchen apron at him, and he laid right down and kicked the bucket.
Young man, you're a liar.
Oh, you don't believe me?
That's a fine way to talk to a gentleman.
Well, if you don't believe me, just go back and ask the stewardess. She knows all the answers.
Are you, gentlemen, this feller's companion?
Yes.
What's the matter with him?
Well, he hasn't been quite right ever since we left the island.
Oh, so that's it. Too bad.
Why, dadgum, you jack. As fine a pair of city cats as I ever tied up with.
Don't worry, Doc. There'll be a new batch of newspapers with stories in them when we reach Hollywood.
Well, don't you say newspapers to me.
Oh, look here now, Doc.
I'm warning you. The first newsboy that sticks a newspaper under my nose is going to get smacked right back 3 generations.
Oh, I say, look down. Lights. You must be getting in.
No smoking while we're landing. Fasten your safety belts, please.
So your mama shushed a cougar with her apron.
Yes, she did. Fasten your safety belts, please.
First thing she knows, she's going to have herself believing that.
Oh, Doc.
Yeah, we're heading into the field.
There we are. Back on solid ground again. Well, there she is, folks. Burbank, California. Come on, let's get out of here and start spending some of that money.
What'll we do? Take a taxi?
Pretty doggone right. To the most expensive hotel in Los Angeles. Some place that's close to Hollywood, though.
Watch your step, please. Watch your step, please.
Your mama sure enough scared a cougar with her apron.
You're holding up the passengers. Please move along.
Oh, so you're backing down now.
I am not.
Doc, come on.
Well, all I got to say is that your mama's one tough hombre.
Oh, you're impossible.
Take his arm, Reggie.
I'm a-coming.
Watch your step, please.
A cute kid. Just as soon lie as look at you, though.
Quite a crowd outside the gate.
Transcontinental plane getting ready to go out.
I beg your pardon. Are you Mr. Jack Packard and party?
Yes, that's right.
This way, if you please.
Yeah, wait a minute. Who are you?
I'm the chauffeur. If you'll just get in that big black car over there, I'll pick up your baggage.
Man, oh, man, looky at it. A block long.
What's it all about? We didn't order anyone to meet us. You must be mistaken.
You said your name was Mr. Packard?
That's right.
Well, then, if you'll please get in the car, I'll be right back with the luggage.
Jack, I don't get it.
Well, neither do I.
Well, what do we care? Looky, it's what's in that big old automobile.
What's that?
I ask you, did you ever see a prettier armful of girl than that?
Oh.
Let's climb in. What are we waiting for?
further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery. Transcribed.
Doggone, don't we get ourselves in the most expensive places? Looky, Jack. Looky, Reggie. Silk sheets, even.
All right, silk sheets. So what?
So I'm a-going to sleep between silk sheets for the first time in my life. Honest to my grandma, fellers, if my cousin Winnie Mae could see me now.
What makes you think we're going to be here long enough to sleep between any kind of sheets?
What you mean? We've been brought here, ain't we?
I still think there's been some mistake.
I say, Jack, what's that?
Oh, where have you been?
Oh, prowling a bit. Did you two know there's a suite of 3 bedrooms with separate barns?
Well, didn't I tell you this was expensive stuff we got ourselves
a
into?
bedroom for each of us.
Sure, so what you mean, Jack, by saying it's a mistake?
Well, there's no sense to anything that's happened so far. We get on a plane to come to Hollywood for the express purpose of spending $25,000.
Well, we can spend it from here just as good as any place else.
Well, that's not the point.
Ain't, huh?
No, it isn't. The point is, when we get off the plane, we're met by a liveried chauffeur in a fancy car, just as though we were expected and being met by appointment. No explanation, nothing. We're just invited to get in the car.
That's right, and so we get in the car.
And why? Well, because there's a good-looking girl waiting inside for us.
Well, that's as good a reason as any for getting into a strange auto. Are you sorry you did it? Well, look what it's got us in so far.
Yeah, that isn't the idea, Doc. We've been driven out to this beautiful old Hollywood mansion, and we don't know why. All we know is that this is the home of Randolph Martin.
Yeah, whoever he is.
And that these are to be our quarters, and the dinner will be served at 7.
Hey, well, we know the name of the little old honeypot who met us at the airport.
Fay Martin. Does that mean anything to you?
No, of course not. Except I like knowing it.
Why?
Because I think I'm going to like Fay when we get to know each other better.
You're out of your class, Doc.
What you mean, out of my class?
If this house is any indication, the Martins are not only wallowing in money, but they're overflowing with the refinements and niceties of an old family.
Aristocrats?
If you look about, you see signs of the family tree almost everywhere.
You mean we're going to be high-hatted?
What happened in the car on the way out here?
Huh? Well, what you mean, what happened?
Why, the minute we began asking Miss Fay Martin questions, she froze solid.
Yeah, only I just thought she was kind of nervous on account of us being strangers. Besides, you don't think I ain't man enough to unfreeze her.
Well, you still don't get it, Doc. She was the little princess keeping the village yokels in their place.
Well, then what'd we come for?
Oh, see here now.
No,
Doc.
sir. I'll be doggone if I'll stay around folks who don't think I'm as good as they are.
All right, Doc, relax, will you? The whole point is that we allowed that girl to bring us from the airport to this house without getting one bit of information out of her. We allowed ourselves to be turned over to the butler in the downstairs hall and conducted to these rooms, still not knowing what it's all about. And now we've been here for an hour, and what do we know?
Well, I'll tell you what we know.
What?
We know that we're being neglected. That's what we know.
Yes, that's about all.
Well, why don't we do something about it? We don't have to stand around with our teeth in our mouth. We ain't locked in. Let's bust out and find this here Randolph Martin.
No, that's not the answer.
Well, why the heck ain't it? Well, don't you agree with me, Reggie? Get aggressive and show 'em that we ain't folks to be pushed around.
No, I don't think so.
Hey, what's the matter with you two anyway?
Oh, look here, Doc. Gentlefolk might not understand our strong-arm methods.
Gentlefolk?
People of breeding.
refinement.
Hey, look, you think I'm purty enough to sit down at the table with these folks tonight?
Oh, look here.
After all, we didn't come here of our own accord. They brung us.
Now, just the same, Doc, I think we can wait until dinner.
Oh, sure, we can wait until next week. But that ain't spending none of that $25,000 reward money we come to Hollywood to spend.
But we're bound to meet the whole family at dinner, and then the reason for our being here, if there is a reason, will come out.
I say, who is this Randolph Martin, anyway?
I never heard of him. You, Jack?
No, he can't be anyone.
Oh, someone showing some signs of interest.
Well, how doggone gracious of him not to forget us completely.
I get it.
Hello.
Oh, good evening. I'm Jack Packard.
Look. Somebody slashed me.
Slashed you?
Yes. Here, on my arm.
Here, let me see that. Now, maybe you better come in here.
Yes, I guess maybe I'd better.
You're bleeding all over the carpet. Come into the bathroom and hold your arm over the basin.
All right.
Reggie, close the door.
Quiet. I say, Doc, did you see that?
Yeah, what's going on here? What's she mean somebody slashed her?
Well, she was valley well bleeding.
Well, who the heck suppose she is?
Oh, Doc.
Yeah?
Bring me some iodine and cotton and some adhesive tape out of my bag.
Okay, coming right up.
It isn't really very much of a cut. About an inch long, not too deep. Now, how'd it happen?
They did it.
They?
Yes. I was walking down the hall, and I felt a kind of sharp sting on my arm. I looked at it quick, and it was all bloody.
This happened just now out in the hall?
Yes.
Who was out there with you?
I turned around real quick, but there wasn't anybody.
Here's the stuff you wanted.
No, thanks.
It don't amount to much with blood washed off. How'd it happen?
They did it.
Well, you keep saying they. Who are they?
I don't know. They just won't let me alone, is all I know.
Yeah? Well, what did bothering you for?
I don't know. I think they're trying to kill me.
Kill you? Hey, wait a minute. What did anybody want to kill a nice girl like you for?
I don't know.
Now, then, this might sting a little. I'm pouring iodine in the cut.
I don't mind pain.
Good girl. There it is. Now, a little cotton and some adhesive tape, and you're all well again.
Oh, look here, Jack. Didn't you hear her say someone's trying to kill her?
Yes, I heard her. Do you mind telling us your name?
I'm Cherry Martin.
Cherry, huh?
It's really Charity. But nobody calls me that.
Then you must be the sister of Fay Martin, who met us at the airport.
Yes. She likes Fay best, but her name's really Faith.
There you are. Now come out in the other room. You're still pretty much upset.
No. I'm not upset.
Well, then why that fearful whisper?
I'm afraid they'll hear me.
Please sit down.
No. No, I mustn't. I must go now.
But see here, I think you should sit down and tell us about this if you're in danger. That must be the reason why we're here.
Yes, that's part of the reason. But I must go now.
But ain't you scared to go out in that hall? If somebody got through just slashing your arm, ain't he liable to do it again?
Yes.
Then why not stay here where we can look out for you?
No, I mustn't stay.
Well, why?
I just mustn't. That's all.
Would you like someone to walk to your room with you?
No. I'm all right. Oh, yes, I almost forgot. Hope is my other sister.
I see. Faith, Hope, and Charity.
Yes. She's the one who's in the worst danger. Hope and my brother Job.
Your sister Hope and your brother Job are in the worst danger.
Yes.
From what? From whom?
I don't know. But they do. I'll see you at dinner.
Well, smack me for a baby. What goes on?
Well, now things are beginning to make sense. The reason for our being here begins to emerge.
Danger, murder, fear. In this house?
There's your blue-blooded aristocracy you fellas was holding your breath over.
Oh, it's more apparent than ever, don't you think, Jack? I mean to say, the exquisite refinement of that girl's face. The roots of an old family tree are firmly entrenched in this house.
Yes, Reggie, but it's also apparent that the family tree is beginning to show signs of decay.
Signs of decay? Looks to me like it was rotten clean down to the roots.
Something's valley wrong, all right.
Screwy family in the beginning. Who ever heard of naming girls Faith, Hope, and Charity? Sounds like a Texas camp meeting.
Well, at least we know this much now. There are 3 sisters who've gone to the names of Fay, Hope, and Cherry. And there's a brother Job.
Yeah, there's another name out of this world.
And it appears, according to Cherry's story, that someone is molesting her with the intent eventually to kill her.
Yeah, and right in this house, too. Funny kind of a cut she had on her arm. What kind of a knife would make a thin, long cut like that?
Oh, doctor's scalpel, safety razor blade.
I say, that's exactly what it looked like, a safety razor blade cut.
Yeah, but who's going around murdering folks with an old safety razor blade?
What do you do with your old safety razor blades?
But this must be pretty doggone serious, Jack. Cherry thinks they're out to kill her, yet she says her sister Hope and her brother are in even worse danger.
I'd like to get hold of that Randolph Martin and give him a piece of my mind. His children are in danger, and he keeps us up here waiting. He doesn't tell us what it's all about, and why doesn't he let us get on to it?
Did you ever stop to think... Listen.
I say, a blooming infant in the house.
Yeah, then one of the girls must be married.
Open the door, Doc.
Well, what for? Ain't you never heard a baby holler before?
Never mind. Open the door.
Okay. All I hope is it don't yell at night.
Has a fine pair of lungs.
Stuffed a nipple in its mouth or something. Jack, I say, come on. What are we waiting for? Here's the stairs.
And there she is lying down at the foot. Come on.
Oh, doggone.
Here, wait a minute. Straighten her out.
Well, hey, it's Jerry.
Is she dead?
No. No, she's not dead.
No, I'm not dead.
Well, hey, she's conscious. And after a tumble down all them stairs.
All right, what is it this time?
Oh, hey.
Well, why are you all standing there gaping? What is it?
Your daughter just fell downstairs.
My granddaughter, you mean. Is she hurt?
No, I'm not hurt.
Oh, falling downstairs.
I didn't fall. Somebody pushed me.
Hey, they did?
What's that bandage on your arm?
Somebody slashed me.
Can you stand?
Yes, I think so.
Then get to your feet.
Here, let me help you. There you are.
Thank you.
Perhaps I should explain how we happen to be here.
I know more about that than you do, young man.
You do?
I should. I brought you.
Then you're...
Randolph Martin. And I need help. I'm having granddaughter trouble.
The further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery. Transcribed.
Then, Mr. Packard, we'll go into the library.
Mrs. Martin, will you tell me why you sent Doc and Reggie back up to our quarters?
I'm taking you into the library to meet my granddaughters.
What's that got to do with Doc and Reggie?
My dear man, you don't know my granddaughters.
What's that?
No. When there are too many eligible men about, it's difficult to get them to concentrate on anything else.
Man crazy, huh?
Keep a civil tongue in your head.
You suggested it.
I can say what I please about my granddaughters. You can't.
I see.
Be sure you do. The Martin girls can do no wrong.
But you were telling me a few moments ago you were having granddaughter trouble.
I am.
Well, isn't it going to be a little difficult for us to discuss the trouble if I've got to assume the attitude they're above reproach?
I'll do the criticizing. Your job is to correct the trouble in this house without comment.
Aren't you being a little high-handed, Mrs. Martin?
You're questioning me?
I certainly am. First, you practically kidnapped me and my two partners.
You didn't have to come if you didn't choose.
How did you know we were arriving by plane at Burbank this evening?
Read it in the paper.
But did you stop to consider that we might have had plans of our own?
They weren't important.
You mean they weren't important to you? I'm afraid you're a woman who's used to having her own way.
I'm afraid I am.
Well, you go right ahead and have it. Well, I think Doc and Reggie and I'll be on our way.
Fiddlesticks.
What's that?
You're staying right here.
Against our will?
Nonsense. You're staying here because you're needed.
You're asking us to stay?
I'm ordering you to stay.
Now, then I'll say goodbye.
Don't be a fool, Jack Packard.
We don't take orders.
You walk out of the house because I order you to stay instead of ask you to stay.
That's right.
You'll be well paid for obeying my orders.
Keep your money. As a matter of fact, our one purpose in coming to Hollywood was to spend our reward money from the last job. It would melt faster down here than any place we could think of.
You don't recognize authority, and you have no use for money.
That's right.
You're difficult young men to handle.
Not at all. We enjoy doing favors.
The House of Martin does not accept favors.
Now, that's up to you.
For generations, we've been able to pay for anything we want.
In my opinion, then, the Martins have wanted few of the good things in this world. Well, there we are. We can't agree, so we'll go.
No.
Yes.
No, wait a minute.
Well?
I don't like it. I'm not used to asking people to do things. But I will. I'm asking you to stay and help me, Mr. Packard.
Please?
What's that?
You didn't say please.
How dare you?
Don't if you don't want to.
Young whippersnapper. Mr. Packard, will you please stay and help me?
Gladly. In fact, we'd already made up our minds to stay. I think you've got an interesting problem here.
What do you know about the problem here?
Nothing. But it's apparent there's something. It's in the atmosphere. Something, might I say, something creeping through this house.
Creeping? Creeping?
A creeping, unhealthy menace.
What are you talking about?
I don't know. You don't suppose it would be the stench of a decaying family tree that's permeating the environment, do you?
Oh, such utter nonsense. We spent enough time. Come along in the library and meet my granddaughters.
Very well.
Decayed family tree, indeed.
Only a suggestion.
Uncalled for. Come on in.
Yes?
Now then, Fay, where is Hope?
Oh, Grandmother, whoever keeps track of our beautiful Hope?
Well, someone should.
I hate to be the one assigned to the job.
I told her to be in the library at 8.
Grandma, I know where she is.
Cherry, shut up.
Fay, please, you're a Martin, and that Martin women are always ladies.
Oh, horse feathers.
The Martin women are always ladies. Now then, Cherry, where is Hope?
She sneaked out with the chauffeur again.
You little rat.
Fay. Well, she is.
I am not. Hope should leave the chauffeur alone, and you know it.
Well, that man will get his walking papers tonight.
Let's see. That'll make the 4th chauffeur to get his bounce in 3 months.
We'll not discuss the subject any further. Mr. Packard.
Yes?
This is my oldest granddaughter, Faith Martin.
Sure. We met before.
Yes, I think I've had the pleasure.
What's that?
Miss Martin was in the car that met us at the airport tonight.
You were? Why?
I just wanted to get first look at your private detectives.
I don't particularly like that term, private detectives.
Well, isn't that what you are? 3 flatties in plain clothes to keep an eye on the Martin girls.
That will be enough of that, Faith Martin.
And, look, Packard. Grandma's the only one who can get away with Faith. Make it Fay or don't talk to me.
I remember.
All right, you've had the center of the floor long enough. You know Charity Martin already.
Not Charity, Grandma, please. Cherry.
Miss Cherry Martin. Any bad results from your fall downstairs?
Don't tell me Cherry fell downstairs again.
I didn't fall. I didn't. I was pushed from behind.
And when you looked around, there wasn't anyone there.
How can you look around when you're falling?
Fay, let your sister alone.
If she keeps falling down the stairs much more, we can make a tumbler out of her and put her in the circus.
Fay.
Okay, why not?
Miss Martin.
You'd better call me Fay. There are too many Miss Martins around this joint.
Very well, Fay, then. You don't seem to take your sister's convictions that someone is trying to kill her very seriously.
Oh, Cherry's just got a persecution complex.
I have not.
Sure you have. You're always talking about them being after you. They want to kill you. They. What's that but a persecution setup?
Perhaps. But how do you account for the marks of physical violence? That's not in the mind.
You've got me, pal, but if there's anybody in this house chasing Cherry with malice aforethought, then I'm a flagpole sitter.
Fay, I find the vulgarity of your language exceedingly distasteful.
Poor Grandma. She's tried so hard to make ladies of us all. And what did she get?
No, what did she get?
You really like to know?
Fay, watch your tongue.
I assure you I would. I'd like to know very much.
Well, I'll start with me. I'm the oldest.
Yeah?
I'm the vulgarian of the family.
Faith Martin, you mind what you say?
Oh, go lay down, Grandma.
I begin to understand, Mr. Packard. You see why I need help so badly?
Go on, Fay. You're the Bulgarian.
Correct. Hope is the family wench. Witness her evening escapade with the chauffeur.
Fay, the family name.
What family name? And Cherry, the little whispering mouse here, she's just a plain dope, afraid of her own shadow.
I see. That's the way you analyze the situation.
That's us. Here we are. Look us over.
What about Brother Job?
We'll not discuss Job. He's a fine young man. The only one in the family who appreciates the name of Martin.
That's Grandma's version. Want to hear mine?
Please.
Brother Job is a good-natured drunk.
Hey.
Who's been taken by every gyp game Hollywood can think up and is slowly breaking his grandmother's heart.
If I may offer an opinion, I don't think you girls are doing your grandmother's heart any good either.
Oh, well, she doesn't love us. As long as we don't get the name of Martin in the headlines, she doesn't mind us, but she loves Job something awful.
We all do. We all love Job. And he's in such danger. He and Hope are in terrible danger.
Yes, you said that before tonight when I was bandaging up your arm.
Bandaging her arm? Hello. You have got a bandage on, haven't you? What happened?
Somebody slashed me as I was walking down the hall.
What?
It's true.
You mean somebody slashed you with a knife right here in this house?
Honest, Faye. Honest, they did.
And, Mr. Packard, do you suppose there really is somebody after her?
There's evidence to indicate it.
Look, Mouse, maybe I've been doing you an injustice.
It's true enough.
Now, wait a minute. Let's take that up later. We've got away from our subject.
Oh, yes, which was Job, the family drunk.
You say he's in danger, Cherry. What sort of danger?
I don't believe there's any truth in it. Who'd want to harm Job? Besides, the child's been forewarning doom for members of the family for years.
But he is in danger. He and Hope.
What sort of danger?
Danger out there. Outside the house. But it's getting closer. It's getting closer all the time. It's creeping.
Cherry, stop saying that.
I think that's the expression I used before we came in here, wasn't it, Mrs. Martin?
Yes, and I forbid its use again.
Well, at least Cherry and I seem to have the same intuitive sense of impending danger.
How nice for Cherry.
What do you mean?
That you and she has something in common. I wonder if you couldn't find something in common with me, too.
Such as?
Well, I like my initials embroidered on my pajamas.
I don't wear pajamas.
Oh, how exciting. Then you'd have to have your initials tattooed on your chest, wouldn't you?
Mr. Packard.
Yes?
I forbid you to indulge in conversation of this nature with my granddaughters.
It seems to be the only language Faye understands.
I forbid it.
You know, Mrs. Martin, you seem to dominate everyone and everything except your grandchildren. Why is that?
I can tell you why. She did dominate us when we were little and couldn't help ourselves. She made such hateful little prigs out of us, it was shameful.
You were nice children.
You bet. Nasty nice. And then one day, Job found out about firewater, and now he's devoting his life to it. And one day I found out that there are some wonderfully disgusting words in the English language for self-expression. I'm devoting my life to them. And Hope discovered chauffeurs, and she's devoting her life in that direction.
And what about Cherry here?
Oh, poor little mouse. She hasn't discovered much of anything yet, so she's devoting her life to being afraid.
I'm not afraid. If they weren't always after me, I wouldn't ever be afraid.
They have been after her for a long time. But now if they've come to life and are starting to cut her up, it may be getting serious.
Yes, I'm beginning to wonder. By the way, are any of you girls married?
Married, I should say not.
Is Job?
Certainly, Job's not married.
Then who's the parents of the baby we heard crying earlier?
Baby crying? You heard a baby crying?
Certainly. Just before Cherry here fell downstairs.
What did I tell you?
It's impossible.
What are you talking about?
There's not a baby in the house. There hasn't been for years.
But I've heard it.
So she says.
Yes. And every time it cries, something horrible happens.
Further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery. Transcribed.
People are so dead when they're dead, aren't they?
Not a very suitable sentiment for the occasion. No, don't touch anything.
Say, always the Bulgarian Martin they call. What are you doing?
I'm trying to discover if there are any clues in the vicinity of this corpse that might implicate any member of the Martin family.
You want to implicate one of us?
No, but I want to know what we're up against before the police arrive.
Why not the Marines and the Navy?
The police have to be called, you know that.
Why?
Can't ask sensible questions, don't ask any. Whoever shot this man must have used a silencer. Otherwise, we'd have heard the shot.
A good-natured drunk has a gun with a silencer.
Your brother Job?
Mm-hmm. And I still want to know why we have to call the police.
Murder's the policeman's business.
Not this murder. This is the Martin family's own private little bloodletting party.
You think someone in this house committed the crime?
Naturally.
Who?
First, tell me where you sent your two friends.
Doc and Reggie?
Mm-hmm. 10 minutes after we find the corpse with the curly hair here, they go kiting out of the house like men on a mission. The question is, where? Why?
They're out scouring the nightclubs and drinking places for your brother.
Job isn't worth it.
Worth what?
The trouble you're taking to find him.
I want to know where he is and what he's been doing tonight. I want witnesses who will swear that he hasn't been near this house all evening.
Why?
So that we'll be all set for the police when they start asking questions.
When are the police going to start asking questions?
As soon as they get here.
When will they be here?
As soon as I call them.
And when are you going to call them?
When I'm satisfied I know as much about this situation here as they'll be able to find out.
Aren't you obstructing justice or something? I mean, waiting about notifying them?
Maybe. Now then, why do you think this man was killed by someone in the house?
Because almost everyone in the house had a reason.
Everyone had a reason to want to kill the chauffeur? Was he that important to this household?
I hope to tell you. Bob the chauffeur, now Bob the corpse, was putting the screws on the Martins.
In what way?
Well, let's start at the top of the list and work down. First, Grandma. Blackmail to hush scandal concerning Job and Hope.
What sort of scandal?
Job and a girl. Job hates girls, so I know it was a frame, but it was good enough to make headlines in the paper.
Oh, what about Hope?
Hope can't let chauffeurs alone. Hope, the family wench, was so deeply involved with our new cadaver here that one word from him and the whole world would know what she is.
By the way, right this minute, Hope is upstairs asleep in my room.
Oh, a gentleman wouldn't.
No, don't be a fool. We left her in our room and we heard you scream and rush downstairs. Went up a few minutes ago. She'd crawled into my bed and was fast asleep.
Maybe you'd like to explain to her elder sister what she was doing in your room in the first place.
She knocked on the door. I opened it, and there she stood in a wisp of lace and a pair of black silk stockings.
You mean the dress this thing was holding in its hands when I found it down here was the dress Hope had been wearing this evening?
That's right.
Well, that's pretty raw.
No, not as bad as it sounds. They were out together. Wherever they were, a man was killed and blood got on Hope's dress. When she got home, she gave the dress to the chauffeur to ditch.
Oh? Well, then he must have been killed as he was going out the front door with the dress.
Exactly.
From the outside.
Yes, he was shot from outside the house.
Then that eliminates Hope.
Why?
As flagrant as Hope is, she wouldn't be running about the streets with no dress on. And you said our hero had the dress in his hands when he was killed.
Well, that's a pretty thin alibi. She didn't mind coming up and rapping on my door. Besides, she was floating about on pink clouds.
Oh, you're crazy.
I don't think so.
I tell you, you are. Hope hates alcohol. It makes her violently ill.
I didn't say she was drunk. She wasn't. No sign of alcohol. But something had given her a fine case of the blind staggers.
Something screwy. You think Hope did this, then?
I know she didn't. She was in my room for about 20 minutes, and whatchamacallit here hadn't been dead 5 minutes, and we got down to him.
Then Hope's in the clear?
Yes. Wish I could say as much about the rest of the family.
You haven't anything on me.
I haven't. But the police may have, or can they get it?
What do you mean?
Simply, if you've got anything up your sleeve, you'd better spill it, so I'll be standing by to give a hand. The police are going to find out everything you wish they wouldn't. So you tell me first, so I can be ready for them.
What have you got to gain by all this Boy Scout stuff?
I told your grandmother we'd help her out of a mess. This, apparently, is the mess she meant, so talk fast.
Well, if I was the murdering kind, Currylocks here would be my first victim.
Why?
He talks. And he talks lies. It came to my ears that he had passed the word around among the servants of the neighborhood that the Martin women were pushovers.
Is that excuse for murder?
Servants don't talk about me like that. Not even if it were true, they don't.
But you fire servants, not murder them.
Not if the servant has a death hold on the family and you can't get loose.
You're referring to his hold on Job and Hope?
Mm-hmm.
He had nothing on you personally?
No.
Uh-huh. Now then, where were you during the time of the murder?
I don't know when the murder was.
All right. Where were you 15 or 20 minutes before you found the body?
I was down in the furnace room.
At this time of night?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Burning some personal letters.
Go on.
That's all. Just burning some personal letters.
You think you can tell the police you were down in the basement at 9 o'clock at night burning personal letters and stop there?
If that's all there is.
Oh, you're smarter than that. What did those letters have to do with the chauffeur and his sudden demise?
Why, nothing.
You're not making a very good representation for yourself.
I'm not trying to. I'm just telling the truth.
But not all the truth.
Enough.
Very well. You were down burning letters. Then what?
I was just coming back up to the main floor when I heard a baby laughing and cooing.
Oh, you heard the baby?
Yes, what does it mean?
Your sister Cherry says every time the baby is heard in this house, tragedy occurs.
She certainly hit it on the nose this time.
Yes, didn't she? By the way, doesn't it seem a little strange to you that with your screaming when you found the body and all the running about the house that's been done since then, your grandmother and Cherry haven't been aroused?
Grandmother and Cherry's rooms are on the 3rd floor.
They couldn't hear?
No.
Well, don't you think your grandmother ought to be told before I call the police?
I don't know.
I think she shouldn't.
Why?
Well, after all, she's head of this house. She should have some say as to what the police are told.
There's going to be an awful scene when she finds out.
Nevertheless. Now, look, I'm almost finished here. Go up and get her and bring her down. Also, while you're up there, get Hope out of my room and take her to her room.
But you haven't asked me about Cherry yet.
Well, what about Cherry?
I mean whether she might have a reason for killing the family leech.
Well, has she?
No.
Great. Now will you go?
And Job.
I know all about Job I need to know for now. Oh, wait, there is one thing about Job. You say he has a gun with a silencer?
Mm-hmm.
You know where he keeps it?
Yes, in his bureau drawer.
Well, while you're upstairs, look and see if it's there.
Yes, if you think that...
I don't think anything. Now go on. There's something I've got to do, and I don't want you here when I do it.
You mean Hope's dress?
Never mind.
What are you going to do with it?
I didn't say I was going to do anything with it.
But you are.
Well, what you don't know, you can't tell. Now go do the things I've told you to.
All right, but hurry. Grandma will be down here 2 steps at a time the minute she hears. Oh, the furnace is a swell place for Hope's dress.
I think they call it destruction of evidence. Sorry, old boy, but I need this dress more than you do.
Didn't I tell you?
Oh, it's you.
I'm Jerry. Don't you remember me?
Why aren't you in bed?
They're in my room.
Who's in your room?
They. Look what they did to me.
What do you mean?
On my shoulder. Right through my pajamas.
Well, you're bleeding.
I know it.
You mean someone came in your room and slashed you?
Yes.
Here, let me see. Uh-huh. Exactly like the cut on your arm.
Sometime they'll get tired of frightening me, and then they'll kill me. Didn't I tell you?
Didn't you tell me what?
That every time the baby cries, something dreadful happens.
The baby didn't cry. It laughed.
I know. That's because one of our enemies was killed.
What do you mean?
When it's an enemy, the baby laughs. When one of us is in danger, he cries.
You're getting just a little wacky on the subject of babies, aren't you?
No, it's true. You wait and see.
Now, look, Jerry, you go up to my room and wait for me. I'm busy. As soon as I've finished, I'll come up and put a dressing on that cut.
I hope the baby doesn't cry anymore tonight. I can't sleep when he cries.
If you don't get... Wait a minute. Someone's out on the porch.
Why don't you close the door?
The body's right in the door. Can't move it until the police come. Hold it.
Pardon me? My hair. I thought this is where I lived.
It's Job.
Inexcusable. Man must be pretty sophisticated when he walks into the morgue and thinks he's home.
This is your home, Job.
It is?
Yes.
Oh. What's this cadaver doing blocking up my doorway?
He was just killed there.
Oh. Thought it was a corpse trying to escape from the morgue. Shall I step over him?
If you want to come in, I'm afraid you'll have to. Here, give me a hand. I'll help you over.
Oh, nice and friendly. I think I'm going to like you.
There you are.
Easy step. Not a very wide man. By the way, who are you?
Name's Jack Packard.
Are you by any chance the murderer?
I'm afraid not.
That's good. Nice chap. Hanging's too good for you. Much too good.
You think so, huh?
Oh, I'm afraid I put it badly. But you know what I mean. Oh, Jerry.
Hello?
Friend of yours?
No.
Oh, thought maybe he was. Pajamas such awfully bad taste in the company of a strange man.
I'm scared.
Poor little terrified mouse. By the way, would it be breach of etiquette for me to ask the name of the visiting corpse?
He's your chauffeur.
Not Bob the Bandit.
Well, you seem pleased.
Oh, frightfully. Who had the good sense to do it?
We thought maybe it was you.
That's a tribute. Great tribute. Should have. I never got around to it.
A gun with a silencer was yours.
Consider it murder. No noise. Don't disturb the neighbors.
I understand you have such a gun.
Oh, so I have.
Where is it now?
Upstairs in my bureau drawer.
I hope you're telling the truth, Job.
Yeah. Yeah, I hope I am, too.
The further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery, transcribed.
How about a few lights, Mrs. Martin?
Nobody calls me Mrs. I don't like it.
What then?
If Randolph Martin isn't good enough for you, call me grandmother. Everyone else does.
Very well. Grandmother Randolph, let's have some lights.
Why?
Unhealthy ideas grow in darkness.
Unhealthy ideas.
Murder's an unhealthy idea.
What are you talking about? Murder is not in this house.
You should know better than that. You saw one of its victims carried out of here last night. You, with the rest of your family, spent most of the night explaining your whereabouts to the police.
Such a fuss over a chauffeur. Not a very good chauffeur at that.
I won't argue that.
Furthermore, the police had their gall suspecting that anyone in this house had anything to do with it.
On the other hand, it's surprising to me they didn't take the whole family down and lock you up.
What are you saying?
Grandmother Randolph, you brought my two companions and me here to get your grandchildren out of some kind of a mess. Isn't that true?
Yes.
You haven't given us the first inkling of what that mess is.
If I knew, do you think I'd call for outside help?
Well, it should be plain even to you that the murder of the family chauffeur is part of that mess.
Nonsense. The police themselves said that he wasn't really a chauffeur, but a member of a confidence ring working here in the motion picture colony.
Nevertheless, he was killed in your house while in your employ.
By members of a rival gang.
Do you know what your chauffeur was doing last night before he came home and got himself shot?
No.
Yes, you do.
If you know that, why do you ask me?
You know that he was out with your granddaughter, Hope, and that he was killed less than 10 minutes after Hope said goodnight to him when they returned.
The police don't know that.
No. Neither do they know that your chauffeur killed a man in a drinking joint out at the beach last night.
What's that?
That he killed the man in the presence of Hope, and that the man fell across their table and bled on Hope's dress. That she gave the dress to the chauffeur to get rid of, and that he still had the dress in his hand when he was shot dead in your front door.
How do you know this, if the police don't?
I've had Doc and Reggie out investigating all night. They just got in half an hour ago. They're up getting some sleep now.
But why don't the police know?
Because the resort where your chauffeur killed his man was a hideout spot for shady characters. Now, don't worry. They'll find out in due time.
My granddaughter, Hope, was in a hideout for criminals?
Yes, I want to ask her about that myself.
Who was the man he killed?
Now, you can read all about that in the paper. Some gambler. They found his body in one of the canyons out on the way out to Malibu Beach.
And shortly after he killed this gambler at this place, my chauffeur himself was killed in my doorway.
That's right.
Then doesn't that prove it was somebody outside, someone revenging himself for the death of the gambler?
There's that possibility, of course.
You seem very anxious to connect this murder with my family, Mr. Packard.
No, I hope you're right. But there are too many suspicious things going on in this house. The center of all the trouble is right here. I'm sure of that.
I've noticed nothing suspicious.
That's not true. You just got through saying the reason you brought Doc and Reggie and me here was because you were uneasy.
What have you noticed?
Well, first, your eldest granddaughter, Fay. She talks loud and vulgar and pretends to be vastly amused. But she's frightened.
Fay, frightened?
Last night, she took some private papers down to the basement and burned them. Why?
I don't know.
Neither do I, but I intend to find out. Then Hope. Why did she go to that beach resort last night? Why did she pretend to be drunk when she came home when she was perfectly sober?
I don't know.
And Cherry. She's been slashed twice and pushed downstairs by someone she's never seen. Why does she talk in that frightened whisper? Who does she mean when she says they are after her? And what does she mean that Hope and her brother Job are in the worst danger?
You can leave Cherry out of this. It's a lot of romantic nonsense.
Twice slashed and thrown downstairs? You call that romantic nonsense? And the baby.
There isn't any baby.
I beg your pardon. I've heard it twice now.
There isn't any baby, I tell you.
Once it cried, and right after that, Cherry was hurled downstairs. Once it laughed and gurgled, and we found the chauffeur shot dead.
It's ridiculous on the face of it. Babies don't laugh and cry on a given cue. How would a baby know that Cherry was about to fall downstairs? How would a baby know that my chauffeur was about to be murdered?
Cherry says the baby cries when someone in the house is in danger. That it laughs when some enemy of the house is in danger.
Cherry's a little fool.
And protestations don't change facts. Facts indicate that something pretty vicious, something cold and calculating and terribly cruel has been unleashed in this house.
You're trying to frighten me.
No, I'm not. I'm reporting to you as my employer, what I've found. And now let's discuss your grandson, Job, for a moment.
Indeed, we will not.
Yes, we will. Because Job owns a gun with a silencer on it. And it was a gun with a silencer that killed the chauffeur.
Job wasn't even home.
So he says. But the gun's disappeared, and the chauffeur was killed with the same caliber gun as the one Job possessed.
The police don't know?
No, the police don't know this. But I do. And I also know that when Job came home and saw the body in the doorway, he was pretty casual about it.
He wasn't feeling well.
Now, he was intoxicated, I grant you. But even so, he should have been a little surprised and concerned at finding a body lying across the threshold, which he wasn't.
I forbid you to talk like that.
You can't do that.
I can't forbid you to talk?
No.
Well, I can most certainly remove you from this house.
But you won't.
Why not?
Because then I'll be forced to turn over all my information to the police.
You wouldn't dare.
Yes, I would. If we're kept on to solve the murder in our own way, we'll try to protect you and your grandchildren's names. If you make it impossible for us to work on the case, then we'll have to let the police do it.
I don't trust you.
Well, that depends on what you mean by trust. If no one in this house has committed murder, then we'll cover up for you till the cows come home.
If it should have been someone here.
Then we'll root him out and turn him over to justice.
I know it. You can't be trusted.
Now, look here. Are you trying to tell me that you think someone in this house committed murder and you brought us here to help you cover up for them?
No, of course not.
It sounds very much like it.
No, all I'm asking you is to be sure. No circumstantial evidence such as the police would use. I'm sure none of my grandchildren has done anything wrong, no matter how much it looks it.
Oh, that's it. You want them protected from court action and publicity until we've cleared them or proved them guilty.
Yes, if they are innocent, and I know they are, to face a charge of murder would ruin us.
You have my word. No one will touch them until we know for sure.
Thank you.
Now then, I've got to talk to Hope and Job. Are they in their rooms?
Yes, it was 5 o'clock this morning before the police left. They're all sleeping.
Well, they should be awake by this time. I'm going up. Listen.
It's a baby crying.
Now maybe you'll believe.
But there isn't any baby.
Wait a minute. That's the warning. Someone's in danger. Quick, upstairs to the bedrooms.
Jack, did you hear that? The baby.
I know it. Come on, Doc. Help me. Look in all the bedrooms.
You bet. Whose room's this?
That's Faye's room. Don't bother to knock.
Hey, what's the idea? Can't a girl go to bed in this house?
Nope, she's all right.
What's the idea of raiding a girl's bedroom?
The baby. Someone's in danger.
The baby. Don't leave me. Don't leave me. Hey, wait for me.
This is Job's room.
Doc, run up the third floor and look in Sherry's room.
You bet you. On the run.
Yeah.
Well, this is my old friend from the morgue.
Oh, so you're up and dressed. You all right?
It never better in my life. Have a little drink?
Aren't you ever sober? Didn't you hear that baby crying?
I dreamed about a baby last night. Red hair. She was in a French bikini bathing suit.
Nuts.
Is Job all right, is he?
Drunk. Which is Hope's room?
This way. This way.
It's either got to be Hope or Cherry.
This room. What's that smell?
Chloroform. Get those windows open.
Look, the pillows over Hope's face.
Get that window open. Do you hear me?
Yes. Is she dead? Is she dead?
No, she's alive.
But she looks so white.
Get out of the way. I'm going to lift her out of bed and take her over that window.
What shall I do?
Just get out of the way. There.
What is it? What's the matter with Hope?
Somebody tried to kill her with chloroform.
Faith, haven't you an ounce of modesty? Go get something over that nightgown.
But, Grandma, they tried to kill Hope.
Get something on over that nightgown.
Oh, horse feathers.
Here, put this blanket around before I smack you.
Apparently my modesty is more important than Hope's life.
Now then, Mr. Packard.
Forget it. She's going to be all right.
What's this nonsense about chloroform?
Use your nose. Another 15 minutes, you'd have been minus one granddaughter.
Here, put this blanket around Hope.
What's the matter with you? Your granddaughter near death, and all you can think about is my seeing her in pajamas.
I'll keep my granddaughters modest if this house falls down around my ears.
Greetings and salutations, Grandma, old girl.
Joe, go back to your room.
What? Mr. Fun?
Joe, you're in no condition to be here. Go back to your room.
What's this? Love in our midst. The man from the morgue holding the family wench in his arms, huh?
Joe, you're impossible. Hope is almost chloroformed. She's unconscious.
Oh, no, not Hope. She's only playing dead. She likes it.
Get that drunken fool out of here.
Please, Job, come with me.
Poor, pathetic old Grandma. Have a lot of trouble with your family of rats, don't you?
Job, be a good boy.
All right. Bye-bye, man from the morgue. Great old house we live in, isn't it, Grandma?
The Martin family at home.
Doesn't your brother like Hope?
He adores her. She's his favorite sister.
Funny way of showing it.
Nothing gets under his skin when he's in that condition.
It seems to be all the time.
Look, how is she?
Better than I hoped for. It'll take her a couple, 3 hours to sleep off the effects of the chloroform. Now we can put her back in bed now.
One of her feet is there, so look the other way.
Your grandmother's a little touched on the subject of modesty, isn't she?
I think she must bathe in long underwear.
There. I'll just cover her lightly.
Jack, look what I got. Poor little feller.
Cherry, what's the matter with her?
She's unconscious. This is just like I found her.
Now lay her down. Let me see her.
Looky at her. Clothes doggone near tore off her. Oh, look at that bruise on her leg.
Here she's bleeding on the back. Turn her over.
Yeah, I know it. There.
Oh, what happened? What happened?
Hey, Jack, look. She's been slashed again.
Yes, 3 times, right above the hip. Not deep.
Like it had been done with a safety razor blade.
You Martin girls are certainly unpopular with somebody.
Ain't it the truth? Murder sure is on the loose in this man's house.
other transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking.
Listeners, I'd like you to hear a letter from a 4-year-old girl. The little girl is a French youngster, and I can tell you that our writer and producer, Carlton E. Morse, knows that it comes from the heart. Perhaps you'd like to tell us why you know Mr. Morse.
All right, Mr. Thorson, but I'd like first for Mr. Randall to read the letter just as it was written. How about it, Tony?
All right. Dear Papa, I want all the children to be happy for Christmas as I am. Will you please help me get presents for them? Your little Jacqueline.
That letter is from Jacqueline Complay, my French foster child. It was after becoming a foster parent that I realized the lack of any happiness and hope which is the heritage of 1 million war children over there. Please listen while Mr. Thorson tells you what you can do to give these little ones a real Christmas this year.
Listeners, start right away to gather toys and discarded but serviceable articles of children's clothing. Then here's what's next. Place them in a carton or wrap in heavy paper. Tie them securely with strong twine. Address them to Foster Parents Plan for War Children Warehouse, 530 47th Avenue, Long Island City, New York. That's 530 47th Avenue, Long Island City, New York. Take them to the Railway Express office nearest you. There will be no cost to you for shipping. Remember to do it now. And remember that you, too, can be a Santa Claus for all of God's children.
Don't
This
do
is
that.
Mutual
This was
Broadcasting
from
System.
1945. Do not do that. But stay tuned. The next episode's coming up right now.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery. Transcribed.
Reggie, I swear to my grandma, I ain't never seen a screwier setup than this one.
Right. Deucedly interesting, though, isn't it?
You mean all these female women are running around in flimsy wisps of lace wanting to be rescued?
No, I don't mean female women running around in wisps of lace.
The thing that bothers me is there ain't no sense to nothing.
Well, I imagine things will make plenty of sense once we get on the right track.
For instance, what's Jack got us up here patrolling this hall for?
But naturally, Doc, after the attempt to kill Hope and Cherry.
Yeah, I know, but why is he making everybody stay in his own bedroom? Job over in that room pie-eyed, Hope across the hall still sleeping off of chloroform, Fay and Cherry in the next room. How come he let Cherry go in with Fay anyway?
Because her room's up on the 3rd floor, for one thing.
Well, so's Grandma Martin's. Yet Jack's once, he went and let her go up there alone.
Trying. Well, I don't know about that.
Yeah, we're guarding everybody but Grandma. I wonder why that is.
Well, I suppose Jack thinks she's not in any danger.
Just the 3 girls and Job, huh?
Another reason for putting Cherry with Fay.
Yeah?
She's just recovering from this new attack on her. Downright brutal, if you ask me, and I don't think she's going to be able to take much more of it.
You talking about Cherry?
Yes, that beastly, strained expression on her face. Desperation. She shouldn't be left alone for a moment until this business is settled, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, what do you suppose Jack's doing?
I think he's going over the house, room by room.
But we already done that, Reggie.
Not with any great care. Just made sure there was no one in the house besides those who belong here.
Well, what's he expect to find?
Well, if someone was in the house long enough to give Hope chloroform and tear Cherry's clothes and slash her, he must have left some clue of his presence.
And anybody leave anything around, Jack's the hombre to find
it. Quiet.
You know, that's the funny thing about Cherry. Of course, it was dark in her room, but even if it was, it's kind of queer that she didn't get some idea of the slasher while she was fighting him off.
Too terrified, I suppose. Mind froze on her.
Well, anyway, whether it was a man or a woman.
I have an idea it was a woman myself.
Yeah?
I think Jack does, too. Did you see those scratches on her neck and arm? A man's fingernails aren't ordinarily long enough to do that.
Hey, I didn't notice that. Hey, Fay's door's open.
Cherry, you little fool, come back here.
Now, look you, Cherry. You can't come out here.
But I've got to.
But you look ill. You should be lying down.
I'm all right.
She insists that she's got to see Job.
I do. I've got to.
Now, looky. Jack said that you all got to stay where he put you until he said you could come out. He sent us up here to see that you stayed put.
But it's important.
Besides, Brother Job's so spifflicated, nothing would make sense to him anyway.
I don't care. I love him, and he's in danger.
But he can't be in any immediate danger. We've been right outside his door all the time.
Oh, I'm going.
What you think we ought to do, Reggie?
Well, look here. Suppose I go hunt up Jack and ask him.
Yeah, you do that.
But I mustn't
No,
wait.
I'll only be a minute or two.
When the terrified mouse gets an idea into her head, there isn't much use arguing with her.
But it's important.
Well, it's going to have to wait until Reggie gets back. Now, looky, Cherry. You should get out of them torn clothes. What you still wearing them for?
I offered to help her get out of them and put on one of my bathrobes, but try to talk her into anything that makes sense.
You ain't sewed in them for the winter, are you?
I'm afraid to go up to my room to get anything else.
I told you could have something of mine.
No.
Well, what you scared of your room for? It ain't nobody up there now.
Maybe there is.
Hey, no, there ain't. We give your room a going over.
They like my room. They can come any time they want to.
You mean there's a secret door or something?
No, there's no secret door.
Then how the heck can they come to your room any time they want to?
I don't know.
And I'm getting pretty fed up with these they folks. Who are they anyhow?
I don't know.
You know, Faye, she just plain don't make sense.
Don't look at me. I'm a stranger here myself.
Yeah. Hey, looky, Cherry. Are they the ones who got the baby that bawls every time something's about to happen?
I don't know. I think so.
That baby gag gets me down. A house full of widows, spinsters, and neurotics. What's a baby doing here?
Well, maybe the stork brought it.
Oh, don't be silly. There hasn't been a stork seen in this neighborhood since the year of the big freeze.
You know, that's darn funny about this house. Here you are, 3 of the prettiest girls I ever laid eyes on. And ain't even one of you got a boyfriend.
Hope had one, but he's in the corpse department just at present.
You mean that chauffeur?
Who else?
But, well, that ain't no honest-to-goodness boyfriend like you girls should ought to have. Well, you got everything, Faye. What's the matter with you?
I'm immune.
That ain't normal.
So what?
So it ain't normal.
Maybe I was born in a refrigerator and never thawed out.
What about you, Cherry?
I've got to talk to Job.
Well, you'll just have to wait till Reggie gets back. Ain't you interested in men?
Yes.
You are? Well, why ain't you got a feller then?
They won't let me.
Hey, now, look, that ain't no answer. I don't care who they are. Nobody can keep a girl from having a boyfriend if she wants one.
I tell you, they won't let me.
Well, why not?
They don't want any of us to know a man. They're afraid we'll marry and have children.
Terry, what are you talking about?
It's true. They want the Martin family to end right here.
Darned if I don't think you're talking through your hat. Oh, here comes Reggie.
Can I go to Job now?
Now, hold your horses. What about it, Reggie?
It's all right for her to go in, but first Jack wants her clothes.
Hey!
Please, Mr. York.
Oh, but I say, I mean, he positively wants them, wants me to bring them down to him immediately.
Well, it's hardly ever done. I mean, just asking a girl for her clothes.
Well, if Jack wants them, he's going to get them. Now, go on back in Faye's room, Cherry, and take them off.
If I do, then can I see Job?
Yep, so hurry up.
Guess you'll have to put on something of mine.
No, I won't.
Then how about me going up and getting something for her out of her room?
No, but you can't do that. But Reggie can.
Oh, look here
Now, go on, Reggie's. Pajamas and a bathrobe. Anything you can find.
Now I'm a ballet lady's maid, and I resent it.
Okay, get inside and shove things through a crack in the door, fast as they come off.
All right, here, I'll help you, Cherry. What's the idea, anyway?
Probably wants to examine them for clues.
Here you are.
Okay, a dress.
What's he expect to find? Slip.
I don't know. Slip.
Here are shoes.
Shoes.
Stockings.
Yeah, stockings.
All right, here you are.
A top doodad. A bottom doodad. That all?
Isn't that enough? What do you want, her skin?
Oh, did you get something, Reggie?
There's a whole armful of stuff. She should find something in this.
Yeah, she ought to, all right. Here you are, Faye.
What? All this?
Well, she don't have to put it all on.
Well, that's good of you. All right, get into some of this junk, Mouse, then you can go and see the good-natured drunk.
I'd better take these clothes down to Jack.
Stick around until she goes across to Job's room. Where is Jack?
Down in the library. He's got quite a collection of stuff down there.
Such as what?
I didn't get much chance to examine it. Things he's picked up around the house.
Well, anyway, you don't look quite so bedraggled now. All right, boys, let's go.
Hurry. I've waited too long now.
Okay. Come on. You better come along, too, Faye.
So you can keep an eye on me?
Yeah, something like that.